Chapter 1. Lock. East Sea, Crisby Island, Fresh Peach Town. In the distance, the horizon slowly revealed a resplendent red sun, casting a crimson hue over the entire town. At this moment, the island awakened, and after a restful night, the townsfolk commenced their bustling routines for a new day. This quaint settlement, modest in size, housed only around 100 families. Surrounded by lowlying land, Crisby Island boasted a considerable mountain at its center, cloaked in dense forests, where a beautifully decorated house could be glimpsed amidst the greenery. Behind the house lay a spacious training ground, dotted with wooden posts for practice. As the sun fully emerged from the horizon, illuminating the sky, a bare-chested youth wielding a wooden sword relentlessly struck at the post before him, beads of sweat cascading down his face and pooling at his feet. Observing his fervent practice, it was evident that this young man had been training for quite some time. Lock. Just as the boy was drenched in perspiration, a melodious voice broke through his concentration. Upon hearing his name, Locke gradually lowered his sword, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, and donned a light shirt, casting his gaze in the direction of the voice. Approaching him was a girl with striking red hair, around 13 years of age. "Carmen, what brings you here?" Locke inquired as she drew near. "What do you mean, what brings me here? Just look at the time. It's breakfast time," the red-haired girl exclaimed, retrieving a basket from behind her. As she opened the basket, a beautifully arranged bento appeared within. Locke, without a second thought, began to devour the food laid before him. Watching him eat, Carmen eagerly asked, "So how does it taste?" Locke, not in a rush to respond, finished the last morsel before replying, "Quite good. Much better than yesterday's, but remember to go easy on the salt next time." "What do you mean too much salt?" Upon hearing Locke's comment, Carmen, her face filled with anticipation, snatched the basket back to sample the food herself, only to discover it was entirely empty, not a crumb left behind. "Too much salt? And you still devour it all?" Carmen remarked, her expression sour. "Hungry," Locke calmly replied. "Oomph. Starve then," Carmen retorted, turning to leave, her back a vision of grace as she walked away. If only I had mentioned how inedible it was. As Carmen disappeared into the house, Locke finally rose from his seated position on the ground, dusted himself off, and retrieved his wooden sword before striding towards the woods behind the training ground. After a short walk, he arrived at a small stream nestled within the forest, its banks adorned with picturesque scenery as the water gurgled gently, infusing the serene surroundings with a sense of vitality. Locke approached the stream, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before shedding his clothes and stepping into the water to wash away the fatigue from his earlier training. As he gazed at the reflection of his youthful visage in the water, he let out an involuntary sigh. He had been in this world for 5 years, his soul originating from the distant realm of Earth, belonging to a man who shared his name. It was a bizarre twist of fate. The previous Locke was merely a 20-something youth, having recently concluded a lackluster university life, grappling with the impending trials of the workforce. In the midst of feeling overwhelmed by life's pressures, he had opened his computer to watch the spirited anime One Piece, hoping to alleviate his stress. However, just as he did so, a power outage plunged the house into darkness, prompting Locke to rise with a frown and head towards the electrical box. Had this been the extent of his misfortune, it would have sufficed. But unexpectedly, as he reached the electrical box to restore the power, he felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him, beginning at his hand and enveloping his entire being. In that instant, his physical form perished in this world. Yet by some stroke of luck, his soul found itself caught in the recent trend of transmigration prevalent in web novels, landing in the body of a boy who shared his name, just 7 years of age at the time. The memories of the previous occupant flooded into Locke's mind the moment he awoke, revealing the details that made him realize he had traversed into the world of One Piece, embodying the son of a wealthy merchant from Fresh Peach Town on Crisby Island. This merchant had departed a year prior, leaving the 7-year-old boy behind to venture into the sea for trade, never to return. Local rumors suggested he had perished in a storm at sea. Fortunately, the merchant had left behind the most splendid house on the island and 2 shops, providing Locke with a semblance of stability upon his arrival, ensuring he would not starve. What the predicament? Locke, though enamored with One Piece and moved by its narrative, was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this world, rife with bizarre abilities and formidable foes. For an ordinary person, the sense of insecurity was overwhelming, as one could easily meet an untimely demise from an unforeseen attack. To make matters worse, he had inherited a considerable fortune from his absent father, rendering him an easy target for those seeking to exploit his vulnerability. Upon realizing his predicament, Locke began to implement the exercise methods he had learned at the gym in his past life. It was unclear whether it was due to the differences in this world, but after some time, Locke distinctly felt a surge in his physical strength. Eventually, he recognized that mere physical prowess would not suffice. He needed offensive capabilities as well. Thus, he resorted to a technique he had once read about in a martial arts novel, practicing sword swings towards the sea 1,000 times each day while keeping an eye on a place known as Frost Moon Village. Despite his diligent training, Locke lacked formal instruction, and his progress was limited. However, Frost Moon Village was said to harbor a master of swordsmanship. Chapter 2. The Illusion Fruit. A month ago, Locke had dispatched individuals to locate Frost Moon Village, and tomorrow he would embark on a journey to seek out a mentor. The thought of encountering a young Rorinoa Zoro filled him with excitement. As Locke contemplated these matters while bathing, he remained oblivious to an apple he had concealed during breakfast, which was quietly transforming. The one-third apple began to develop purple patterns, which soon covered its entire surface. Before long, Locke finished bathing and emerged from the water, clothed and headed towards his estate, intending to discuss his upcoming journey with Carmen. As he walked, Locke retrieved the apple from his pocket, absent-mindedly taking a bite. The moment he chewed, an unpleasant taste overwhelmed him. Describing the flavor was difficult, but it resembled something utterly repugnant. Though he had never tasted such a thing, he was convinced it was akin to consuming something vile. Yuck! 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 Realizing something was amiss, Locke hurriedly tried to spit it out, but the fruit dissolved in his mouth, rendering it too late to expel anything but saliva. As he coughed and glanced at the apple he had bitten into, he noticed the purple patterns had become even more pronounced, mirroring the taste he had just experienced. Locke's comprehension dawned on him. The apple had somehow transformed into a devil fruit, and he had unknowingly consumed it. From Locke's perspective, eating a devil fruit was not inherently problematic. Even if he hadn't consumed it now, he would likely have sought one out during his future voyages. However, such a decision would be made with knowledge of the fruit's abilities, as he desired a potent power. Yet now, he had ingested a devil fruit without any understanding of its capabilities, leaving him in a state of panic. Just as Locke wrestled with his thoughts, information about the fruit surfaced in his mind. After reviewing the details within his consciousness, he discerned that this fruit was called the illusion fruit, capable of conjuring illusions to bewilder others before vanishing. This left Locke feeling rather speechless. He could only wonder what the future developments might entail. He was also curious about the changes that would occur after awakening. Could it be possible that, upon awakening, fantasies could also engage in combat? If that were the case, it would indeed be quite delightful. The mere thought of it brought a sense of comfort to Zhang Yang's mind. With these reflections in mind, Locke began to experiment with his abilities. The purple luminescence in his palm morphed into figures of Sun Wukong, then into a Garfield, and even the fireman, alongside characters such as Tom and Jerry, whom Locke had encountered in his previous life through animation. Although these representations were not entirely accurate, with a keen eye, one could still discern their identities. Thus, while walking and experimenting, Locke soon returned to the manor. This estate was quite spacious, yet it housed only 3 residents. Besides Locke and Carmen, there was also an elderly butler named Rossview, who had been left behind by Locke's father. The old butler was quite advanced in age, having served the Locke family since the time of Locke's grandfather, and he was now nearing 70. Were it not for this venerable steward, who had assisted Locke in managing the island's affairs following his father's unfortunate incident, Locke would not have been able to lead such a comfortable life. The old butler had a son as well. However, during the execution of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, he had ventured out to sea to pursue a life of piracy, and there had been no word from him in all these years. The name of his son, the old man had never disclosed to Locke. As Locke entered the manor, he immediately spotted the figure of the old butler, who was reclining in a sun chair in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight. His eyes were half-closed, allowing the rays to envelop him, while his one stark beard had turned completely white, gently swaying in the occasional breeze. "Grandfather Rosview, are you once again soaking up the sun?" Upon hearing Locke's voice, the old gentleman opened his eyes. Noticing Locke's return, he hurriedly rose from the rocking chair and respectfully exclaimed, "Young master, you have returned." Seeing the old butler's reverence, Locke felt a sense of exasperation. He had told him countless times to simply call him Little Locke, yet the elder insisted on adhering to formality, claiming that rules must be observed. "Is Carmen in the house, Grandfather Rosview?" "Miss Carmen is currently in the kitchen. I shall inform her to come out and see you at once." Upon hearing Locke's inquiry about Carmen, Rosview prepared to summon her. "No need for that, Grandfather Rosview. You may rest here. I shall find her myself." Locke, observing the elder's readiness to rise, quickly interjected to stop him. After bidding farewell to the old gentleman, Locke strode directly into the manor, heading towards the kitchen. Speaking of Carmen, it had been 3 years since Locke's transmigration. That day, while practicing swordsmanship by the seaside, he noticed a piece of wood floating towards him from afar. Initially, he paid it little mind, however. As it drew closer, he discerned that there was indeed a person upon it, evidently a victim of a shipwreck. Without hesitation, Locke swam over and rescued the individual. Upon regaining consciousness, she introduced herself as Carmen, revealing that she had been involved in a maritime disaster not far from there, resulting in the loss of her family. Within Locke resided the spirit of a soul in its 20s from a previous life, and having been transmigrated, he dedicated himself to physical training, lacking any friends. Thus, when he encountered Carmen, a girl who had become an orphan due to the shipwreck, the shared experience of loneliness forged a swift bond of friendship between them. Once they became friends, Carmen expressed her aspiration to become the greatest chef in the world, to which Locke promised to wholeheartedly support her. Since then, Locke has become Carmen's daily guinea pig, assisting her in testing the dishes she has freshly prepared. In the beginning, Locke had yet to experience a single decent meal. Often, the food was either undercooked or burnt, making life truly unbearable. Now, things have improved. Although there are times when she overuses salt, at least the food is somewhat palatable. Sigh. The past is indeed hard to revisit. When Locke entered the kitchen, Carmen was standing at the stove, wielding a knife, diligently practicing her knife skills on a radish. Observing Carmen's earnest demeanor, a subtle smile crept across Locke's face as he chose not to disturb her, merely standing at the doorway and watching. Chapter 3. Setting off time seemed to slip away unnoticed until Carmen, as if sensing something, halted her practice and turned to face Locke, who was watching her from the entrance. Her face flushed inexplicably, but quickly returned to normal as she feigned anger, exclaiming, "Humph! What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before." "Indeed, I've never encountered anyone so stunning," Locke replied with a broad smile. Upon hearing Locke's words, Carmen's face, which had just regained its composure, turned crimson once more. And astonishingly, even wisps of smoke seemed to emanate from her head. Carmen stammered, tugging at her clothing, seemingly at a loss for words. All right, I won't tease you any longer," Locke interjected, seeing Carmen's bashful demeanor, as he worried that she might inadvertently scorch her own brain in her flustered state. With that, he took Carmen's small hand and led her towards the living room. As they walked, Locke glanced back at Carmen, who was stealthily peeking at him, and flashed a charming smile. Upon meeting his gaze, Carmen lowered her head even further. Fortunately, the path to the living room was not long. Otherwise, Locke was certain that in her current state, Carmen would find a crack in the ground to hide in. Upon reaching the living room, they sat across from each other. "Carmen, I have something to discuss with you." What is it?" "I will be leaving this island tomorrow to study swordsmanship on another island." "Leaving? No way. If you go, hold on, don't react like that." "Let me finish." Carmen looked at Locke with a face full of grievance, as if to say, "If you say something unpleasant, I will cry for you." "Listen, I called you here to ask whether you would come with me." "Of course I will. You can't abandon me. You promised to help me become the greatest chef in the world." Without a moment's hesitation, Carmen replied to Locke's inquiry. "All right, then hurry and pack your things. We'll set off tomorrow morning." Locke stated, pleased with Carmen's response. Carmen then skipped happily towards her room, as if the earlier look of grievance had been merely an act. Silly girl, how could I leave without you? Locke murmured quietly, watching Carmen's retreating figure. After discussing his departure with Carmen, Locke proceeded to the seaside as he usually did, resuming his long-practiced sword techniques. As the sun rose and set, the days swiftly passed. The following morning, a gentle ocean breeze fluttered the curtains, and sunlight streamed through the gaps, illuminating Locke's bedroom. The young man with dark hair finally stirred from his slumber, blinking awake. After washing up, Locke donned a trench coat adorned with dragon motifs, an outfit he had designed and commissioned from the island's tailor, a small nod to his past life, grasping a 1-meter-long tang sword resting beside his bed. He left his room and made his way downstairs. Upon entering the hall, he found Carmen already waiting for him. Let's go. We're off, he declared, retrieving the belongings the old butler had prepared for him the day before. Carmen nodded and picked up her own luggage. Following Locke outside, as they reached the entrance, Locke slowly pushed open the door, and the rising sun greeted them, casting its rays upon them. Looking out, a thin veil of mist enveloped the waters surrounding Crisby Island. Reminiscent of a mythical realm, ethereal and enchanting. Let's go. Carmen, standing behind Locke, called out, captivated by the sight before him. Startled back to reality by her voice, Locke turned and nodded at Carmen before striding towards the town's dock. As they strolled along the path, they arrived at the small town in about 6 or 7 minutes. The townsfolk were already up and beginning their daily routines. Some smiled warmly at Locke as he passed by, offering nods of recognition. After traversing the town, a small dock appeared ahead of them. This dock was the only one on the island, with a few small fishing boats moored, while larger vessels were conspicuously absent. Locke and Carmen needed to take a fishing boat to reach the large merchant ship anchored offshore. As usual, the port was nearly deserted, with only a handful of fishermen present. One of the fishermen, dressed in work attire, waved at Locke and Carmen, beckoning them over. Uncle Ty, is that you? Locke exclaimed as they approached, recognizing the only blacksmith in town, Uncle Ty, who had crafted his tang sword. Young Master Locke. No need for pleasantries. Come, take a seat, Uncle Ty said, ushering them onto the boat once they boarded. After they settled in, Uncle Ty began rowing the boat towards the distant sea. Locke glanced back at the island. Feeling an inexplicable wave of melancholy wash over him, he wondered when he might return to this place again, having entrusted all his possessions to the old butler. Noticing Locke's sentimentality, Carmen gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort that don't worry, we'll come back someday, Locke assured, redirecting his gaze to Carmen. It was unclear whether his words were meant for Carmen or himself, but she nodded in response. Before long, the small fishing boat approached a massive merchant ship anchored in the sea. The vessel, towering at over 10 meters high, loomed like a slumbering sea monster. The sails were furled, leaving only a red merchant flag fluttering at the top. As the fishing boat neared, a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting a square face and a pair of small mustaches, noticed them and waved to the sailors behind him, signaling them to lower the ropes for Locke and Carmen to board. Ha! Young Locke, it's been years since we last met, and you've grown so much. Chapter 4. A fortuitous encounter on the ship. As soon as Locke stepped aboard, a stout man in a suit pulled him close, patting him amiably. That Uncle John? Locke asked, uncertain as he gazed at the rotund figure before him. It's great to know you still remember me. John laughed heartily upon hearing Locke's question. Of course. You're just as dashing as ever. How could I forget? You've caught me there. Now that you're on my ship, make yourself at home. Your room is ready. Go settle in, and then come find me, so we can have a good chat, John said, giving Locke's shoulder a friendly pat before waving over a nearby sailor to show Locke to his quarters. This merchant ship had been arranged for Locke by the old butler, who had mentioned that it belonged to a friend of Locke's father. The favor was extended in remembrance of Locke's late father. Once Locke settled into his room, John took his leave, instructing them to make themselves comfortable. After John disappeared from their sight, Carmen quietly inquired, "Do you really remember this person?" "I don't, but it was something the old man told me before I left." "Do not inquire further. Just follow swiftly." Locke interrupted Carmen's persistent questioning, grasping her hand and trailing behind the sailors ahead. John had arranged for Locke and Carmen to have adjacent rooms, upon entering his own quarters and setting down his belongings. Locke promptly made his way to Carmen's room. After assisting her in tidying up, he divulged the incident from the previous day, where he had inadvertently consumed a devil fruit. "What? A devil fruit?" Carmen exclaimed, her astonishment palpable after hearing Locke's explanation. "What abilities does it grant? Demonstrate it for me." "Just this," Locke replied, extending his hand, where a swirling orb of purple light materialized in his palm. Gradually, the luminescence transformed into a miniature landscape, complete with terrain, trees, streams, and diminutive houses, alongside figures resembling humans meandering about. Although the depiction lacked clarity, Carmen immediately recognized it as Crisby Island, merely reduced in scale. "Impressive," Carmen remarked, her face alight with wonder. "Of course, you should consider whose ability this is." Locke, buoyed by her praise, felt a swell of pride. By the way, what else can this ability do?" At present, not much." Locke's response rendered him momentarily speechless. "Humph, so it's useless then?" Carmen's interest waned sharply upon hearing Locke's reply. Noticing his awkward expression, she swiftly changed the subject. "Let us go check out the deck." With that, she tugged Locke out of the room. As they traversed the corridor to the deck, they beheld the breathtaking azure sea, with clouds lazily drifting across the sky. The slight melancholy stemming from their recent departure was instantly dispelled by the stunning vista before them. In a fit of spontaneity, Locke shouted at the ocean. "What are you doing?" Carmen, startled by his outburst, glanced at him. "Nothing, just a sudden wave of inspiration." "Humph." Carmen rolled her eyes at him and resumed admiring the ocean's beauty. Locke, undeterred by her demeanor, continued to gaze at the sea. Reflecting on his journey to this world, that it had been 5 years since he arrived, and initially he was engulfed by fear due to the treacherous nature of this realm, that it was only through relentless training that he began to shed that fear. However, the emotional distance he felt towards the world lingered. That it was not until 2 years ago, when he saved Carmen by the seaside, that he gradually opened his heart to this world, both of them. Solitary souls, learning and growing together. Now, as Locke departed from the island he had called home since his arrival, he felt a sense of confusion about his future path. His journey to Frostmoon Village was merely an attempt to dispel his inner fears. But what lay ahead? Should he return to the island and live a mundane life as a wealthy heir? Such a thought made him feel unworthy of the second chance bestowed upon him. He recalled the countless unanswered questions he had while watching One Piece, such as the mystery of the lost century and the nature of the Pirate King's treasure. One Piece. If those avenues were not viable, he could always unleash the red flames from his past life upon the world. Just thinking about it ignited a flicker of excitement within him. "This world shall be transformed by my hand." Locke murmured softly. "Ambitious, aren't we?" A raspy voice interrupted his reverie. "Who's there?" Locke turned towards the source of the voice. Before him stood a figure cloaked in a trench coat, accompanied by an imposing individual. Similarly attired, a mere height of 5 feet, Locke found himself at eye level with the taller man's waist. "Who are you?" "Just someone who, like you, wishes to change the world." Locke was momentarily at a loss for words. This individual exuded an air of superiority that left him uncertain how to respond. "Do you not believe me?" the stranger inquired, observing Locke's silence. "No. I merely wish to ask if you have succeeded." Locke set aside his internal musings and posed his question. "Uncertain. I am merely in the process of attempting it." "What if you fail? And what if you succeed?" As Locke pondered the implications of his inquiry, the cloaked man's hood, swayed by the breeze, revealed a hint of a smirk. Silently, he and his companion departed the deck, slipping into the ship's cabin. "What were you thinking? Who was that person?" Carmen approached Locke with curiosity. "Just someone who wishes to change the world," he replied, making his way back to his quarters. "Wait for me." Carmen hurried after him. While Carmen followed, Locke's thoughts were not solely consumed by the stranger's words, but rather by the square-shaped tattoo he had glimpsed on the man's face. Realizing he was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a figure infamous for being pursued by the world government. How had he come to be aboard this vessel? Chapter 5. Frostmoon Village, however, Locke eventually resolved that it mattered little who the man was. For him, enhancing his strength was paramount. As for the overarching narrative of this world, it felt premature for him to engage with it. With these thoughts in mind, Locke returned to his room, commencing his practice of the newfound abilities he had acquired. Following a midday meal, he continued to hone his swordsmanship at the ship's bow. A month passed in this manner. After several days aboard the ship, Locke came to a realization. This world was far more grounded in reality than the animated tales he had once enjoyed. It was impossible to encounter an island every few days or reach a destination in mere moments. To arrive at any given island necessitated extensive voyages, with months spent at sea being the norm. In this vast ocean, time seemed to lose its significance. Days melded into one another, filled predominantly with blue skies, white clouds, and endless waters. Eventually, even the most beautiful scenery could become tiresome as a new day dawned. Carmen idly observed Locke practicing his swordplay on the deck. Dull. Locke paused, about to respond when a dark silhouette emerged on the horizon. In the distance, a ship, comparable in size to their merchant vessel, approached directly. Locke's pupils dilated, his demeanor shifting dramatically. There on the ship's mast, the sails billowed, displaying a broad black flag that fluttered high above. A pirate ship. Locke squinted, discerning the faint outline of a white skull on the black flag. Instinctively, he pulled Carmen behind him, his expression darkening. "Pirates are coming," as Locke contemplated loudly announcing to everyone aboard. The lookout sailor also discerned the situation and promptly alerted the crew, upon hearing the sailor's warning. The previously lethargic sailors basking in the sun suddenly sprang to life, standing at attention and brandishing their weapons. For Locke, although he had enjoyed the anime One Piece in his previous life, he was acutely aware that real-life pirates like Luffy were a rarity. Most pirates could be aptly described as scoundrels, reveling in plundering, pillaging, and wreaking havoc upon the seas, for ordinary people living in peace. The term pirate itself symbolized malevolence and disaster. Merely hearing of a notorious pirate's rise or the arrival of a new pirate nearby would instill fear for quite some time. That it was no wonder that the old butler, whenever he mentioned his son who had become a pirate, would deftly change the subject. Despite living together for 5 years, Locke had never once heard him voluntarily mention his son's name, underscoring the abominable reputation that pirates held in the hearts of common folk. Reflecting on these thoughts, Locke slowly picked up the cutlass he had placed beside him earlier. The imposing pirate ship was now steadily drawing closer to the merchant vessel, and the crew was fully prepared for battle. As the distance diminished, the ship's details became increasingly clear. Only then did Locke and the others realize that the deck was riddled with holes, and pirates lay strewn across the deck. The once magnificent sails were marred with scars. "Look, there's another ship behind." A group of people turned their gaze towards the rear of the pirate ship. They beheld a naval warship emerging behind the pirate vessel, and peculiarly, the ship was adorned with a figurehead resembling a dog, which appeared quite endearing. "What? It's Carp," Locke thought, recognizing the ship's figurehead. Vice Admiral Carp, the naval hero who had chased the pirate king across the seas, was among the world's elite. Fortunately, Locke found solace in the fact that he was not positioned in opposition to the Navy. "Wait!" Locke suddenly had an epiphany and turned to glance at Dragon, who had just arrived on deck. He was curious to witness the encounter between father and son, as such a scene had never been depicted simultaneously in the anime. At that moment, the approaching pirates altered their course, gliding past the merchant ship's side and navigating towards the horizon. The crew, who had anticipated a fierce battle, exhaled in relief as they watched the pirate ship recede into the distance. The naval forces that had just arrived paid no heed to the merchant crew, pursuing the pirate ship instead. However, as they passed the merchant vessel, Locke distinctly noticed an elderly man clad in a justice cloak standing at the bow, casting a deep glance in their direction before sighing and turning away. Watching the pirates and navy grow ever more distant, Locke felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, a confrontation would have undoubtedly made for an exhilarating spectacle. Regrettably, the performance had concluded before it even began. Observing the sailors sheathing their weapons as the danger dissipated, Locke too sheathed his weapon, the fruit powers he had gathered in his hand fading away. And he promptly returned to the cabin with Carmen. As they made their way back, Locke glanced at the spot where Dragon had stood moments ago, only to find it empty. After the incident with the pirate ship, tranquility returned to the vessel, save for Carmen's occasional complaints about not being allowed to use the kitchen and John's frequent chats with Locke. As for Dragon of the Revolutionary Army, Locke had not encountered him again during this period. Soon, half a month passed, and they arrived at Frost Moon Village. After tidying up their belongings and bidding farewell to John, Locke and Carmen disembarked and made their way through the village towards the dojo. However, upon arriving at the entrance, they found someone had already arrived, Dragon, accompanied by an exceptionally tall figure. Locke surmised that this individual must be Bartholomew Kuma, although there were many tall characters in One Piece. Only Kuma matched this height while following Dragon during this time frame. Unsure of their purpose for being there, Locke nonetheless approached with Carmen, as their destination was the same. Upon reaching the entrance, Locke nodded at Dragon and informed the academy staff, who were standing at the door, that they were there to learn. They then joined Dragon and the others, waiting for the students inside the dojo to notify the master. Dragon acknowledged their arrival with a nod, but remained silent. Chapter 6. Kuna. It wasn't long before a kind-looking middle-aged man with glasses approached, accompanied by a girl of similar stature to Locke. The man nodded at Dragon before addressing Locke. Are you two the ones here to learn swordsmanship? No, only I am here to learn swordsmanship, Locke clarified. Very well, you can accompany Kana to the dojo while I come to assess your swordsmanship level shortly, the man said, glancing at Kuna beside him. Follow me, Kuna beckoned before leading Locke inside. Locke hurriedly followed with Carmen in tow. After walking for a while, they arrived in a spacious courtyard surrounded by practice dummies. Within the yard, several students wielded wooden swords, practicing diligently. However, Locke scanned the area and failed to spot a certain green-haired boy. Yet, according to the timeline, that green-haired lad should have already been here learning. Why hadn't he been seen? As Locke pondered. A sudden figure emerged, blocking Kuna's path. Come on, Kuna, accept my 1,888th challenge. Kuna did not respond, merely glancing at Locke and Carmen behind her. Locke recognized the challenger as the very boy he had been wondering about, a young Roronoa Zoro. As Ko turned to face him, Locke gestured for them to proceed and stepped aside, granting them ample space. Come on. Seeing Locke step aside, Kuna instructed Zoro. As they squared off, Zoro shouted and charged at Kuna with two wooden swords. Yet, Kuna stood her ground, effortlessly parrying Zoro's attack with a gentle block of her own wooden sword. With a swift maneuver, she tripped Zoro, sending him sprawling to the ground. She then pointed her wooden sword at him, effectively immobilizing him as he attempted to rise. All right, 1888 challenges, 1888 defeats, Zoro admitted. Rising after Kana lowered her sword, I will defeat you one day. Kuna, having sheathed her sword, paid no mind to Zoro's declaration and turned to Locke, saying, I've completed my task, now follow me. Upon hearing her words, Locke nodded and followed Kuna, but Zoro, still reeling from his defeat, called out, Kuna, are you even listening to me? And who is this kid behind you? Unfazed by Zoro's remarks, Kuna maintained her aloof demeanor, while Locke, walking behind, chimed in, What are you blabbering about, brat? You should be calling me brother. Locke, now standing at about 1.50 meters, spoke without restraint to the younger Zoro, who had grown taller. Tisich, just because you're a bit taller, Zoro retorted, rolling his eyes. Here we are. Kana led the way until she reached a spacious room, where she finally came to a halt. Behind her, Locke followed closely, bickering with little Zoro throughout their journey. Upon hearing Kana's voice, Locke ceased his playful squabbling with Zoro and began to take a thorough look around the room. It was indeed quite expansive, with a large section of the floor laid with wooden boards, while both sides were lined with numerous weapon racks, neatly displaying an array of wooden swords. It appeared that this was the dojo's training arena, while the courtyard they had just traversed was likely designated for the students' practice. Once they arrived, Locke and Carmen found a spot to sit under Guena's guidance, awaiting the impending evaluation from Kungshiro. Meanwhile, little Zoro decided to stay behind, curious to observe just how formidable this audacious youth before him truly was. If Locke proved to be strong, Zoro was determined to challenge him to a duel. It wasn't long before Kongshiro arrived, and Locke noticed that no members of the Revolutionary Army accompanied him, suggesting their discussion had concluded. Once seated, Kongshiro addressed Locke directly. You must be Locke? After Locke nodded in acknowledgement, Kongshiro continued. A few months ago, I received your letter expressing your desire to study swordsmanship at my dojo. He then cast a glance at Locke sitting beside him and inquired, "How did you come to know about my humble dojo?" Before Locke could respond, King Shiro raised a hand to interrupt him. Of course, that is of little importance. Now that you are here, I shall exert my utmost effort in teaching you. After a brief pause, he added, "Now, tell me, why do you wish to learn the way of the sword? To become stronger?" Locke replied earnestly, "Why do you wish to grow stronger?" Kang Shiro probed further from a young age. "I understood that in this world, only the strong can seize their own destiny and live life to the fullest. Besides, is there truly a need for a reason to aspire for strength?" Locke countered. Kang Shiro nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Locke's response that, in your letter, you mentioned that you have practiced swordsmanship for some time. Would you care to demonstrate?" At Kang Shiro's request, Locke promptly stood up and retrieved a wooden sword from his belongings. This sword was crafted by Locke himself, modeled after the Tang sword, a design he had long admired. Even in his previous life, he was captivated by its form, and so, after his reincarnation, he had fashioned one from wood. He had also enlisted the help of a local blacksmith to forge a blade using a piece of iron imbued with a chilling aura that he had discovered in the sea, upon which he etched the character Shinhan in Chinese, a tribute to his past life. "Guina, why don't you give it a try?" Kang Shiro said, his pupils narrowing slightly as he observed Locke's Tang sword. Although he quickly regained his composure and directed his attention to Guina. Upon hearing this, Guina seized her bamboo sword and positioned herself opposite Locke. As she stood there, Locke felt a flutter of nervousness. After all, in the anime, this young girl was a prodigy in swordsmanship. Could his self-taught skills possibly stand against her? However, there was no time for hesitation, as she had already assumed an attacking stance. If he were to back down now, his earlier words would ring hollow. With that thought, Locke tightened his grip on the wooden sword and stepped forward, launching an attack towards Guina. His movement was fluid, and the speed was remarkable, as he had trained by swinging his sword over 5,000 times each day for the past 5 years. Chapter 7. Apprenticeship. As Guina observed the swiftly approaching wooden sword, her initially casual demeanor transformed into one of serious focus. She raised her sword to block the attack, and, with a swift reversal, countered with her own strike aimed at Locke. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange, trading blows for several rounds. Ultimately, Locke's lack of practical combat experience led him to be caught off guard, and he found himself knocked to the ground by Guina's decisive strike. "Enough for today," Kang Shiro declared, observing the conclusion of their match. "Locke, your fundamentals are quite solid, but your practical combat skills could use improvement. For now, I will have Guina show you to your accommodations. Tomorrow, I will assist you with any swordsmanship issues you may have. As for the young girl who accompanied you, she may stay with Guina as well." With that, King Shiro took his leave. "Follow me," Guina said to Locke, turning to lead the way outside. Locke hurried to catch up, while Zoro, who had been trailing behind, curiously followed along as well. Before long, the group arrived at their destination. Guina guided Carmen to her room, leaving Locke and Zoro together. Upon entering the room, Locke found it to be reasonably spacious, containing 2 beds, one of which was disheveled, suggesting it had been occupied by someone else, though he did not know by whom. However, these details were of little consequence to Locke, who was more intrigued by why little Zoro insisted on following him. Was it possible that he was captivated by Locke's extraordinary charm and had developed feelings for him? This led to a pressing question: what to do if that were the case? As Locke had no interest in such matters, while Locke busied himself with organizing his belongings, Zoro stood silently watching. "What do you want, kid?" Locke finally asked, unable to bear Zoro's unyielding gaze any longer. "Nothing much, just want to have a match with you," Zoro replied. "All right, once I'm done here, I'll fight you. But could you please stop staring at me like that? It's rather awkward," Locke said with a hint of exasperation. "Oomph," Zoro scoffed, turning away with a haughty air as he exited the room to stand in the small courtyard outside. Seeing Zoro outside, Locke could only shake his head with a resigned smile, reflecting on the boy's singular obsession with martial arts. With Zoro's scrutiny lifted, Locke quickly tidied up the unoccupied bed. Glancing outside, he noticed Zoro still waiting, so he took his wooden sword and stepped out. As Locke emerged, Zoro, who had been dozing off, instantly perked up. Are you ready? Locke nodded in response. Then let us begin, Zoro declared, moving to the center of the courtyard, grasping two bamboo swords he had been holding. His gaze locked on Locke with fierce determination. In response, Locke steadied his wooden sword and took his position opposite Zoro. The moment Locke steadied himself, Zoro surged forward, eager to attack, and Locke, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with his own strike. As they engaged, Locke soon realized that this little brat possessed strength comparable to his own. The sensation of battling Zoro was entirely different from his earlier duel with Gue Na. If swordsmanship could be categorized into yin and yang, then Gue Na's style represented yin. Her techniques focused predominantly on skillful maneuvers. In contrast, Zoro embodied yang. His dual bamboo swords relentlessly charged at Locke with the ferocity of a bull, charging forward without restraint. This yin and yang were not indicators of sheer strength. Rather, they described their respective approaches to combat. From Locke's experience in their duel, he discerned that his own strength was roughly on par with Gue Na's, while Zoro's power seemed somewhat diminished, likely due to his youth. Despite his limited combat experience, Locke found it relatively easy to deal with a straightforward opponent like Zoro, as his own strength gave him an advantage. In no time, Locke executed a horizontal slash that shattered the bamboo swords in Zoro's grip, concluding their first bout with Locke's victory. If it weren't for my inferior weapons, I would never have lost, Zoro declared proudly, even after having been defeated. Locke could only chuckle at Zoro's stubbornness. Ignoring him, he returned to his room to rest, feeling utterly exhausted. He had hardly slept the previous night, too exhilarated by the prospect of their arrival, only to find that the ship did not dock until the following afternoon. Afterward, he had engaged in 2 duels, leaving him even more fatigued. However, just as Locke lay down, he saw the door he had just closed swing open once more, revealing Zoro once again. What do you want now? Locke sighed, recalling Zoro's earlier insistence on waiting for their next match. Humph. Zoro rolled his eyes at Locke's inquiry, ignoring him as he approached the vacant bed, dropped his belongings, and lay down. Realizing the truth, Locke understood now that the identity of his roommate had been revealed. None other than this green-haired boy. With a casual toss of his head, Locke did not dwell too much on the matter. Having a character he admired from a past life as a roommate was quite delightful. Since he was already here, he decided to make the best of it. Overwhelmed with fatigue, he succumbed to slumber. Remaining unperturbed even when Carmen called him for meals, he had simply exhausted himself that day, wanting nothing more than to sleep. When Locke finally roused once more, it was already the following day. On this day, he formally became a disciple of concede, thus assuming the role of an elder brother to Gue and Zoro, considering he was on the verge of turning 13, while Gue and Zoro were merely 11 and 8 years old. Respectively, it was utterly inconceivable for him to be anything but the elder brother, as it would be ridiculous to refer to that 8-year-old brat as one. Moreover, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, Locke was indeed superior to Zoro, making it entirely reasonable for him to take on the mantle of brotherhood. As for why Gue was not referred to as the elder sister, that was merely the wish of their master, Concede. After the initiation, Concede corrected some of Locke's errors in swordsmanship and imparted valuable insights from his own experiences, before instructing Locke to practice on his own and then mysteriously vanishing, leaving Locke unaware of his whereabouts. Soon enough, Locke had been on the island for over a month. During this time, he gradually became acquainted with the dojo's students, with Zoro being the one he was closest to, as they shared a room. Every morning, after their training, they would engage in sparring sessions. Although Zoro lost every time, their friendship blossomed through their playful bickering. As for Carmen, she had become best friends with Gue on the very first day they arrived on the island. And with Guena's assistance, she began honing her culinary skills in the dojo's kitchen while also participating in physical training alongside Locke and the others. The bond between Locke and Gue was also quite amiable. Thanks to Carmen's presence. Chapter 8. Visitors from the sea. As twilight descended, the sun's dying rays cast a golden sheen upon the surface of the sea, rendering the coastal village an ethereal spectacle. Not far from the shore, in a thicket, young individuals sat in a circle, their full attention captivated by a swirling orb of purple light, utterly engrossed. Wherever leaves flutter, fire shall ignite. The The shadows of the flame will illuminate the village and nurture new leaves to sprout. When one wishes to protect those they cherish, the true power of a ninja will manifest. This profound statement emanated from the purple luminescence. Why do these ninjas always attack head-on? Grumbled a green-haired youth seated nearby. Zoro, be quiet. Just watch, will you? Retorted a red-haired girl with evident disdain. Indeed, the four were Locke, Guina, Zoro, and Carmen, and what they were watching was an anime titled Naruto, conjured from Locke's fruit abilities. The peculiar scene stemmed from half a month prior when Locke had finally developed his powers to the extent that he could make illusions emit sound. He had rushed to impress Carmen and the others, promptly manifesting a segment of Naruto. Rather than marveling at Locke's capabilities, they became enthralled by the anime's plot, leading to an insatiable obsession with the series. Initially, only Carmen and Zoro watched, but soon Guina learned of it from an unknown source and joined their viewing party. Consequently, each evening after dinner, the group would gather to have Locke conjure episodes of Naruto for their enjoyment. Locke saw no reason to object, as it not only made his friends happy, but also aided in developing his fruit abilities, thus establishing a delightful routine for their little gathering. They had collectively progressed to the point in the series where they sought Tsunade to become the Hokage. Locke interrupted their bickering, glanced at the darkening sky, and dispelled the illusion. All right, that will be all for today. What? We barely watched anything. I want more. Carmen protested vehemently upon seeing Locke dismiss the illusion. Look at the sky. It's dark now, we must return, Locke replied, pointing at the pitch-black heavens, unable to conceal his exasperation at Carmen's childish antics. Oh, fine. With a resigned sigh, Carmen acquiesced, realizing the hour was indeed late, while Locke consoled the disappointed Carmen. Zoro had already issued his 1,999th challenge to Guina. Upon hearing Zoro's challenge count, Locke fell into contemplation, recalling that in the original storyline, Guina's demise followed Zoro's 2,001st challenge. The moment was fast approaching, and Locke was determined to alter the anime's outcome. Whenever he watched One Piece and witnessed Guina's tragic end, he felt as though fate was cruel and unjust. Moreover, even if it were not for the sake of rectifying his own grievances from watching the anime, he had come to regard these friends as his own, and knowing what lay ahead, he could not remain passive and do nothing. As Locke pondered these thoughts, Zoro and Guina's duel concluded, with Guina once again emerging victorious. All right, let us head back, Locke announced, observing the two fighters. Humph, I will definitely defeat you next time, Zoro declared, his usual bravado shining through. Guina, however, remained silent, merely sheathing her bamboo sword and striding towards the dojo. Meanwhile, on the vast expanse of the pitch-black sea, a shadow began to materialize as the silhouette approached the dock of Xuanyue village. It became clear that it was a merchant ship. If Locke were to see it, he would undoubtedly recognize it as the very vessel that had brought them here. When the ship docked, a flash occurred, and three figures appeared on the pier. Two of them were cloaked in dark overcoats, while the other stood out, clad in a short skirt and black stockings. The most peculiar aspect was her head, which was disproportionately large in comparison to her body. The figure at the forefront cradled a wounded child in her arms. That you've arrived, as the trio materialized. A dark silhouette emerged from the village to greet them. As the figure drew closer, it became evident that it was Gung Sailang, the master of the dojo in Xuanyue village. Everything prepared? Dragon inquired directly upon seeing the newcomer. Follow me, Gung Sailang instructed, leading them into the village. Just take the bear to that location. I need to see the village's physician first. Upon hearing this, Gung Sailang turned to glance at the child in Dragon's arms, then at Dragon himself, before silently nodding and continuing into the village. That moment, Locke and his companions were on their way back to the dojo, with Zoro and Carmen walking ahead, while Locke and Guina lagged a few paces behind. Locke, is it true that girls can never become the world's greatest swordsman? Guina suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Why do you say that? My father claims that due to physical reasons, girls can never surpass men. That's utterly absurd. There are many powerful women in the world. For instance, one of the four emperors in the New World is a woman. Upon hearing Locke's words, Guina fell into a contemplative silence. Locke continued, as for the notion that women may not grow as fast in strength during their development, it's not an unchangeable fact. Upon hearing this, Gwyna stared intently at Locke. What do you mean? This, Locke exclaimed, extending his hand, a burst of purple light materializing in his palm. Are you referring to the devil fruit? Gwyna inquired, her eyes widening. Locke nodded and elaborated. In this world, various types of devil fruits exist. Categorized into 3 types: paramecia, which grants strange abilities; zoan, which allows transformation into animals; and logia, which embodies elemental powers. These fruits can enhance one's physical prowess and strength to varying degrees, with the zoan fruits offering the most significant enhancements. Among the paramecia, there exists a fruit that can alter one's gender, allowing men to become women and vice versa. As Locke finished speaking, Gwyna fell into a deep contemplation. Chapter 9. The Decision Thus. They journeyed back to the dojo, each retreating to their respective chambers. Just as they were parting ways, Locke grasped Gwyna's arm and remarked, in the pursuit of strength, whether one is a man or a woman, the path is fundamentally the same. Do not be ensnared by the superficialities of the world. As long as you strive towards your dreams, even if the outcome is not as you had hoped, you can at least declare, I have no regrets in my life. Upon hearing Locke's words, Gwyna regarded him earnestly for a moment before making her way to her room, leaving Locke standing there, with her softly uttered thank you lingering in the air as she turned away. Watching Gwyna vanish into the night, Locke could only sigh helplessly before retreating to his own quarters. He understood that his words of comfort might be futile. After all, Gwyna's struggles were akin to her own inner demons, ones that could not be resolved by mere words, but required her own journey to confront. All he could do was ensure that her life did not conclude prematurely, like characters in an anime before their stories had truly begun. Upon entering his room, Locke noticed that Zoro was absent, realizing that the boy had likely sneaked out to train alone again. Previously, Zoro had aimed to defeat Gwyna, but since Locke's arrival, he had simply added Locke to his list of goals. For this ambition, the boy was relentless in his training, day and night. Lying on his bed, Locke pondered these thoughts until he gradually drifted into slumber. After parting ways with Locke and the others, Gwyna did not return to her room alongside Carmen. Instead, she briefly exchanged words with Carmen before heading towards her father's quarters. Standing at the door, Gwyna hesitated for a considerable time before finally knocking. "Come in," came the voice of Gung Siro from within. As Gwyna opened the door, she discovered that Gung Siro was not alone. 2 individuals clad in trench coats and hoods were present, one with an indistinct face and the other a physician from the dojo. "Ah, Gwyna, why are you still awake?" Gung Siro asked warmly upon seeing her. "Father, I have something I wish to discuss." "Oh, what is it?" Gung Siro inquired, rising to stand before her. As he did so, Gwyna noticed a child in the room, covered in injuries, as the physician tended to his wounds. However, in that moment, Gwyna's mind was elsewhere, and she fixed her gaze upon her father, declaring, "Father, I want to set sail." At her declaration, the previously indifferent individuals in the room suddenly turned their attention towards her. "Why?" Gung Siro asked, his demeanor calm as he regarded Gung. "I wish to seek the legendary devil fruit, or find someone who can transform women into men. That way, you will no longer resent me for being a girl, and I can become the world's greatest swordsman," Gwyna stated, her eyes brimming with determination as she looked at her father. Her mention of seeking someone who could change women into men. Both Dragon and Kuma, who had been observing her, turned their gazes towards the oddly large individual. Yet Gung Siro remained focused on Gwyna, asking earnestly, "Are you serious?" "Yes." "Very well. You may return for now, that I will make arrangements," he replied, turning away. After bowing to her father, Gwyna exited the room and headed back to her quarters. Once she departed, Dragon approached Gung Siro and patted him on the shoulder. "Alas, it seems I have been too harsh on her." Gung Siro sighed, glancing at Dragon. "Children often have their own ideas. It is not unusual," Dragon remarked. "It seems I must rely on you all for her well-being," Gung Siro continued. "You have already aided us greatly. It is only right that we assist you in return." However, Dragon hesitated. "What is it?" Gung Siro inquired, noticing Dragon's uncertainty. "After all, we are the Revolutionary Army. If word gets out about your connection to us, the Navy will not spare you. I have a plan to mitigate that, but I am uncertain if you will agree." "What plan?" To put it simply, after hearing Dragon's proposal, Gung Siro sighed. Resigned, it seems there is no other choice. The following day arrived swiftly. Locke, as usual, began his morning training alongside Zoro and Carmen. However, it was peculiar that Gunnar, who would typically be present by this hour, was nowhere to be found. After inquiring with Carmen, who lived with her, and receiving no satisfactory answers, unease began to settle in Locke's heart. He worried that the young girl might act rashly after hearing his words, leading to dire consequences. With that thought in mind, Locke commenced a search around the dojo, but despite his efforts, Gunnar remained elusive. Even after dinner, as Carmen clamored to watch Naruto, Locke still could not find her. It seemed he would have to venture into the village the following day in hopes of discovering her whereabouts. Yet when the third day dawned, Gunnar reappeared at the training grounds, her demeanor suggesting that nothing had transpired. Upon spotting her, Zoro initiated his 2000th challenge. Night fell once more. Zoro faced his 2001st challenge. Locke, who had been observing from the sidelines, noted that the scene unfolded just as he had witnessed in the anime. That evening, Locke forewent sleep entirely and concealed himself outside Gunnar's chamber, determined to prevent any mishaps should she need assistance the following morning. As the moon hung high in the sky and stars twinkled above, Locke heard footsteps approaching, and he turned to see several dark figures advancing towards him. And as they drew nearer, he recognized Dragon and Gongshiro among them. Moments after they arrived, the door swung open, and Gunnar emerged with her belongings. Upon seeing his daughter, Gongshiro asked once more, "Are you truly resolved?" Gunnar, standing at the threshold, remained silent but gazed at him with unwavering determination. "Very well, let us depart," he declared, leading Gunnar and Dragon outside the dojo. As they passed the spot where Locke was hiding, they paused momentarily. "Come out. You might as well join us," Gongshiro called towards Locke's concealed position. Realizing he had been discovered, Locke sheepishly emerged, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Oh, what a handsome young man," the unusually large individual remarked upon Locke's arrival. However, Locke did not respond, instead moving to stand beside Gongshiro. Locke began to explain his presence, but Gongshiro interrupted. "No need for explanations. Just come with us." Reluctantly, Locke swallowed his words, obediently following behind Gongshiro and the others. Dragon merely cast a deep glance at Locke before continuing on silently. With his head bowed, Locke trod quietly behind them, gradually shifting his position until he stood beside Gunnar, who had been watching him since his emergence. "Where are we headed?" Locke whispered to Gunnar. Chapter 10. The funeral. Gunnar did not answer Locke's question. Instead, she curiously inquired, "Why are you here? Is it not because of you?" "Me?" Gunnar's previously icy demeanor flushed with warmth upon hearing Locke's words. "Of course. If you had not vanished yesterday, and if your gaze today were not so peculiar, would I not be compelled to investigate?" "Oh, and what else?" "What else?" "Naturally, I am concerned for you." "Concerned, you say?" Gunnar's cheeks deepened in color, and fortunately, it was nighttime with the lantern's light dim. Thus, Locke remained oblivious to her embarrassment as they walked side by side. "Furthermore, you have yet to disclose your intentions. What are you planning?" Locke pressed, noticing Gunnar's sudden silence. "I am setting sail to seek the devil fruit that can alter one's physical form." As Gunnar gradually recovered from her blushing state, she softly explained to Locke, upon hearing that Gunnar was about to set sail, accompanying the revolutionary army. Locke was taken aback, completely oblivious to the subtle change in Gunnar's tone, which had shifted from its usual coldness to a hint of tenderness. "Isn't this a bit premature?" Locke hesitated. My body has already begun to develop. If I don't address this issue soon, it will consume a great deal of my time," Gunnar retorted, casting a furtive glance at her own developing figure. Thus, the two conversed as they walked, soon arriving at the dock where the ship awaited them. As they drew closer, the familiar plump figure of John appeared on deck, waving at them. Upon reaching the ship's side, everyone came to a halt. "All right, this is where we part ways. I will take good care of your daughter, so rest assured." Long assured Gongshiro. He then turned to Locke, saying, "Kid, I await the day you change the world." "Ha ha!" With that, he laughed heartily and led the two aboard the ship. Left behind, Gunnar was now streaked with tears, gazing at her father. "Father, do not worry. I shall become the mightiest swordsman upon the seas." She vowed. Bowing deeply to Gongshiro, he said nothing, merely gesturing calmly. "Rock, I will be waiting for you on the seas." Without waiting for Rock's response, she dashed up the gangplank. Hearing her declaration, Rock mistakenly thought she was waiting for him to challenge her. He called out to her retreating figure, "I will come find you." Once everyone had boarded, the sound of the anchor being raised echoed from the ship. Rock watched as the vessel gradually drifted away from the dock, affirming to himself that they would meet again, and by that time, he would no longer be at a disadvantage. "Shall we return?" Gung Shiro, who had been silently standing beside Rock, suddenly spoke. Rock nodded, casting one last glance at the ship, now barely visible, before following Gung Shiro's footsteps back to the dojo on their way. The master and disciple exchanged little conversation, but upon reaching the dojo's entrance, Gung Shiro remarked, "Let tonight's events remain unspoken. If the students find out." After receiving Rock's affirmative response, Gung Shiro nodded and proceeded to his bedroom. Rock, standing behind, sensed an inexplicable melancholy emanating from Gung Shiro's retreating figure. Yet he dismissed these thoughts, shaking his head as he headed to his own room. Upon entering, he discovered Zoro, soundly asleep on his bed, drool soaking the pillow. What bliss it is to be carefree. When Rock next opened his eyes, a new day had dawned as per usual. He rose and completed his morning routine, only to be interrupted by a sudden commotion outside. The door burst open, revealing a sniffling junior disciple, tears streaming down his face. Brother Rock, Sister Gana, fell down the stairs and died. "Wah!" he cried, becoming increasingly distraught. "That's impossible. I just saw Gana last night. How could she have died?" Rock thought incredulously. However, after a moment's reflection, he deduced that the Revolutionary Army had taken Gana away under the guise of her death, thereby sparing the island much trouble. Relieved, he realized he needed to feign sorrow, lest his true knowledge be discovered. When Rock and his junior disciple arrived at the training hall, it was already filled with mourners, each wearing a sorrowful expression. In the center lay a coffin surrounded by petals, and there stood Zoro, clutching a white sword, weeping inconsolably, while Carmen wiped her tears nearby. Upon seeing Rock, Carmen rushed into his arms, sobbing. "Why did this happen? Why?" she questioned, tears streaming down her face. "This was her own choice," Rock murmured softly. "What?" Gazing at her tear-streaked face, Rock nearly revealed the truth, but ultimately refrained. "It's nothing," he said helplessly. Observing Gung Shiro's sorrowful demeanor, Rock felt certain it was genuine, mourning his daughter's departure. After all, who knew when they would meet again? Goena's funeral lasted but a day, and as the earth covered the empty coffin, Rock experienced an inexplicable sense of disorientation. It felt as though the funeral was meant for his past life, and in that moment he envisioned a young man in his 20s being buried there, symbolizing the burial of his own past. Today marked the death of his former self. Henceforth, there would only be one Rock in this world. Strangely, as the earth was laid to rest, the once clear sky began to weep. As if heralding a new beginning, the day dawned anew. Rock rose as usual and proceeded to practice. It was as if nothing had transpired the day before. He diligently honed his swordsmanship, preparing to change the world, while Zoro trained vigorously to become the world's greatest swordsman. For Carmen. Since returning from the funeral, she had locked herself in the dojo's kitchen, refusing to see anyone. Rock sensed that, following yesterday's events, everyone had matured overnight. As he swung his sword, he lost track of time, feeling his skills improve with each stroke. "Goena, wait for me. I will come find you." Chapter 11. The Pirate Attack on the Azure Sea. The waves danced gently as a ship adorned with a skull flag sailed across the waters. "How long until we reach the next island?" Whitebeard, a man with a captain's hat and a scarred face, inquired of his companion. The man addressed as Whitebeard was indeed worthy of his moniker, his face concealed beneath a thick beard that shrouded his mouth and nose. "Captain, we'll arrive soon. At our current speed, we should reach it by this afternoon," he replied, glancing at the nautical chart in his hand. "Ha ha ha. I want the people of that island to experience the terror of the Harlebone pirate crew." The captain boomed with laughter. The other busy pirates, upon hearing their captain's words, raised their weapons in a raucous cheer. Meanwhile, in Frost Moon Village, half a year had passed since Goena's funeral, and Rock and his companions had continued to grow, with their swordsmanship now significantly enhanced. Each morning began with training, followed by breakfast, and Zoro would invariably challenge Rock afterward. However, today, before Zoro could issue his challenge, Rock strode out of the house. "Where are you going?" "You aren't planning to sneak away, are you?" Zoro shouted after him. Having finished his meal and noticing Rock's departure, Rock turned back, rolling his eyes at Zoro before continuing on his way. "How infuriating," Zoro grumbled, chasing after him. Upon exiting, Rock made his way to the kitchen. Having promised Carmen he would accompany her to the village to purchase ingredients for her culinary practice. Therefore, he paid Zoro as provocations no mind. After all, the brat had never posed a challenge to him. Since integrating the powers of the illusion fruit into his sword techniques last month, Rock had been able to easily overpower him, and as they walked toward the village, Rock felt a sense of joy at Carmen's increasingly beautiful presence. Although it would have been even better without that green-haired brat trailing alongside. "Hey you, are you really refusing a man's challenge just to accompany that girl to buy ingredients?" Zoro complained. "What do you think? Shouldn't I be with a lovely girl instead of babysitting you?" Rock replied, exasperated. "Men shouldn't shy away from challenges. Just shut up and follow me." Rock interrupted Zoro, exasperated. "Humph." Zoro huffed, sulking in his silence. Watching the two bicker, Carmen couldn't help but smile. Once Zoro fell silent, she clung to Rock's arm, playfully saying, "Rock, I want to hear a song, Godot." As he spoke, a swirl of violet light materialized upon Rock's shoulder, revealing several fashionable little figures within. Ding ding, dong dong. A melody began to play. One of the tiny beings seized a miniature microphone and started to sing. "Love is like blue skies and white clouds, stretching endlessly, suddenly a storm with no place to hide." Always catching one off guard. Observing Carmen, who was lost in the music beside him, Locke sighed softly. Ever since the funeral of Guana, when Carmen locked herself away in the kitchen for days, heartbroken, he had attempted to console her by playing a few songs. Since then, she had come to view him as her personal jukebox. As long as she saw him unoccupied, she would insist on having him play a few tunes. However, each time he witnessed her joyous expression upon hearing the melodies, Locke felt that his efforts were worthwhile. The trio ambled along, listening to the harmonious strains, gradually making their way toward the village at the mountain's base. Soon, they arrived at the village, and, as they entered, Locke specifically reminded Zoro to stay close, lest they lose him again. During this time, Locke had come to deeply appreciate Zoro's remarkable talent for getting lost. Whenever Locke let his guard down, Zoro would vanish without a trace. Upon hearing Locke's admonition, Zoro merely huffed in a haughty manner and gave a barely perceptible nod. The village itself was not particularly large, yet was bustling with merchants. Upon entering, Carmen began to exercise her innate talent for shopping, exploring here and touching there. Fortunately, she did not forget their primary objective. After they had enjoyed lunch, they acquired all the necessary items. Just as the group prepared to head back, a cannon shot echoed from the direction of the dock. They quickly turned their gaze toward the sound, only to see a cloud of smoke billowing forth, accompanied by cries. "The pirates are here! Run! Don't kill me!" Ah! Hearing these distressing cries, Locke instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden sword in his hand. Since this outing was merely to the village, he had not anticipated such an occurrence, and had left his real sword behind. "Zoro, give me your sword," Locke commanded the only one among them who carried a blade. "No, I want to go to be quiet. Your task is to protect Carmen and return to the dojo to inform the master about what's happening here." Without waiting for Zoro to respond, Locke snatched the sword, his ever-present companion, from Zoro's grasp and dashed toward the direction of the dock. "You bastard, come back!" Zoro shouted, furious at having his sword taken, and he was about to chase after Locke to reclaim it. However, at that moment, Carmen snapped to her senses, seized Zoro by the collar, and dashed up the mountain toward the dojo, abandoning their supplies. "Let go of me!" "Quiet! What good will it do for you to go? We need to hurry back up the mountain and tell the master what's happening." Ignoring whether Zoro registered her words, she pulled him along as they ran. Meanwhile, Locke raced toward the dock, his heart racing at the sight of the panicked villagers fleeing toward the dojo. Before long, he reached the dock and witnessed the pirates already disembarking, attacking those who couldn't escape and seizing everything of value in sight. Faced with this dire situation, Locke wasted no time. He drew his sword and charged toward the pirates. As he ran, He activated his fruit ability to flash. Harry Ben watched as Locke jumped away, thinking he was about to flee, and laughed arrogantly. However, Locke did not escape as he had anticipated. Instead, he stood there, gazing at Harry Ben with disdain, and said, "Indeed, it is time to end this," with a mighty roar. Locke summoned a blade that glimmered with a violet light from a distance. Suddenly, the blade elongated and shot directly towards Harry Ben's back. "Huh, I told you before, I have seen through your attacks." Despite saying this, Harry Ben, recalling the serious demeanor of that young man moments earlier, instinctively raised his sword to block the path of the ever-lengthening blade. When the extended blade made contact with his own, he felt no force behind it. "Ha ha ha!" Little before he could finish his taunt, a blade pierced through his back, directly in his heart. "I warned you. It is time to end this." The Locke in front of him slowly began to dissipate, revealing the real Locke behind Harry Ben. How is this possible? I am an 8 million berries pirate." Before he could finish, Harry Ben slowly collapsed. As he fell, Locke too sank down, his body now riddled with wounds, particularly a striking 20-centimeter gash on his chest from which blood gushed forth. This wound was self-inflicted, a ruse to deceive Harry Ben, allowing him to feign vulnerability and then utilize his fruit's ability to achieve optical invisibility, creating an opportunity for the final strike. Due to the commotion from their battle, nearby pirates began to converge on the scene. Locke could only rely on his sword to prop himself up as he faced the approaching pirates. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long before Gung Shiro arrived with his disciples ready to fight. Upon seeing his master approach, Locke could no longer maintain his strength and collapsed. However, he did not hit the ground, as Gung Shiro caught him. Looking at that calm, unwavering face, Locke blissfully lost consciousness. Chapter 13. Awakening. When Locke awoke once more, the first thing that greeted his eyes was the familiar ceiling. Upon recognizing it, he realized he had returned to the dojo. He attempted to sit up, only to find his hand restrained. Looking down, he discovered it was Carmen. The little girl had been sitting by his bedside for an unknown duration and had now fallen asleep, her lips curving into a slight smile, her lovely lashes fluttering gently. It seemed she must have been dreaming of something delightful. Observing the beauty of this girl, even in slumber, Locke marveled at her allure. A true testament to being the most beautiful chef in East Blue, captivating even in sleep. Locke intended to quietly watch this enchanting maiden, but unexpectedly, his stomach growled audibly, startling Carmen from her dreams. "Woke up!" Carmen, groggily roused, turned to see Locke staring intently at her, causing her face to flush. However, as if recalling something, her previously tender expression transformed into a playful frown. She clenched her small fists and playfully struck Locke's chest, complaining, "See, you show off and make me so nervous." The gentle blows from Carmen inadvertently brushed against Locke's wound, prompting him to grasp her tiny hand firmly. "Ouch. Humph. You feel pain now? Let's see if you dare to show off again." As Locke held Carmen's hand, her feigned ferocity dissipated, replaced by an expression of reluctance to cry out. Although she continued to grumble, "I'm hungry," Locke declared, noticing that Carmen's irritation had subsided. "Humph. Just wait while I go prepare your meal." Carmen huffed in a proud manner before heading out to cook. As she exited the room, Locke finally had the opportunity to inspect his own condition. His upper body was tightly wrapped in bandages, with a faint herbal scent lingering, indicating that the dojo's healer had tended to him well. Slowly, Locke sat up in bed, gazing out at the bright moon, wondering how long he had been in slumber. He resolved to inquire about it when Carmen returned. Before long, Carmen reappeared at the door, accompanied by the green-haired boy. "Locke, you're awake?" Zoro exclaimed as he entered. "What are you doing here, brat?" Locke grumbled, displeased at the interruption of his moment with Carmen. "I came to see if you were dead. If you were, I'd have no rival. Now that you've seen, you can leave." "Humph. I want to leave. Let us see what you can do about it." Zoro defiantly sat down on a nearby stool. "All right, enough of this. Open your mouth," Carmen interjected, having prepared food, and approached Locke with a spoon, offering it to him. Locke obediently accepted her care, seeing Locke's docile demeanor before Carmen. Zoro made faces at him, eliciting a strong urge in Locke to throw a shoe at him. Time passed swiftly in this cozy atmosphere, and Locke's injuries healed remarkably within just 10 days. The wounds on his body had mostly vanished, with only the knife wound on his chest remaining, which was now nearly healed. Once he had sufficiently recovered, Locke resumed his regular training. It was during this time that he had the chance to reflect on the gains from that recent battle. As for why he hadn't reflected during his recovery, the answer was simple. A beautiful girl was attentively caring for him. Such a delightful experience was to be savored, not pondered over. And as for the ever-present Zoro, he was easily ignored. In the training hall, Locke carried out his rehabilitation exercises while mentally replaying the events of the battle. During his confrontation with Harry Ben, he had relied heavily on his fruit abilities, and the victory had an element of cunning. Had he depended solely on his swordsmanship, Locke believed he would not have been a match for Harry Ben, as he had realized during their duel that his strength was significantly inferior and he was utterly outmatched in combat experience. Had he not resorted to trickery at the cost of his own injury, he might have perished that day. Though his fruit abilities were indeed remarkable, they inherently caused no harm to others. In the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, if one possessed Haki, his fruit would be rendered ineffective. However, if his illusions could inflict damage, that would be truly formidable. The mere thought excited him. Nevertheless, pondering such matters now was futile. For the time being, he could only focus on continuously honing his strength and stamina. Locke had resolved to prioritize his swordsmanship training while using his fruit abilities as a means of surprise that if, in the future, his abilities could indeed harm others, he would then consider other strategies. With his direction firmly established, Locke devoted himself to training with peace of mind. Each day, he enjoyed the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Carmen and faced Zoro's daily challenges, allowing his swordsmanship to flourish rapidly. 3 years had passed since the pirate attack, and on another sunny morning, Locke had diligently trained his swordsmanship to the level of being able to cut through steel. Meanwhile, he discovered that he had unknowingly approached the threshold of awakening his fruit abilities, as his illusions could now inflict some damage, much to his surprise. However, the most significant change over these 3 years had been in Zoro. It seemed he had consumed some growth hormones, as he had shot up in height, now standing just a head shorter than the already 2-meter-tall Locke, leaving Locke momentarily astonished. After finishing breakfast, Locke dealt with Zoro's daily challenges before departing from the training ground, making his way directly to his master Gung Sailang's room. This visit was intended as a farewell, for Locke had reached the age of 16, and both his swordsmanship and the development of his fruit abilities had encountered a certain plateau. Although he had the guidance of his master in Frostmoon Village, the village itself was rather small, and he needed to grow through life-and-death battles. Chapter 14. Farewell. Locke approached the door and knocked. Come in. Upon opening the door, he found Gung Sailang seated on the tatama mat, leisurely steeping tea, as usual. Sit. Gung Sailang gestured towards the spot opposite him for Locke to take a seat. Speak. What brings you here? After Locke settled down, Gung Sailang inquired once more. Master, I come to bid you farewell. Is that so? From the moment you arrived on this island, I knew this day would eventually come, Gung Sailang remarked with a hint of nostalgia upon hearing Locke's words. Master, listening to Gung Sailang's sentiment, Locke was momentarily at a loss for words. Enough, I understand. Frostmoon Village is indeed too small that if you wish to advance your swordsmanship more swiftly, venturing out to sea is the sole method. Fortunately, Gung Sailang interrupted Locke's thoughts. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow. Have you spoken to Zoro? Gung Sailang asked again. I wanted to inform you first before I go to him. Although there are many students in this dojo, you are the only 2 I have taken as disciples. Besides, you and he have always had a good relationship. He will be quite saddened by your departure. I will explain everything to him properly. Go on. Life is your own affair. How far you can go depends on your fate. I have one more thing to inquire. What is it? I wish to ask if you know about Haki. Upon hearing Locke's question, Gung Sailang expressed a slight surprise. How do you know about Haki? I read about it in ancient texts at home. Gung Sailang looked deeply at Locke and continued. Indeed, I am aware of the existence of Haki. Then, could you impart the methods of Haki training to me? Certainly, but judging by your current physique, you still have a way to go before reaching the threshold for Haki training. Once you learn it, remember not to rush into practicing. As Gung Sailang spoke, he stood up and walked towards the inner room. Moments later, he emerged with a small booklet in hand. after handing the booklet to Locke. He waved him off, signaling that he could leave. Clutching the booklet, Locke did not rush to examine it, but instead stood up and bowed deeply to Gung Silang. He then turned and exited the room. Watching Locke leave, Gung Silang sighed softly. The child is grown. It is time for him to venture out. I wonder how Ka is faring now. After leaving Gung Silang's room, Locke did not linger and headed straight for the kitchen. Upon arriving, he found Carmen still practicing her culinary skills. Over the past 3 years, Carmen's cooking had improved tremendously. The dishes she created not only tasted exquisite, but also looked remarkably appealing, and she had successfully recreated several of the recipes Locke had described, all with delightful results. Noticing Locke at the door, she halted her practice and approached him. Carmen, I have informed Master about my departure. Please prepare, as we will set off tomorrow, Locke said to Carmen, who had come out to greet him. All right, Carmen nodded. Then you go ahead and pack. I will talk to Zoro about our departure. Go ahead. After hearing Carmen's words, Locke left the kitchen and walked towards the training ground. Upon arriving at the training area, Locke spotted Zoro. At that moment, Zoro was squatting with a massive stone in each hand, a large rock clenched in his mouth, diligently performing his exercises. Stop for a moment. I need to speak with you, Locke said as he approached Zoro. Upon hearing Locke, Zoro lowered the stones and walked over to him. What is it? Seeing Zoro's cool demeanor, Locke could not help but think that if he weren't aware of Zoro's usual brashness, he might have mistaken it for an attempt to show off that I will be leaving tomorrow. I came to inform you of this. Leaving tomorrow? So soon? Zoro frowned slightly at Locke's announcement. Yes, I feel that my swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck, and I need to seek breakthroughs out at sea. Are you bragging? You could say that, you bastard. I will challenge you to a duel. With that, Zoro drew the sword he always carried and charged at Locke. Seeing Zoro charge at him, Locke also unsheathed the katana he had kept by his side since the pirate attack. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. This time, however, Locke refrained from using his fruit abilities or advanced sword techniques. Instead, he engaged Zoro in straightforward blade clashes. Locke understood that this duel was less about competition and more Zoro's way of venting his frustrations, which was precisely what Locke desired. After all, he was not particularly adept at comforting others. If a fight could alleviate Zoro's discontent, why not embrace it? Clang, clang, thud, thud. As they battled, a burst of purple light flickered nearby, materializing a band that began to serenade them with an energetic tune. This was a discovery Locke had made during his training, whenever a spirited song played during combat. It felt as though his strength surged. T.O. put in terms from his previous life. In my BGM, no one can defeat me. The battle raged on, the music accompanying their clash for quite some time, until both were panting heavily and finally ceased their skirmish. They caught their breath. The music transitioned from an exhilarating tempo to a soothing melody. Wait for me. I will surely defeat you. Zoro, still breathless, declared to Locke from a distance, I'll be waiting. Once both had recovered from the bout, they made their way to the mountaintop where they had often watched Naruto together, without any formalities. They simply sat on the ground, gazing out at the boundless ocean beyond the island, lost in thought. One day, I too shall set sail. After a moment of silence, Zoro spoke again. I know. We shall meet again upon the sea. When we do meet, I will definitely defeat you. All right, I will be waiting for you to best me. Locke replied with a broad smile directed at Zoro. Zoro met Locke's gaze with unwavering determination. After a brief moment, both burst into laughter. Ha! 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 The once peaceful forest was startled by their exuberant laughter, sending countless birds soaring into the sky. During this time, Locke and Zoro ventured into the village to purchase some wine, then returned to their spot, drinking and reminiscing about past adventures while dreaming of their future encounters at It was only when the moon hung high in the sky that they finally stumbled back to the dojo. Tipsy and content. Chapter 15. The stranded the next day, before dawn broke, the sky still twinkling with stars, two figures appeared outside the dojo. These were Locke and Carmen, ready to leave, disliking the sorrow of farewells. Locke had chosen to set out with Carmen before the sun had risen. Having bid farewell to everyone the previous day, Locke turned to Carmen, glancing back at the place he had called home for nearly 4 years. Let us go, he said. Carmen nodded and followed Locke as they made their way to the dock. To the dock. The ship awaiting them was the same merchant vessel that had brought them before. Upon boarding, John immediately gave Locke a bear hug and patted his shoulder. "You've grown stronger, kid. It's been years since we last met." Locke smiled politely and said, "Uncle John, you still look as vibrant as ever." "Ha ha ha. Oh dear, Uncle is getting old." "Not at all. You look so youthful, standing beside me. One might mistake you for my brother." "Huh. You certainly have a way with words. What I speak is merely the truth." All right, enough of that. Uncle must attend to the arrangements for our departure. You two will stay in the same room you did before. I shan't escort you there." After John finished speaking, he turned to the sailors nearby to issue instructions. Once John departed, Locke entrusted his luggage to Carmen, asking her to help stow it in their room, while he made his way to the deck, kneeling in the direction of Frost Moon Village. He bowed 3 times. Yes, he did. A purple glow enveloped his shoulder, and a melody reminiscent of Wukong began to play softly. Ding, ding, dong, 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 ding, ding. Thus, amidst the enchanting tune, the merchant ship gradually sailed away from Frost Moon Village, until the island was no longer visible, prompting Locke to rise from the deck. He was uncertain of the ship's ultimate destination, only aware that they would pass by Crisby Island, where he and Carmen would disembark. Locke had planned this journey meticulously. First, he and Carmen would return to Crisby Island, then procure a vessel, and finally set sail, seeking companions to venture into the new world in the East Sea. Even if they couldn't gather a full crew, they at least needed to find a navigator. Otherwise, the chances of survival for 2 landlubbers like Locke and Carmen in the Grand Line would be virtually non-existent. As the moon waxed and waned over the boundless sea, time flew swiftly. It had been 30 days since leaving Frost Moon Village, and Locke tirelessly trained aboard the ship, occasionally sharing songs with Carmen. Uncle John mentioned we should be arriving in a few days, Locke remarked as he and Carmen leaned against the railing on the deck. "Oh, soon. Last time it took us 45 days to reach Frost Moon Village." Uncle John said this route differs from the previous one. Really? That's fantastic. When we return, I must astonish that old stickler with my cooking. You want to know what hit him? Haha. Let's do just that. Hearing Carmen's words, Locke burst into laughter. Reflecting on it, Locke felt a fondness for the old butler, for he was the first person he encountered upon arriving in this world. Had it not been for him, Locke would have been utterly lost in this unfamiliar realm without any guiding hand, likely perishing within mere episodes. Thus, the two basked in the sun on the deck, reminiscing about amusing tales from Crisby Island. Suddenly, a sailor atop the lookout shouted, "To the left front, an unidentified black object is approaching us at great speed." The abrupt announcement interrupted Locke and Carmen's idle chatter. Locke swiftly turned to the direction indicated by the sailor. And indeed, he spotted a black object advancing toward them across the sea. However, the distance was too great to discern its nature. As time passed, the shadow drew nearer, and Locke finally discerned what it was. It turned out to be a makeshift bamboo raft, upon which sat a person, rowing vigorously with all their might. Upon realizing it was a human, the sailors aboard the ship relaxed their vigilance, and John ordered them to lower a rescue boat to bring the individual aboard. In this world, much of the surface was covered by oceans, with only scattered islands afloat. The largest landmass was known as the Red Earth, inhabited by the so-called nobles, the celestial dragons, a group of inept individuals. Thus, it was customary for seafarers to rescue those in distress upon the waves, not out of altruism, but because one could never guarantee their own safety at sea. One might find themselves in peril and desperately needing assistance. Before long, the person from the bamboo raft was brought aboard. They appeared emaciated, dressed in tattered rags, and upon rescue, could scarcely utter a word. Reflecting on how the individual had pursued the ship with sheer survival instinct, using their last vestiges of strength to paddle, it was evident that their plight was dire. Once aboard, the individual immediately fainted. The sailors provided them with a bit of water mixed with salt, and once their breathing stabilized, it was confirmed that their life had been preserved. It remained uncertain whether this person possessed remarkable vitality or extraordinary resilience. But shortly after boarding, they surprisingly regained consciousness. Seeing the individual awake, the ship's doctor hurried to examine them. After the examination, the doctor was astonished to find that the person had no significant health issues. merely suffering from extreme hunger. As the individual devoured the food provided by the sailors, John appeared before them and inquired about their origins, while Locke, adhering to the virtues of his past life, observed intently. Once the individual had sufficiently recovered, they began to recount their story. Chapter 16. Clouds over the South. Upon hearing their account, Locke learned that this person's name was Yunji. He was momentarily taken aback by the poetic nature of the name, reminiscent of his own world, as if he had traversed back in time. However, his astonishment was compounded when Yunji Nan revealed he hailed from a nation known as the Xia, situated on a vast continent that existed beyond this world. He had incurred the wrath of the nobility in that land, leading to his capture. Fortunately, due to a superhuman ability he possessed since childhood that enhanced his speed, he managed to escape their relentless pursuit. However, he was taken aback to discover that the noble had issued a nationwide manhunt, leaving him with no sanctuary in his homeland. Thus, he ventured through what the Xia referred to as the Wasteland, where he encountered a spatial rift and arrived in this ocean he had previously only glimpsed in ancient texts. The sailors, upon hearing his tale, regarded him with skepticism, believing his ordeal at sea had rendered him delusional, and they shook their heads and departed. However, Locke remained, intrigued by the parallels between Yunji Nan's descriptions and the ancient world he once knew. After the sailors had left, Locke approached Yunji Nan, who appeared disheartened by their disbelief. "They may not believe you, but I do. Please, tell me more about your country." Hearing Locke's words, Yunji Nan looked at him quizzically and asked, "Why do you believe me?" Locke smiled and remained silent, merely gesturing to a worn patch on Yunji Nan's tattered clothing where the character for Cloud was embroidered. "What of this character?" Yunji Nan inquired, puzzled. "It seems you haven't been here long." Locke replied wistfully. Yunji Nan fell silent, having just explained his recent arrival in this ocean, yet he did not voice his thoughts but fixed his gaze on Locke, curious about what he would say next. Locke, however, was in no rush to speak, turning to Carmen instead, saying, "Carmen, please step outside. I have some private matters to discuss with this gentleman." "Humph." Carmen, hearing Locke's words, let out a frosty huff, yet obediently exited. Watching her leave, Locke smiled wryly, realizing he had upset her again. He pondered how many songs it would take to placate her. Soon regaining his composure, Locke addressed Yunji Nan once more. "Your arrival here indicates that you are unfamiliar with the written language of this world. Is that solely the reason? Of course, there are other factors, but they are less significant. Please, tell me more about your homeland. I am exceedingly curious." "Do you truly believe me?" "Absolutely," Locke affirmed confidently. "Very well, then I shall share with you." Through Yunji Nan's detailed account, Locke learned that his homeland did indeed exist within this world. A millennium ago, the king of that nation had acquired the power to manipulate space, claiming to inherit the legacy of the god of time and space. Due to the incessant warfare that plagued the seas at that time, the king, wielding his extraordinary powers, created a realm independent from this world, transporting his nation and the entire continent into this secluded space, leaving behind but one entrance that remained connected to the outside world. However, after the king's demise, although this space persisted, the entrance underwent a transformation due to the king's fruit, leading to the emergence of chaotic spatial currents that swallowed anyone who dared to approach, rendering them lost to the world forever. In those days, the nation dispatched its mightiest military force, the Fury Army, to investigate, yet those soldiers too vanished upon that land, never to return, leaving the question of their fate, whether they had escaped or perished within the tumultuous currents, forever unanswered. Since then, that place became a forbidden zone, untouched by human foot. Yunji Nan would only venture there in dire circumstances, gambling on fate. Yunji Nan claimed to be from the great Xia kingdom, 17 years of age. A household servant of a Yun family branch, from a young age, he apprenticed under his father, also a servant, learning the craft of woodworking. After consuming a fruit adorned with intricate patterns, he found himself endowed with extraordinary speed in all his endeavors. By a stroke of fortune, he caught the attention of the family head, which led to a rapid rise in his fortunes. The tale took a tragic turn when Yunji Nan journeyed to the capital, where he met a maiden, and they fell deeply in love at first sight. However, her family opposed their union, insisting she honor a pre-existing engagement to another man. Defiant, Yun Jinan could not acquiesce, and on the day of her wedding, he stormed into the ceremony only to discover that the maiden had taken her own life. In a fit of rage, he charged into the throng, seeking vengeance upon the man who was to marry her, but ultimately had to flee, outnumbered and hunted by the realm. The maiden was named Shitsai, and as he recounted his woeful tale, he produced a jade pendant inscribed with the character for Kai from the tattered remnants of his clothing. Locke, observing the sorrow etched upon the young man's face as he shared this heart-wrenching story, found himself at a loss for words and could only mutter, "My condolences." He placed a reassuring hand upon Yun Jinan's shoulder, attempting to shift the conversation. "What do you intend to do moving forward? Since I have not perished within the Forbidden Realm and have returned to our original homeland, I wish to take Shitsai on a journey to explore." Yun Jinan replied, his expression softening as he caressed the jade pendant. "Then why not join us?" Locke suggested eagerly that I too plan to set sail to see this world. Upon hearing Yun Jinan's words, Locke's eyes brightened. He had deduced from their conversation that Yun Jinan had likely consumed a devil fruit during his youth, probably one of the paramecia type that granted him enhanced speed. Furthermore, this young man was skilled in woodworking. Although he may not know how to repair ships, he could certainly learn, given his foundation in carpentry. "Join you?" Yun Jinan exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "Yes, you have just arrived in this world and are not yet familiar with its intricacies. Allow me to enlighten you." Chapter 17. Home. In the days that followed, whenever Locke had a moment to spare, he would rush to his cabin to discuss the state of the world with Yun Jinan. Before long, they approached Crisby Island, and Locke and Carmen prepared to disembark. During their conversations, Yun Jinan gradually gleaned the nature of this world and agreed to accompany Locke as a shipwright to witness its wonders. Through their exchanges, Locke not only welcomed Yun Jinan aboard his vessel, but also uncovered a peculiar phenomenon. Despite the differences in written language, the inhabitants communicated in Mandarin. While conversing with Yun Jinan, Locke learned that the Great Xia Kingdom not only utilized Mandarin for spoken communication, but also employed the same characters that Locke had known in his past life. According to Yun Jinan, these characters had remained unchanged for millennia. This revelation sparked a bold hypothesis in Locke's mind, that perhaps the written language of this world was a continuation of that from his previous life. With the current script having evolved during a century of historical obscurity, while the so-called ancient characters were, in fact, Chinese out of course, these were mere conjectures, and only time would reveal the truth as Locke delved into the annals of history. At this moment, Locke, Carmen, and Yun Jinan had disembarked and were rowing a small boat toward Crisby Island. Locke was in the midst of explaining Yun Jinan's background to Carmen when he noticed Yun Jinan sitting quietly at the back, leisurely paddling the boat. Upon concluding his tale, he observed Carmen with tears streaming down her face. Gazing upon Yun Jinan with sympathy, Shitsai was so unfortunate. "Why couldn't you have gone sooner?" Caught off guard by Carmen's sudden inquiry, Yun Jinan was momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he set aside retrieved the jade pendant, and softly lamented, "Indeed, why couldn't I have been quicker back then?" Tears streamed down his cheeks. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Locke interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. "Row the boat. Do you wish to drift aimlessly?" Yet, Carmen and Yun Jinan were lost in their sorrow, paying Locke no mind. Reluctantly, Locke took up the oar himself, contemplating whether he should have refrained from sharing such painful memories, leaving him to row alone, especially as he was to be their captain. Fortunately, at that moment, the outline of Crisby Island came into view. After a short while of rowing, Locke reached the small dock, where the elderly steward awaited their arrival. "Grandpa Ross," Locke exclaimed, embracing the old man upon disembarking. "Young master, you have returned. That is all that matters." The steward replied with warmth, his heart swelling at Locke's presence. "What is this? Grandpa Ross only has eyes for you, young Master Locke, and not for me. A beautiful young lady," Carmen, emerging from her sorrow, complained from the side. I see her. How could I miss such a lovely young lady?" The steward chuckled, perhaps buoyed by Locke's return, allowing himself to engage in jest. "That's more like it," Carmen replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Observing Carmen's playful demeanor, Locke reflected on how she had changed. Once a shy girl, now transformed by her experiences with Zoro, displaying a confidence that was hard to ignore. And who might this young man be? The steward inquired, noting Yun Jinan's quiet presence behind Locke and Carmen. Recognizing the need to include him in their conversation, he directed his attention toward him. "Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce you. This is my friend, Yun Jinan, hailing from a mysterious land," Locke announced, turning to present Yun Jinan to the steward. "He is the caretaker who raised me since childhood, and I have always regarded him as a grandfather. You may address him as Grandpa Ross." "Grandpa Ross." Yun Jinan bowed respectfully to the steward. "You flatter me, young man," the steward humbly replied. "Enough of the pleasantries. Let us return home." Once they had all exchanged greetings, Locke spoke once more. Thus, Carmen skipped ahead merrily, while Locke and the old butler trailed slightly behind. As they walked, Locke recounted the events of the past few years to the old steward. Yun Jinan brought up the rear, casting glances at the surroundings, and after surveying the area, he would gently caress the jade pendant in his hand, murmuring softly to himself, "Tea this moment." Yun Jinan was no longer the frail figure Locke had first encountered. Though still slender, he had fared decently on the ship over the past few days, managing to regain some weight, with a hint of flesh now adorning his frame, clad in a windbreaker borrowed from Locke. His physique was no longer as apparent. Upon his recovery, Locke was taken aback to discover how remarkably handsome Yun Jinan had become, just a notch less striking than himself, coupled with his melancholic gaze. Born from a tragic love, he outshone Locke significantly as they passed through a small town. The local maidens were enraptured by his charm and demeanor, even overlooking the more handsome Locke. Truth be told, Locke felt a twinge of regret for having brought Yun Jinan along, as it seemed inconceivable for someone with greater allure to share the same vessel. However, he ultimately realized that retracting his words would be unwise, leaving him with no choice but to accept the situation. Before long, the group returned to the villa nestled on the hillside. After each had tidied their rooms, Carmen insisted on watching a play. When it came to viewing performances, Locke found himself at a loss. Having traversed this world for nearly 9 years, he had nearly forgotten the cartoons and television dramas of his previous life. Given the extensive duration since his departure, the shows he could present to Carmen were largely reliant on his fading memories and personal interpretations, with most plot lines slipping from his grasp. Locke then devised a rather whimsical solution. Whenever he found himself at a loss for the storyline, he would orchestrate a cataclysmic event akin to Mars colliding with Earth, bringing the narrative to an abrupt halt. Although this tactic left Carmen displeased, he felt he had little choice in the matter. Chapter 18. Setting sail the day after their return, Locke summoned the old butler to procure a larger vessel from a nearby island. "Master, do you intend to depart again?" the old steward inquired anxiously upon hearing Locke's words. "Indeed, Grandpa Ross. You have seen for yourself that this world is rife with pirates. While some may possess noble intentions, the majority are ruthless brigands who kill without hesitation. If I do not continue to grow stronger, it is only a matter of time before they set their sights on me, and I would be left utterly defenseless." "Very well, Master. As long as it is your decision, I shall support you." Ross bowed respectfully to Locke before departing to make arrangements. As Locke watched the old butler leave, he murmured, "I understand your concern, but having arrived in this world, it would be meaningless not to make an impact." Before returning, Locke had resolved that if he were to change the world, he must first take to the seas and then choose an identity, be it a pirate, a Navy officer, or a bounty hunter. The prospect of becoming a bounty hunter was swiftly dismissed, for in the anime he had seen, there were scarcely any formidable figures among them. While it was possible that some powerful bounty hunters existed in this world, Locke remained oblivious to their identities. Next, he considered the Navy. Although they prided themselves on justice, Locke knew from his anime knowledge that only a handful genuinely upheld that ideal, while the majority merely acted as pawns for the world government. Additionally, the Navy, being a government entity, was rife with darkness. Becoming a Navy officer would entail relinquishing the one thing Locke most cherished, his freedom. After much deliberation, Locke concluded that his only viable path was to embrace the life of a pirate. Akin to Luffy.by choosing this route, he would stand in opposition to the Navy, making his quest to change the world considerably simpler, as he would already be aligned with the so-called evil. Furthermore, as a pirate, freedom would become his guiding principle. In this world, One's strength determined one's liberty, and the choice between good and evil would rest solely upon oneself. Once the arrangements for the ship purchase were completed, Locke began to train at home while awaiting its arrival. He had anticipated a brief wait, but to his surprise, a month passed. The actual acquisition of the ship took a mere 10 days. But the extended delay was due to Yun Jinan, who had commenced his studies on the maritime language and shipbuilding knowledge since arriving at Crisby Island. Upon learning of this, Locke chose to remain on the island a while longer. After all, Yun Jinan was to serve as the ship's carpenter if he lacked knowledge, and with no navigator aboard. Any misfortune at sea would ultimately rest upon Yun Jinan's shoulders. It was prudent for him to learn as much as possible. Fortunately, he did not keep Locke waiting for long, as he mastered the language in just 10 days and grasped the basics of ship repair in 20, leaving Locke pleasantly surprised. The rapidity of his linguistic acquisition was likely due to the fact that the script of this world had evolved from the one he was familiar with. Rendering it simpler, some characters were reduced to mere halves, making the learning process rather intuitive. Once Locke entrusted the matters of the island to the old butler, he took Carmen and Yun Jinan aboard his ship. The vessel was modest in size, measuring merely 11 or 12 meters in length, featuring a deck at the front and a cabin at the rear, adorned with a few orange trees, an arrangement inspired by Luffy's ship. After all, while traversing the seas, the greatest peril did not stem from the ocean itself, but from diseases, particularly scurvy. The orange trees were planted as a preventative measure. The figurehead at the bow resembled a bird, and Locke had initially considered transforming it into a dragon. However, he discovered that the figurehead was intricately connected to the ship's keel, forcing him to abandon that notion. He resolved to craft a new ship once he reached Water City on the Grand Line. Although the current vessel appeared satisfactory, it was essentially a small merchant ship, which might barely withstand the first half of the Grand Line, but would falter in the latter half amid tempestuous seas. Locke named the ship Phantom, painting the name in white upon its hull. When initially naming the vessel, he had consulted Carmen and Yun Jinan. Carmen suggested Chef God, as her aspiration was to become the finest chef in the world. Yun Jinan proposed Divine Dragon, as it sounded formidable. However, Locke felt both names were overly ostentatious, considering his current lack of strength. Adopting such boastful titles would only invite provocation. Ultimately, he decided to name the ship after the techniques he had developed from his fruit powers, resulting in Phantom. Upon boarding, Locke immediately set to work in the captain's quarters, while Carmen chose a room adjacent to the kitchen. Yun Jinan, deeming it essential to have a well-equipped workspace as the ship's carpenter, selected a room near the storeroom. Thus, the trio occupied 3 of the ship's modest rooms, leaving 2 available for future crew members. Once everything was in order, Locke ascended to the deck, waved farewell to the departing old butler, and instructed Yun Jinan to raise the anchor and set sail. After issuing these commands, Locke positioned himself by the helm, and after a brief adjustment, the ship began to glide slowly toward the open sea. Having lived in this world for many years, Locke had begun learning navigation once he resolved to set sail. Perhaps due to a lack of innate talent in this area, he found himself barely able to discern direction at sea after years of study. As for everything else, he felt utterly helpless as the ship gradually departed the harbor. Locke stepped away from the helm and summoned Carmen and Yun Jinan to the deck. All right, we are now at sea. Next, I shall outline our plans moving forward, Locke declared as he observed the 2 approaching him on the deck. Noticing their nods of acknowledgement, he continued, as I mentioned before, we must first establish our identities for this voyage. We shall sail the seas as pirates, a notion I've already shared with you. Now, let us decide upon a name for our pirate crew. Huffed, you think I don't know? You secretly prepared the pirate flag already. So why bother with this? Just tell us what it's called. Carmen retorted, rolling her eyes at Locke. Ahem, I merely wish to clarify. Locke gazed towards Yunzanin as he spoke. You decide, after all. You are the captain. Yunzanin remarked, noticing Locke's gaze upon him. Chapter 19. Graveyard Island. Very well. Since none of you have objections, our pirate crew is officially established from today onwards, and we shall be known as the Phantom Pirate Crew. Locke declared, simultaneously retrieving a flag from the side and unfurling it. The flag displayed a crimson skull, with crossed guns and knives beneath it. Behind these, a more ethereal skull pattern, akin to the one in front, was subtly concealed. Tisich, observing Locke's exuberance as he revealed the flag, Cayman felt momentarily speechless. Ignoring Cayman's small sulk, Locke proudly showcased the flag to the other two before cheerfully hoisting it up the mast. After completing this task, Locke stepped before them and announced in a booming voice, "I hereby declare the official establishment of our Phantom Pirate crew." Seeing the lack of reaction from the two after his proclamation, Locke could only respond with a hint of resignation. "All right, let me outline our upcoming itinerary." "Look," Locke said, reaching into his clothing to retrieve a piece of parchment made from sheepskin. "What is it?" Cayman inquired with curiosity. Yunzanin also cast a curious glance at the item in Locke's hand. "This, I stumbled upon in my father's study long ago. After some research, I discovered it to be a treasure map," Locke explained, slowly unfurling the parchment he held. "A treasure map? I've never seen one," Cayman exclaimed, eagerly leaning closer to Locke's open parchment. "Let me see." Yunzanin also approached, pushing Locke aside to get a better look. After a few moments of examination, Locke inquired, "What do you think?" "I can't make sense of it," Cayman replied honestly, and Yunzanin nodded in agreement, admitting he too could not decipher it. "Darn it. If you can't understand it, why did you push me aside?" Locke retorted, exasperated as he nudged the two away. After tucking the treasure map away, Locke addressed his companions. "Regardless of whether you can comprehend it or not, I have studied this location, and it is only a 5-day journey from here. Our next destination is this very place. Treasure, I wonder how much gold awaits us," Cayman said, filled with anticipation at the prospect of their first voyage leading them to a treasure site. "I have no particular preference. You may arrange it as you see fit." Yunzanin simply shrugged. "All right, everyone, let's set sail at full speed towards the treasure." Seeing that both had agreed to his suggestion, Locke stood and pointed ahead, shouting enthusiastically. "Tisich," Cayman scoffed, turning to leave for the kitchen. Yunzanin said nothing as he headed towards the cabin, preparing to study the ship and correlate it with the knowledge from his books, lest he encounter difficulties later on. "Hey, what kind of attitude is this? I am, after all, the captain. Show me some respect." But it seemed as if Locke's words fell on deaf ears as the two departed without acknowledging him. In the East Sea, in an uncharted maritime region, on a nameless small island, the island was devoid of any signs of life, lacking even trees, with not a blade of grass in sight. It was solely adorned with countless gravestones. The weather surrounding this island was peculiar. Thick, dark clouds perpetually loomed overhead, and remarkably, even the occasional sea breeze failed to stir them in the slightest. I could see that moment. Two voices emanated from beneath the island's surface. "Brother, when do you think we can leave this place?" a younger voice queried. "Fourth brother, how many times must I tell you not to speak so abruptly? Don't you realize it's quite frightening?" A more mature voice admonished. "Can I speak now?" "You are already speaking." "Oh, brother, I just want to know when we can finally leave this place that I miss home, that I don't know. We can only hope that third brother can spot a passing ship on the surface today." "But brother, we have been trapped on this island for over a month. If this continues, I'll run out of food that I wish to leave too. But we have no ship." "Humph, it's all that Chang's fault. To prevent me from being with Sister Ruhua, he deceived us into coming to this island under the pretense of it housing the most beautiful flower in the world." "Enough, don't speak of it. It's my fault for dragging you and third brother into this predicament," the steady voice rebuked. "Brother, that is not what I meant." The younger voice quickly responded that I know you didn't mean it. "It is just that I feel guilty for involving you both in this mess." "Brother." The younger voice seemed on the verge of saying more when suddenly a cacophony of battle erupted from outside. Roar. Accompanying the sounds of conflict were fierce growls. "Oh no. Third brother S in trouble." The steady voice shifted to one of urgency upon hearing the roar. Locke, Cayman, and Yunzanin had been progressing towards the location indicated on the treasure map for 5 days, and they were on the verge of reaching the island. As they drew closer, the silhouette of the island became visible. However, Locke had an unsettling feeling that this treasure hunt would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated, especially with the island shrouded in dark clouds. Before long, the Phantom reached the vicinity of a small island. Upon approaching, Locke realized that there were no trees on this island. What had appeared to be shrubbery from a distance now revealed itself to be a multitude of gravestones upon closer inspection. Locke, observing the eerie scene before him, took out the treasure map once more and, after a few glances, confirmed that the island he sought was indeed the one before him, despite its ominous appearance. Locke felt compelled to explore, for this was his first adventure since setting sail. It would be unthinkable to arrive only to turn back due to the island's unsettling visage. Yunzanin, drop anchor. We shall prepare to go ashore. Locke commanded, resolute in his decision. Yunzanin nodded and began to lower the anchor slowly. You all go ahead. I shall remain aboard, Cayman said, emerging from his cabin to glance apprehensively at the island. Why? Locke asked. Perplexed. This is the pirate crew's inaugural adventure. How can you not participate? I'm a girl. Such a terrifying island. How can you expect me to step foot on it? What if there are zombies or something? Cayman retorted, raising her voice at Locke. This is a momentous occasion. It holds great significance. And what of it? There will be many more firsts to come. But there are no buts. If you say you want to go, then you simply want to, Cayman declared, her stance unwavering. Chapter 20. Trace's Locke regarded Cayman's obstinacy with exasperation, but still felt compelled to voice his thoughts. However, if there truly are zombies or such, wouldn't it be more dangerous for you to stay alone on the ship? Aye. Cayman was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Locke's reasoning. After a brief contemplation, she retreated to her room, rummaging through her belongings, and soon re-emerged before Locke. Let us go, Cayman announced, standing beside Locke. At this moment, Cayman appeared vastly transformed. Though she wore the same outfit as before, it was now adorned with numerous items. She was draped in garlic, clutching a bag of salt in one hand and a crucifix in the other, her eyes filled with trepidation as she gazed at the island ahead. Locke, witnessing Cayman's transformation, sighed in resignation. If you feel compelled to come, you truly don't have to. What? You want to abandon me? Cayman responded, her expression one of hurt, as tears began to well up in her eyes. As if to convey, if you don't take me, I will cry. Fine, we shall go together, Locke relented, though internally he sighed. Ah, women, let us set off. Locke called out as Yunzanin returned, claiming to have fetched his gear. Upon disembarking, Locke was taken aback to discover that Yunzanin's notion of equipment consisted of a dagger made from peach wood, leaving him utterly speechless. Is it truly that terrifying? At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a hint of chill. Locke asserted that there was no reason to fear such things, for he was protected by the 24-character mantra. No demon or monster could penetrate his defenses. Meanwhile, he silently recited, prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. Upon arriving on the island, Locke and his companions followed the route indicated on the treasure map. After traversing a considerable distance, they noted that, despite the island's ominous appearance, it seemed devoid of immediate danger. However, after continuing for a while longer, they began to sense something amiss. Before them lay a series of shattered tombstones. The earth turned up, marked by traces of frost and flame, evidence of recent conflict, suggesting that others had been there before them, battling some unknown entity. Janan, you're swift. Go ahead and scout. Locke directed towards Janan, realizing that they were not alone on the island, and that their adversaries were likely not far off. Janan nodded, and in an instant, he vanished from Locke and Kakaman's sight, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake as he sprinted ahead. During their time on Crisby Island, Locke had discussed with Janan a peculiar fruit he had consumed in his youth. Adorned with intricate patterns, Locke deduced that it must have been a devil fruit. According to Janan's account, after consuming the fruit, his speed had increased dramatically, had it not been for his frail physique. There appeared to be no limit to his velocity. Locke speculated that he had likely ingested the speed fruit from the time category, which, if its powers were awakened, could potentially allow him to momentarily halt time. A remarkable ability indeed. Before long, Janan returned. What did you find? Are there people ahead? Locke inquired. Indeed, there are individuals not far from here, but I observe from a distance to avoid detection, so I cannot ascertain their intentions. Janan replied. Are they heading in this direction? Locke asked, pulling out the treasure map and indicating the location of the treasure. From their trajectory, it appears so. It seems we have competitors. Locke nodded, stowing the map away. Since others have arrived first, perhaps we should retreat, Kakumen suggested, still gripped by fear since their arrival on the island. Do you not wish to discover what the treasure truly is? Locke countered, I do not. Kakumen replied emphatically. Seeing Kakumen's demeanor, Locke could only shake his head and, disregarding him for the moment, addressed Yin Janan. Lead the way. Let us see who our fellow travelers are, and perhaps uncover the treasure. Yin Janan nodded and guided Locke along the path he had just scouted. Kakumen, observing their determination, stomped his foot in frustration, but ultimately followed suit. Not long after, the trio spotted a group of individuals ahead. Among them, Locke noticed 3 bound captives being prodded forward by the others, their bodies marred with wounds, blood seeping from their injuries. However, the distance rendered Locke unable to discern their exact situation. He exchanged glances with Kakumen and Yin Janan, then utilized his abilities, causing the 3 of them to vanish from sight as they cautiously approached the group. This ability allowed Locke to create illusions around himself, making it appear as though the area behind him was devoid of presence. However, this skill was susceptible to detection in bright sunlight. Fortunately, the island was shrouded in clouds, casting a dim light that enabled Locke's ability to remain undetected unless one drew too near as they stealthily approached. Locke gestured for Kakumen and Yin Janan to halt once they could hear the group-esque conversation. Damn you! How could you lead us this way? After all this time, where are we? One of the captors kicked the eldest of the bound men. Do not harm my brother. The other 2 interjected, positioning themselves protectively in front of the elder. Fools, the aggressor sneered, drawing a knife, intent on silencing them. Enough of this nonsense, a man in a red cloak interrupted. Stepping forward, Kobe, what are you doing? Do you not realize they are a property? Captain, I was merely trying to intimidate them into compliance. Kobe responded that you're always such a troublemaker. The captain retorted, walking up to the captives. Do not attempt any tricks. While I may not kill you, should you dare deceive me, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Humph, the elder, who had just regained his footing, scoffed defiantly. Infuriated by this defiance, Kobe lunged forward, unleashing a brutal assault on the 3, and this time, the captain did not intervene. Enough, we still have a journey ahead, the captain finally called out, observing the beating. Did you not hear? Get up and lead the way. Do not feign death. Kobe added, delivering another kick to the fallen trio. After enduring the recent beating, the captives complied more readily, rising to lead the group forward. Captain, how much do you think these 3 are worth? Kobe asked, returning to the captain's side after his display of brutality. These 3 are all devil fruit users, and they possess the rare bear-type abilities. What is more, they are brothers. Such valuable loot is a rare find indeed. Captain, I do not understand. How much are they worth? Kobe inquired, perplexed. Ignorance is truly frightening, the captain remarked before extending 5 fingers and continuing. At least this much. 50 million berries. That is quite a sum, Kobe responded. What 50 million? I said 500 million. The captain corrected him sharply. Is it truly that much? Isn't that worth more than the devil fruit we have on board? Kobe asked, astonished. You do not comprehend. That devil fruit is desired by the adults, and regardless of the cost, we must acquire it. These 3, however, are an unexpected boon. Moreover, they claim their powers were acquired on this island, though we should investigate further. Perhaps there are more surprises in store. Ha! The captain is impressive. Of course, if I weren't, how could I lead you rascals? The captain laughed boastfully. Hurry up, Kobe barked, kicking the captives again to this moment, not far from the group. Locke and his companions overheard the captain's remarks and began to strategize quietly. It seems these individuals are indeed traffickers. Locke observed that I despise traffickers. Kakumen muttered angrily. What do you think we should do? Kakumen and Yin Janan exchanged glances before turning to Locke, saying, You are the captain. Whatever you decide, we will follow your lead. Very well. We shall rescue those individuals, Locke declared after a moment of contemplation. Locke's rapid decision to save the captives was not born of altruism, but rather from the knowledge that they possessed devil fruits. Though the nature of their abilities remained unknown, it was evident that these individuals had caught the attention of those whom the traffickers referred to as adults. Suggesting they were no ordinary captives, before embarking on their journey, Locke had intended to acquire another devil fruit for individuals like Kakumen, who focus solely on culinary arts and seldom train their bodies. would find themselves in perilous situations when confronted with formidable foes. Possessing a devil fruit would enhance one's combat prowess significantly with minimal effort. Hence, with the prospect of antagonizing this pirate crew, Locke reasoned it would be prudent to perform a good deed and rescue the captives, as it would be a simple endeavor. Locke, accompanied by Yun Jinan and Kakaman, moved further away from the group of traffickers to deliberate their next steps. Based on their earlier dialogue, it was clear that the captors possessed considerable combat strength, having subdued 3 devil fruit users, indicative of their formidable capabilities likely stemming from the Grand Line. Locke analyzed the situation to the 2 individuals. Observing their nods, he continued, perhaps among them, there are users of Haki as well. What is Haki? Yunzinen inquired with curiosity. It is a power that enhances the user's attack and defense capabilities, proving remarkably effective against the abilities of devil fruits. Locke elucidated. For now, let's set aside this matter. Once we return to the ship after this is over, I will show you the training methods, and you shall understand, Locke said, glancing at Yunzinen, who was lost in thought after hearing his words. Now, let me share my plan. Captivated once again by Locke's words, the 2 listened intently as he continued. I have just observed that these individuals carry nothing but weapons. Their belongings are likely left on the ship. Yunzinen, you are the fastest, so go along the route they took to the seaside and see if you can find their ship. If you do, and you feel confident, it will be best to take control of their vessel. Carmen will accompany you, as your speed is unmatched. Aside from few, no one should be able to stop you from escaping As for me. I will attempt to rescue a few of these individuals. And in the process, No, you cannot go alone. It is too dangerous, Carmen interjected, cutting off Locke before he could finish. Oh, come now, we'll be fine. Are you not aware of my abilities? While my speed may not rival Yunzinen's, my escape capabilities are certainly comparable, Locke chuckled, ruffling Carmen's hair. No, I want to go with you, Carmen pouted. Absolutely not, Locke replied firmly, his expression darkening. Humph, Carmen huffed, turning her face away in a manner that suggested she no longer wished to engage. All right. Trust me, I will be fine and I don't want to talk to you. Be good. How much longer will you 2 take? They've already gone far. Yunzinen, who had been watching from the side, could no longer bear it and interrupted. Ahem. Locke coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment. Enough of this nonsense. Let us proceed as I suggested. With that, Locke stealthily made his way towards the group. Upon nearing them, he utilized his abilities to create a localized illusion, rendering the last of the human traffickers invisible to the others. Then, Locke approached, covered the man's mouth with one hand, and swiftly drew a dagger with the other, ending the man's life in a single stroke. Subsequently, Locke transformed into the appearance of the deceased and rejoined the group, all executed in less than half a minute, unnoticed by the other traffickers. Thus, Locke obediently mimicked the demeanor of the man he had just slain, walking at the rear of the group. Meanwhile, the 2 who had just parted ways with Locke were retracing the path taken by the group. Humph, that scoundrel Locke dared to leave me behind, Carmen grumbled as they walked. The captain is merely concerned for your safety, Yunzinen interjected in defense of Locke, who asked him to worry about me. Humph, I'm strong enough, Carmen declared, raising her tiny fist in demonstration. Observing Carmen's antics, Yunzinen, who was usually reserved, found himself at a loss for words and could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 22. The slave ship. Before long, the 2 arrived at the seaside and discovered the trafficker's ship. At this moment, Carmen finally ceased her complaints, much to Yunzinen's relief. After ensuring they were concealed a short distance from his ship, Yunzinen took the opportunity to observe the vessel before him. He noted that this ship was significantly larger than theirs, nearly double the size of the one they had initially boarded. That a handful of sailors were seen moving about on deck, but not in great numbers. Yunzinen estimated that he could handle them all by himself. Wait here, I will check the ship, Yunzinen instructed Carmen before darting towards the vessel, arriving in the blink of an eye. Humph, they all think I'm too weak. I won't cook for them anymore, Carmen pouted in a small tantrum, watching Yunzinen disappear. Upon boarding the ship, Yunzinen wasted no time. Knowing that the individuals aboard were not of good character, he swiftly activated his speed and eliminated the sailors on deck. A week, yet they dare to engage in human trafficking. They clearly do not know the meaning of death, he muttered, heading towards the ship's hold. However, as soon as he opened the hold door, a wave of air whooshed past him, In that instant, he instinctively raised his arm to defend against the impending attack. Bang! Yunzanin was sent flying, crashing onto the deck. Who dares to cause trouble on my ship? The Westie's slave ship? Do you seek death? Slowly rising, Yunzanin faced the source of the commotion, revealing a burly man standing there, bare-chested and clad only in gray shorts. The man towered over Yunzanin, who at 2 meters tall appeared diminutive in comparison. With arms as thick as Yunzanin's waist, he was clearly not a foe to be trifled with. "Who are you?" Yunzanin inquired as he stood back up. "I am Ham, the first mate of this ship. State your purpose, or I shall not show you mercy." The burly man threatened. "So, you are also a villain?" "Ah, indeed, I am a villain. Then I have no choice but to make you lie down like your comrades," Yunzanin declared, launching a kick towards Ham. Yunzanin's speed was indeed remarkable. Before Ham could react, the kick landed squarely on him. "Get lost." Ham's muscles bulged, sending Yunzanin hurtling away. "Good speed, but your attack power is lacking," Ham remarked, brushing himself off. Yunzanin, having regained his balance from the impact, charged at Ham once more without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Yunzanin's kicks striking Ham echoed through the air. Just as Yunzanin landed another kick, the previously motionless Ham swiftly reached out and seized Yunzanin's leg, slamming him down onto the deck. With a resounding thud, Yunzanin crashed against the wooden surface, sending splinters flying and dust rising. As the dust settled, Yunzanin stood up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had suffered considerable damage during the skirmish. Ha! You cannot even break my defense, yet you wish to defeat me? You are dreaming, Ham taunted, observing Yunzanin's disheveled state. Humph. Yunzanin merely snorted coldly and continued his assault on Ham. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their clash resonated throughout the ship as Yunzanin relentlessly attacked Ham. However, despite his efforts, he occasionally left openings for Ham to exploit, resulting in devastating counterattacks. Bang. After being struck down once more, Ham declared, "Enough, boy. The game is over at this point." Yunzanin was battered and bruised, struggling to stand, yet he slowly rose, coughing up blood. Indeed, it is time for it to end. This time, Yunzanin did not charge him like he initially had. Instead, he echoed Ham's sentiment. Humph. You can barely stand, yet you still act so arrogantly. Allow me to send you to hell. With that, Ham raised his fist and charged at Yunzanin. Yunzanin stood still as Ham approached point 1, 2, 3, followed as Yunzanin spoke the final word. Ham, who had been charging forward, suddenly collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth and fragments of internal organs mixed in. As he fell, blood began to seep from his eyes and nose. When did I fall? Ham struggled to ask. Had you ever heard of hitting a cow across a mountain? The moment I first launched my attack upon you, I sensed that my feeble strength alone would not suffice to harm you. Yet, your arrogance was such that you permitted me to strike at you for an extended duration, that I then harnessed my cunning to directly assault your innards. And it was only moments ago that your insides teetered on the brink of ruin. Coupled with your recent vigorous exertion, this ultimately led to the catastrophic failure of your already beleaguered organs. I cannot discern whether Yunzanin sought to boast or simply wished for clarity in your demise, as he leaned casually against the railing, explaining the circumstances to Hanmu. After finishing, he spat a few more mouthfuls of blood. It turned out, in such a manner. After uttering his final words in this world, Hanmu ceased to breathe. Observing the lifeless Hanmu, Yunzanin took a moment to collect himself before rising and proceeding into the ship's cabin. Rock blended into the crowd, cautiously advancing toward the location of the treasure. Along the way, he remained vigilant in concealing his presence. Even when approached by someone wishing to engage in conversation, he merely claimed to be suffering from a cold and deftly evaded them. Before long, under the guidance of the 3 individuals ahead, a group arrived at the center of the small island. It was evident that within a 30-meter radius, no graves existed, save for a large earthen mound standing at the center, which featured a small cave entrance with nothing else in sight. Last. This is the place, the 3 individuals exclaimed. Chapter 23. The awakening fruit come here. You too, continue leading the way. The audacious KB seized the smallest of the trio and commanded the others to proceed inside. You. One of the pair attempted to voice a protest, but the more composed among them silenced him with a mere glance. With no other recourse, the man shot KB a venomous glare, as if wishing to devour him. "What are you staring at? Get inside quickly, or I swear I'll kill you," KB retorted, delivering another kick in the direction of the man. With no options left, the two complied and obediently made their way into the tomb. Before long, Rock followed this group into the cave. Upon entry, he had anticipated an environment steeped in darkness, only to discover that every few paces along the walls were embedded luminous stones, bathed in the eerie green glow of the stones. The already unsettling atmosphere grew even more ominous, sending shivers down Rock's spine, a man who often recited the 24-character mantra. Fortunately, the passage was not extensive, and they soon traversed it, arriving at a spacious burial chamber. This chamber was even more extravagant, with the floor itself embedded with luminous stones. However, this did not capture the attention of Rock and the others. Their focus was drawn to a platform at the center of the chamber. In the middle of the chamber, there was no coffin to be seen, merely a platform of moderate size, lacking the flooring found elsewhere in the tomb. Instead, it was simply dirt, atop which grew a tree bearing 3 demon fruits, each differing slightly in color. Yet for reasons unknown, Rock felt these fruits appeared insubstantial, almost illusory. Soon, someone confirmed Rock's suspicions, none other than the brazen KB, who charged toward the 3 demon fruits and reached out to grasp one. To his astonishment, his hand passed right through the fruit. "KB, come back," the captain exclaimed as he witnessed KB's reckless advance. "Captain, what is going on?" KB queried, returning to the captain's side, bewildered by the fruit's elusive nature. The captain did not rush to answer. Instead, he produced a book from an unknown source and began to peruse its contents. "IT truly exists," he exclaimed excitedly after a brief examination of the text. "What is it?" KB inquired, perplexed. "The legendary tree of demon fruits. Who would have thought it was real?" "What tree of demon fruits? I've never heard of such a thing," KB protested, seeking clarification. The captain ignored KB's question, clutching the book tightly as he rushed toward the tree, uprooting it with a single forceful motion. Then, as the roots were exposed, a crimson fruit emerged, devoid of any markings yet radiating its own light. The once green-tinged burial chamber transformed into a vivid red hue upon the appearance of this fruit. Indeed, it exists. The legendary awakening fruit. The captain laughed heartily upon witnessing the fruit. "What is this?" "Captain, is it valuable?" KB voiced what was on everyone's mind. "Valuable. This is a priceless treasure. Among the countless individuals in the sea with fruit abilities, how many have truly awakened? This fruit guarantees 100% awakening of one's abilities. Would you not consider that valuable?" The captain, evidently in high spirits, elaborated on KB's query. "Does that mean we're about to strike it rich?" KB stammered, momentarily taken aback by the captain's response. "Absolutely, but just now I couldn't obtain the 3 demon fruits from the tree." KB pressed on. "They must have been consumed by those 3 rascals," the captain remarked, casting his gaze toward the trio who had initially led them here. At that moment, as the attention of the group was captivated by the fruit in the captain's hand, the 3 individuals stealthily began to untie their bonds. However, just as they prepared to slip away unnoticed, all eyes suddenly converged upon them. The trio's escape was abruptly halted. "Brother, it seems we've been discovered." "I know. What should we do?" "Prepare for battle." With that, the leader took a combative stance, prompting the remaining 2 to follow suit. "What? You 3 dare to flee?" the captain roared as he registered their defiance. "What are you waiting for? All of you charge!" the captain bellowed at his crew. "Kill!" the crowd shouted as they surged toward the trio. Refusing to back down, the 3 charged forward to meet them. Roar! 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 With 3 mighty roars, the trio transformed as they neared the throng. The leader morphed into a black bear, the second into a polar bear, and the most peculiar of all, the third transformed into a panda. Upon completing their transformations, the 3 simultaneously coughed up blood, indicating their severe injuries. They charged into the fray, engaging the crew in a chaotic clash. As Rock observed his comrades being thrown about, the captain, in a fit of urgency, set the tree aside and charged forward, aiming to swiftly eliminate the trio. At that moment, Rock, who had been observing the spectacle, sprang into action, racing toward the now abandoned tree, narrowly avoiding the captain as he rushed past. Before the captain could react, Rock seized the tree and plucked the fruit from its branches. Upon doing so, the tree disintegrated into ash, vanishing from Rock's grasp. This unexpected turn left Rock bewildered, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. However, he had little time to ponder, as the captain, regaining his composure, hurled a punch toward Rock. Enveloped in a layer of dark, menacing energy, caught off guard, Rock was sent flying. Yet in that fleeting moment of being airborne, he swiftly shoved the fruit into his mouth. Boom! Rock was directly sent flying into the wall. Before he could even assess the injuries on his body, he noticed that the fruit he had previously placed in his mouth had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 24. The King of Flame Demons. At this moment, Rock could feel the energy within that fruit coursing through his stomach and spreading to his limbs. Astonishingly, his body began to grow stronger throughout this process. The domineering cultivation technique that his master, Gung Sailang, had imparted to him, which had previously been beyond his bodily strength to practice, now seemed entirely within his grasp. As the energy circulated through Locke's limbs, it surged straight toward his brain. Upon reaching his brain, that mass of energy halted, and Locke felt as though the blockage that had hindered his awakening had been completely removed, granting him a significant enhancement in his abilities related to the illusion fruit. If the illusions Locke had previously created were mere phantoms, now they could transform into reality. This new form of reality was akin to the shadow clone technique in Naruto, with the crucial distinction that shadow clones could only utilize their inherent abilities. While the illusions Locke conjured could wield all abilities he could imagine, even those he did not possess, the offensive power of these illusions was dictated by Locke's own physical strength. The more stamina he expended, the greater the illusion's attack power. However, Locke had no means to test the upper limits of this power, as his opponent offered him no time for experimentation. Just as Locke regained his footing, his opponent launched another assault. With no alternative, Locke rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. While he managed to dodge, the strike landed squarely on the crypt's wall, reverberating with a resounding crash that caused the entire chamber to tremble. Debris cascading from above. "Kid, you better stand still," hissed Zais, infuriated that someone would dare to snatch something he coveted. "You're as good as dead." With that, he charged at Locke once more. The chaos of the battle had drawn the attention of those engaged in the fray. Observing their captain pursuing an unfamiliar boy, coupled with the recent disappearance of the crimson light that had filled the crypt, the group quickly deduced the unfolding events. They abandoned the three brothers and rushed towards Locke. At this point, Locke found that Zais's punch had shattered his initial disguise, revealing his true form. Moreover, the effect of the awakening fruit had pushed his powers to a critical juncture, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate as he continuously evaded Zais's onslaught. Amidst his frantic evasion, Locke recognized that what he needed most was time for his abilities to stabilize. Thus, after narrowly dodging another attack from Zais, he dashed straight for the exit of the crypt. After him, Zais bellowed at his crew, prompting them to rush towards the exit. In no time at all, only the three brothers remained in the crypt. Once they saw everyone vanish through the exit, the brothers could no longer maintain their transformations, reverting to their original forms. It was then that they noticed numerous new wounds adorning their bodies. The earlier chaos had not spared them either. Had it not been for Locke's sudden intervention, they likely would not have endured for much longer. "Who was that guy?" The youngest, the panda, inquired. "I have no idea, but he saved our lives," replied Black Bear. The eldest, "Indeed, brother is right," Polar Bear, the third, concurred. "What should we do now?" asked Panda, the fourth. "First, let us tend to our wounds, then we can see what is going on outside," the eldest suggested. "Let us do as brother says," nodded the third and fourth brothers in agreement. Quickly, the three used their clothing to bandage their wounds before, under the eldest's guidance, they cautiously made their way toward the crypt's entrance. They treaded carefully, anxious that the crew outside may have already dealt with Locke and were waiting to ensnare them. The journey felt lengthy, but they soon reached the exit. As they peered out, they discovered there were no crew members in sight. However, not far from the exit, they spotted the very person who had rescued them moments ago, now surrounded and pursued. Yet the assailants appeared hesitant to attack immediately, opting instead to engage in conversation. "Kid, who exactly are you? Don't you know how to spell death?" Zais growled menacingly, Locke, who was encircled but still stabilizing his energy, was prepared to counterattack despite his injuries. However, instead of an immediate assault, Zeiss was merely conversing with him. "I don't even know you," Locke retorted, buying time to "I.S.E. famous. Have you met him before?" Zeiss was taken aback by Locke's question and turned to whisper to his companions. Upon hearing Locke's words, the crew began murmuring among themselves. Soon realizing that none of them recognized him, "Be why the looks of you. It's evident you country bumpkins don't know who I am. Let me enlighten you. I'm the captain of the Phantom pirate crew." "Phantom Locke. Phantom Locke? Never heard of him," Zeiss muttered under his breath. "All right, Phantom Locke. What is your bounty?" the previously arrogant Kobe shouted. Feeling his internal energy gradually stabilizing, Locke was no longer inclined to play games with these individuals. So he replied, "Bounty, you say? I just set sail and haven't earned one yet." With that, he shot them a mocking glance. "Damn, you dared to deceive us." Kobe was incensed by Locke's words and lunged at him. Witnessing Kobe's attack, the surrounding crew followed suit. "Perfect opportunity to test my newly acquired skills," Locke thought confidently as he faced the oncoming group. "Phantom, King of Flame Demons," as Locke's declaration echoed. He was enveloped in a swirling vortex of purple flames. The flames expanded, coalescing into a towering figure of over 8 meters. The King of Flame Demons, wielding a massive hammer forged from flames. This incarnation of the King of Flame Demons was inspired by a boss from a game Locke had played in his previous life. Known for its fiery form, standing amidst lava, capable of inflicting unparalleled damage with each movement. While Locke's creation was somewhat lacking compared to the game version, whose flames were orange-red, Locke believed that even if it might not suffice against the captain named Zeiss, it would be more than adequate to handle these lesser foes. Chapter 25. Zeiss, the newly formed King of Flame Demons, let out a thunderous roar, swinging its massive hammer toward the approaching crew. In an instant, purple flames erupted, and although Locke's conjured flames lacked the potency of genuine fire, due to his insufficient physical power, he knew that with greater strength, his illusions could surpass even the might of real flames. But those considerations were for another time. The crew, initially charging at Locke, was taken aback to see him engulfed in purple flames, only for a fiery monster to materialize in his place, sweeping them aside with its hammer. They were unable to evade in time, and many were knocked to the ground. As the hammer swept past, the purple flames ignited the clothing of those struck. The fierce blaze consumed them, and soon, the air was filled with wails of agony. Some who had sensed the impending doom realized how fortunate they were to have avoided the flames, fearing they might have shared the same fate. Yet, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the flaming giant raised its hammer once more, preparing to strike again. Boom! 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 The sound of the hammer crashing to the ground echoed, accompanied by showers of sparks. Those who had previously felt lucky scattered in terror that "You've successfully provoked my ire." Zeiss, unable to tolerate the sight any longer, stepped forward and caught the flaming giant's hammer with his bare hands. "Get up!" With a forceful pull, Zeiss flipped the fiery creature, executing a suplex that shattered the once mighty King of Flame Demons into countless sparkles that faded into the air. Good heavens! Is he that formidable? Locke, now exposed behind the shattered illusion, found himself staring wide-eyed at the scene. "Kid, you will pay for your recklessness." Observing the imposing figure of Locke, he exclaimed, "Oh, I am quite eager to see what price I can pay." Hearing Sith's words, Locke responded with curiosity. "Die for me." Sith charged at Locke once again. "Phantom." Clone S. Locke drew his tang knife. He simultaneously conjured an identical clone of himself, boldly confronting the oncoming Sith. Soon, the two stood face to face. Amidst their relentless exchanges, Locke noted that his every strike was consistently thwarted by Sith's overwhelming aura, rendering his attempts to breach the defense utterly futile. Had it not been for the clone he had previously summoned to assist him intermittently, he might have already found himself on the ground. As time elapsed, Locke's stamina waned, and the frequency of his assaults gradually diminished. During this interval, his negligence allowed Sith to land several blows, inflicting minor injuries upon him. However, Locke discerned that Sith, too, was beginning to tire, as he no longer defended with reckless abandon, but instead began to evade Locke's strikes. Though the change was subtle, Locke was astute enough to notice it. Yet, this realization bore little fruit, At the current rate, he was certain to be the first to falter. He needed a strategy, lest he perish here. Before Locke could contemplate his next move, the 5 or 6 individuals he had overlooked earlier began to gather ominously, preparing to assault him. Fortunately, the trio of brothers, who had been spectating, also recognized the impending threat. "Brother, what should we do?" The youngest inquired once more. "What should we do?" "We must lend a hand," replied the eldest. Charging towards the encroaching group, the second and third brothers, seeing their elders resolve, followed suit, rushing to join the fray. In an instant, a new battle erupted. However, the trio was severely wounded, having only received minimal treatment, and could not muster their full strength. Yet, the opposing group was not comprised of formidable foes, and the ensuing clash was evenly matched. As Locke sought to conserve his energy, his attack slowed, and he began to dodge his opponent's strikes while contemplating how to surpass Sith. After being hurled away by Sith once more, this time Sith refrained from pursuing him. "Kid, I admire your skills. Why not work with me?" Locke remained silent, merely raising his middle finger in response. Sith, perplexed by the gesture, discerned that Locke's disdainful gaze signified something unfavorable, prompting him to charge at Locke once more. Phantom, sword flashing, as Sith approached, Locke made no grandiose movements. He stood upright and pointed at Sith in that instant. Countless phantoms surrounded Sith, all ethereal except for the faint reality of the sword in Locke's hand. The moment these illusions manifested, Locke lunged at Sith with his weapon, startled by the sudden onslaught of phantoms. Sith enveloped himself in his aura. However, he quickly realized that these illusions posed little threat. Even without his defenses, he would suffer minimal harm. Resolutely, Sith abandoned his defense and charged at Locke. Upon closing the distance, he delivered a powerful punch to Locke, but as he struck, he sensed something amiss. He had encountered nothing. Alarmed, Sith realized he had been deceived. The Locke he had attacked was merely an illusion. Recognizing a ruse, he hastily attempted to summon his aura for defense. Yet, it was too late. As he reached the phantom, the real Locke emerged from concealment, launching a swift attack. With a single thrust, Locke pierced Sith's shoulder. Had Sith not reacted swiftly, the blade would have found its mark in his heart. Failing to secure a decisive blow, Locke withdrew his sword and resumed his stance, pointing it at Sith. "Cunning little brat. Do you think I would fall for the same trick again?" Sith exclaimed, immediately covering himself in his aura, scanning the surroundings for Locke's presence. After a tense standoff, Sith realized the truth. These attacking phantoms were mere illusions. Especially upon seeing Locke's wicked grin, he understood he had once more been outwitted. Chapter 26. Death. Enraged by this revelation, Sith unleashed his aura, charging through the phantom attacks. His dismay, the Locke he pursued was yet another illusion, dissipating as he drew near, reappearing a short distance away with that familiar mocking smile. At this point, Sith was incensed, disregarding any notion of conserving energy, and raised his fist to strike the ground. The force of his blow sent debris flying, obliterating the surrounding phantoms. Once cleared, he charged towards Locke's last known position, only to find himself attacking an empty space once more to make matters worse. The phantoms he had just vanquished reappeared around him. Faced with this predicament, Sith felt on the brink of madness. Yet, he had to maintain his defense. Who knew if that accursed boy was hiding among these illusions, waiting to ambush him? As exhaustion began to creep in, Sith noticed Locke's attacks were now opportunistic, striking when he exposed vulnerabilities. If this continued, he would surely perish. Amidst the swirling phantoms, Sith revealed yet another opening, and Locke seized the chance to strike. However, just as he was about to land his blow, he saw a triumphant smirk on Sith's face, as if to say, "You fell for it." Indeed, with a slight sidestep, Sith evaded Locke's meticulously planned assault, and as Locke realized he had been outmaneuvered and prepared to withdraw, Sith seized Locke's wrist, which gripped the knife. "Kid, let's see you run now." With that, Sith unleashed a flurry of blows until he was certain Locke could no longer resist. "Die, brat." After tossing Locke to the ground, Sith drew the cutlass he had kept at his waist, advancing menacingly towards Locke. Lying on the ground and coughing up blood, Locke gazed at the approaching blade, reflecting on his journey to this pirate world, lamenting that he had yet to accomplish anything significant. Was he truly destined to die here today? He felt a deep sense of injustice in the novels he had read. Protagonists effortlessly conquered their foes. Why was he destined to meet his demise before his journey even began? As Locke pondered these thoughts, the blade drew perilously close, halting just a millimeter from his eye. Though he could not comprehend the sudden pause, he seized the moment, using the last of his strength to evade the blade. Finally, he turned to face Sith, who appeared transfixed by some terrifying sight. His eyes wide, pupils dilated, and legs trembling. However, Locke had little time to dwell on this. He picked up his fallen Tang knife and lunged at Sith. "How dare you?" At the moment Locke's blade pierced Sith's heart. Sith snapped back to reality, staring in disbelief at the knife embedded in his body. With a roar, he kicked Locke away as Locke was sent flying. He watched as Sith began to topple over. "I cannot believe. I will die." "Here," Sith managed to utter as he fell. "The boss will not let." His words trailed off as he ceased to breathe. Locke, witnessing this scene, succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the three brothers, having dispatched their adversaries, rushed over upon seeing this development. "Third brother, check on him," the eldest commanded as they approached. Understood, upon hearing the words of the eldest brother, the third brother hastily took several steps forward, arriving in front of Locke to examine his injuries. He was not dead yet. Only a few ribs were broken, and there was some damage to his internal organs, along with a mild concussion. However, these injuries did not pose a significant threat to his life, and with proper care, he would surely recover. After the second brother finished checking Locke, he turned to the eldest brother and said, "Fortunately, although we do not know who he is, without his intervention, we would have been taken by those people and enslaved. He is our benefactor. We must save him." Upon hearing the words of the third brother, the eldest brother also approached Locke's side, but after speaking, he coughed up some blood. "Eldest brother, you should tend to your own wounds. And we must also attend to the fourth brother's injuries." Seeing the eldest brother in such a state, the third brother hurriedly supported him. "In a rush. We are not dead yet. Let us first take care of our benefactor." "Very well, I will attend to it promptly." Observing the eldest brother's insistence, the third brother could only acquiesce. Fortunately, the third brother was quick with his hands, and, after tending to Locke's wounds, he also treated the eldest brother and the fourth brother. "Eldest brother, what shall we do now?" asked the third brother. "You are the least injured. Carry our benefactor on your back. We shall head to the seaside. It is unlikely that our benefactor flew to this island. He must have arrived by boat. We should be able to find him." After contemplating for a moment, the eldest brother responded, "Fourth brother, rise." He called out to the fourth brother, who was lying nearby, as he saw the third brother lifting Locke onto his back. Thus, the three of them set off towards the coast, with the fourth brother kicking the already deceased Shishi twice for good measure, extracting the Tang knife from his body before following the two ahead. Meanwhile, aboard the slave ship, Yunzanin watched as a crew member charged toward him, brandishing a dagger he had just picked up on the ship. He was prepared for a mutual demise when, at that moment, Carmen, who was supposed to be hiding, appeared on the ship and stood in front of Yunzanin. "Carmen, how did you get here?" Yunzanin asked, gazing at the figure before him. "Rest easy. Leave the rest to me." Yunzanin intended to say more, but his injuries were too severe. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed and lost consciousness. "This young lady is quite lovely. Did she come aboard to play with us?" After Yunzanin fell, the sailors encircled Carmen, leering at her with smug grins. Chapter 27. Resolution. Despite being surrounded by the sailors, Carmen remained calm and replied, "I would like that, but I fear you may not get the chance." "Ha! Ha! Ha! We're doing just fine." The surrounding crew members laughed arrogantly at Carmen's words. "What? Don't believe me. Just look behind you. What?" The sailors turned, puzzled, to see a ragtag group of individuals emerging from behind, wielding wooden clubs. Yes, they turned to face them. These individuals raised their weapons and charged. Soon, the sailors aboard the ship were brought to the ground, yet the assailants did not cease their assault. Instead, they continued to strike with their makeshift weapons. There were too many attackers, and each sailor was surrounded by several assailants, while others outside the fray took the opportunity to kick at them, eager to reduce the sailors to nothing but dust. "All right, everyone, pause for a moment." The watchman observed the sailors being beaten down and, seeing that it was nearly enough, shouted loudly. When the assailants noticed that the sailors were gasping for breath, they gradually halted their attack and turned their attention to the girl who had just rescued them. "Thank you all," Carmen addressed the group. "What are you saying, benefactor? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what would have happened." "Indeed, our escape depends entirely on you." "Yes, that's right," the crowd chimed in. "However, I do have one more favor to ask of you all." Carmen looked at the crowd and spoke. "What is it, benefactor? Just tell us. We are at your service." "Very well. I shall speak." Seeing the warmth in their responses, Carmen continued, "I'm trying to stop the captain of this slave ship, and I fear he may be in danger, that I hope you can help me look for him." As she spoke, she pulled Yunzanin from the ground. "Absolutely, benefactor," they replied. "Leave this small matter to us." "Benefactor, what does your captain look like?" Upon hearing the question about Locke's appearance, Carmen found herself at a loss for words. "That he is quite handsome, but when he smiles, he looks a bit foolish. Anyway, he is the most attractive person on this island." The crowd was left speechless by Carmen's description. Yet since she was the benefactor, those who were relatively healthy disembarked to search the island, leaving a few women to tend to the more severely injured slaves. These individuals had not been harmed in the recent battle. They had already been gravely injured when Carmen discovered them. They had acted recklessly in their quest for vengeance, disregarding their own wounds. And now, having avenged themselves, they lay down one by one. Carmen, observing the injured on the ship, instinctively sought out the kitchen to prepare a meal for them. After all, judging by their appearance, they had likely not eaten sufficiently in quite some time. Meanwhile, those searching for Locke on the island encountered the three bear brothers. "Hey, brothers, have you seen a very handsome guy who looks a bit foolish when he smiles?" "A handsome guy? No, I haven't seen anyone like that." Upon hearing the brothers' response, the inquirer nodded and began to walk away. However, after taking a few steps, he realized something was amiss. He had thoroughly scoured the island and found no signs of human habitation. So, where did these three come from? Moreover, they did not fit the description of the striking individual the benefactor had mentioned. Could they be crew members from the slave ship? "Stop right there." Realizing this, the inquirer called out to the three brothers, "What do you want?" Hearing the shout, the three halted and turned to inquire. "Who are you? Are you from the slave ship?" The inquirer demanded, adopting a fierce demeanor, though his trembling legs undermined his intimidation. "No." The three replied, "Honestly, that's good." The inquirer sighed in relief upon hearing their answer. The three remained silent, continuing toward the coast. Why does it still feel off? The inquirer pondered as he watched the three gradually walk away. Right? One of those three was carrying someone on his back, and he looked quite handsome. Could that be the captain the benefactor mentioned? I need to follow them and find out. With that thought, the inquirer hurried after the direction the three were heading. The Bear brothers soon reached the shoreline, spotting the slave ship, but they had not anticipated that the individual they had encountered earlier would bring a group of people chasing after them from behind. "Stop right there," they shouted while running. "What is it?" The three turned to face the approaching crowd, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation. In no time, the group surrounded the three brothers. "Quickly, go notify the benefactor to come and identify them. I will guard this spot." The leader of the charge instructed one of his companions. The one called upon nodded and ran toward the ship, which was not too far away. "Why are you surrounding us?" "Looking for a fight," the fourth brother asked arrogantly, eyeing the encircling individuals. "Fourth brother, be quiet," the eldest brother chided him before addressing the ragged group. "May I ask if we have ever crossed paths before?" "Don't ask so many questions. When the benefactor arrives, you will find out." "Very well. We shall wait." Observing the individuals around him, despite their palpable tension, the leader could only utter with resignation. The injuries sustained by the three of them were far too severe, leaving them in no condition to confront the group surrounding them. Although these individuals appeared emaciated, their numbers posed a significant threat. Fortunately, they were not left waiting long. The person who had departed earlier soon returned. Escorting Carmen, "Miss Benefactor, over here. Come quickly and see if the person you seek is among those on their backs." "What?" Carmen, who had just arrived, was still trying to grasp the situation when someone pulled her towards the individual on the back of the third man. "What have you done to Locke?" she exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp the collar of the third man's garment. "Wait, I believe you are mistaken," the leader interjected hastily, observing the woman's fervent approach in her accusations. Through his explanations, Carmen finally comprehended the unfolding events, and she then led the three towards the slave ship. Chapter 28. Dreamscape. Locke awoke in a daze, only to discover that he was lying in his rented apartment. Surrounded by familiar furnishings, the computer beside him was playing the anime One Piece. Everything around him was reminiscent of what he had longed to return to in his dreams. He had not anticipated that a mere scuffle would bring him back here. Had he perished in some other world, only to be transported back? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Locke gradually rose from his bed, instinctively following his familiar, yet foreign routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face. After freshening up, he picked up his phone and dialed his college buddy, Zhao Lei, intending to invite him out for an evening gathering. The call connected swiftly. "Hello. Is that you, Brother Lei?" "Yes, it's me." "What is up?" "Locke. Oh, nothing much. I just realized it's been too long since we last met and thought we might catch up." "Too long? We saw each other just a week ago." "What is going on, Xiaoke? If something's troubling you, just tell me, and I'll help." "Stop it. You're the one with problems. I genuinely just want to hang out." "Fine. Your tone suggests there's nothing wrong. Let us meet tonight then." "Same old spot by the school?" "Yes, that works. I'll be waiting for you there at 6. All right. See you tonight. I have to get back to work. See you tonight." After ending the call, Locke changed into casual attire and stepped outside. Uncertain whether he was awake or still dreaming, he felt compelled to explore, unwilling to simply awaken from this dreamlike state. Stepping out of his apartment, Locke found himself on a bustling street, watching a myriad of vehicles, both luxurious and ordinary, pass by him. Along with the successful and the unsuccessful alike, brushing past him that moment. Even the exhaust fumes of the cars felt oddly comforting to him. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Locke decided to visit his school. Although his current residence was not far from the campus, he had not returned since graduation, having been preoccupied with the search for a suitable job. Even the gathering spot with friends was directly across from the school. Yet he had not stepped foot inside. This time, having inexplicably returned, he resolved to visit the place that had held so many of his joys and sorrows over 4 years. With this thought in mind, Locke strolled toward the school, opting to walk rather than take a bus, eager to reconnect with this long-forgotten world. As he walked, he reminisced about his past, by the time he reached the school. It was already noon. After grabbing lunch at a nearby shop, he made his way onto the campus. Entering the school grounds, Locke observed the younger students chatting and laughing as they passed by. And he couldn't help but reflect. Youth is truly wonderful. He spent the entire afternoon meandering through the school, pausing here and there, reminiscing about the youthful exuberance and the myriad experiences that had transpired within those walls. As the sun began to set, he rose to leave, heading toward the rendezvous point with Zhao Lei. The meeting place was a dry pot restaurant, known for its affordability and generous portions during their school years. Locke, Zhao Lei, and 2 other friends would often dine there, with each meal costing around 20 yuan. However, after graduation, the other 2 had departed the city, returning to their hometowns, leaving only Locke and Zhao Lei behind. Initially, they had stayed for their dreams, but now it was merely because they could not bear to leave. Every city is a vast encirclement. Those within yearn to escape, while those outside wish to enter. Unaware that once inside, leaving is not so easily accomplished, Locke did not have to wait long before Zhao Lei arrived. "Brother Lei, over here," he called out to Zhao Lei as he walked into the restaurant. "Hey, you rascal," Zhao Lei exclaimed, approaching Locke and playfully punching him in the chest. "Boss, bring the dishes here," Locke shouted to the proprietor as Zhao Lei settled down. "What's with the sudden invitation? You say it's been ages since we've seen each other. Spill it. What's really going on?" "Honestly, nothing. I just wanted to invite you out for a drink." The food arrived promptly, and Locke requested a case of beer from the waiter as they began to drink. The 2 chatted about life after graduation and shared some less than flattering stories from their school days. However, their conversation was cut short when Zhao Lei received a call mentioning it was from a new girlfriend. With no choice but to continue alone, Locke remained at the table. After leaving the restaurant, he wandered onto the darkened streets, pulling out his phone. The call connected quickly, and a gentle female voice emerged. "Hello. Is it Xiaoke?" "Yes, Mom." Locke's voice trembled as he recognized her voice. "What's wrong, Xiaoke? Did something happen?" His mother's worried tone made him choke on his words. "I'm fine, Mom. I just miss you." "Oh, you child. If you miss me, just come back." Or, listening to his mother's incessant chatter, tears streamed down Locke's face. filled with unspoken heartache that only he understood. After speaking with her for over an hour, he reluctantly ended the call. Standing at the street corner, Locke gazed at the night sky, obscured by pollution, and sighed deeply, addressing the darkness behind him. "Come out. I've known you were there all along." A sweet, youthful voice responded from behind. "Why don't you go back and take a look?" Turning around, Locke saw a charming little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, with golden hair, dressed in a princess gown. Her big, curious eyes fixed on him. If he hadn't known that his return was due to this adorable girl, Locke would have surely been enchanted by her appearance. Return? What difference would it make? Everything is just an illusion that if you know it's an illusion, why not go back and check? Because even if it's an illusion, I don't know how to face them that I don't understand. The little girl replied innocently. "All right, enough about me. Let us talk about you. Who are you?" Locke inquired. "My name is Annie." Chapter 29. Annie. Why did you bring me here?" Locke sensed that the little girl bore him no ill will. Prompting him to engage in conversation, "I just want a place to chat with you," Annie said, suddenly shy. "You want to talk? Then why did you hide behind me all this time?" Locke asked again. "I was just drawn in by your dream world." Annie replied bashfully to that's your reason for lurking in the shadows," Locke remarked, slightly exasperated. The cute little girl nodded enthusiastically. "All right then, let us discuss who you are and what you wish to talk to me about." Gazing into the enchanting eyes of Anne, Locke found it impossible to harbor any anger. After listening to Locke's words, the little girl began to recount her tale and the reason she wished to converse with him. It turned out that Anne was a resident of the island, which at that time bore a different visage, one adorned with mountains, rivers, and forests, inhabited by a community of simple folk. The inhabitants of this island had long revered a tree, which they referred to as the divine tree. Every 2 centuries, the tree would bear 3 demon fruits, and consuming these would bestow various abilities upon the eater. When the time for the divine tree's fruiting arrived, the village chief would organize a ceremony, selecting children aged 6 to 12 by lottery to partake of the fruits and become the guardians of the island, and was chosen as one of the guardians during one such ceremony. But her fruit bestowed a rather peculiar ability. Upon eating it, she found herself devoid of any powers. Although the villagers expressed some discontent, believing and to be forsaken by the divine and unworthy of her title, the chief intervened that a month after becoming a guardian, young and still oblivious to the reasons behind her isolation, noticed that the villagers had grown distant. In her solitude, she ran to the divine tree, confiding her troubles. It was during this vulnerable moment that the village was besieged by pirates. The other 2 guardians stepped forth to confront them. Upon hearing these words, Locke fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether he could invite the 3 individuals aboard, especially since all 3 were devil fruit users, one of whom was a doctor desperately needed on his ship. "Could you summon them?" he inquired. "But I wish to speak with them." To demand their services immediately upon waking. Although Carmen expressed this sentiment, she gradually made her way out of the cabin, preparing to fetch the trio. Before long, Carmen rushed back. A look of urgency etched across her face. "I don't know if they are asleep or have fainted, but they keep muttering 'spare me,' and I cannot rouse them," she exclaimed. "Asleep?" Unresponsive, Locke's mind immediately turned to Annie. "Annie, are you there? Please come out," he called to the surroundings, while Locke could not be certain that Annie was the cause of their state. She was the only one aboard with such capabilities who could remain undetected. "Annie? Who is Annie?" "There is no one here," Carmen queried, observing Locke's sudden call for someone named Annie with a puzzled expression. "Big brother, what do you need Annie for?" Before Locke could respond, a petite girl radiating a ghostly blue glow appeared beside Carmen. "A ghost!" Carmen screamed at the sudden apparition of Annie, leaping onto the bed and positioning Locke between herself and the specter. "Ouch! That hurts!" Locke grimaced, already battered and bruised, as Carmen's actions caused him considerable pain. "At a ghost." "A ghost!" Carmen trembled in fear, completely oblivious to Locke's words. "Fear not. She is no ghost. This is Annie, our new crew member, who has consumed the soul fruit." With no other option, Locke bore the pain and turned to embrace Carmen, offering her comfort. "Is she really not a ghost?" Carmen cautiously inquired, peeking up from Locke's embrace. "Annie wishes to greet you, Sister Carmen," Locke helplessly informed Annie. "Hello, Sister Carmen. I am Annie, and I am 8 years old," Annie declared, floating to allow Carmen a better view. She can fly." Carmen, overwhelmed by Annie's levitation, fainted once more. However, Locke noticed Carmen's trembling eyelashes, realizing she was merely feigning unconsciousness, and chose not to expose her ruse. "Big brother, the sister Carmen not like me?" Annie asked, her voice laced with disappointment. "How could that be? Annie is so adorable. Sister Carmen is simply exhausted and has fallen asleep," Locke reassured her, observing the tears welling in Annie's eyes. "Really?" "Of course," Locke affirmed with a nod. "Then I shall seek out Sister Carmen in my dreams," Annie announced, attempting to enter Carmen's dreams. "Not so fast. I have questions for you," Locke quickly interjected, fearing that if Annie ventured into Carmen's dreams, she would discover the truth of Carmen's act, causing her distress. "What does Big Brother wish to ask?" Annie inquired, regarding Locke with curiosity. "Did you bring those 3 outside into the dream?" "Indeed, since they have consumed the fruit of the divine tree, they should be the guardians of this generation." "I'm currently teaching them the responsibilities of being guardians," Annie replied cutely. "What responsibilities?" Locke asked, perplexed to guard the divine tree, which means to protect Big Brother. "What? Protect me?" Locke exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, since you have consumed the crystal of the divine tree. From now on, you are the divine tree, and to guard it is to safeguard Big Brother. That isn't necessary. It is essential. Consuming the fruit of the divine tree obligates one to protect it." Annie insisted. "Could you release them first? I would like to converse with them," Locke suggested, gazing into Annie's determined eyes. "That is not possible. They have yet to agree to guard the divine tree," Annie rebutted. "If you let them go, I can speak with them, and you can continue teaching them afterward." "Very well," Annie conceded, feeling that Big Brother's suggestion was reasonable. After Locke's words, Annie slowly faded from the cabin. "All right, you may rise. She has departed," Locke said to Carmen, still in his embrace. "She is gone." "That is a relief." Carmen cautiously opened her eyes, glancing around to confirm Annie's absence before exhaling a deep sigh. However, instead of hastily getting up, Carmen sought a more comfortable position in Locke's arms. "Did I say? Everyone has left, yet you remain reclined?" Locke remarked, noting that while he didn't mind Carmen's presence, her position pressed against his wounds was quite painful. "Must you interrupt my rest?" Carmen complained. "But I'm in pain," Locke retorted. "Endure it," Carmen replied. "If you do not rise, Annie will return shortly." Locke could only express his helplessness. "Humph." Carmen was displeased, but eventually extricated herself from Locke's embrace, getting off the bed and heading toward the door. Just before exiting the cabin, she turned back to Locke and said, "I will come to see you later." At that moment, Annie, who had just intended to leave, remained hidden nearby, observing everything that transpired after her disappearance. Once Carmen had walked away, she slowly emerged from the cabin, muttering, "I knew that woman named Carmen has feelings for Big Brother, but Big Brother belongs to Annie, and no one can take him away." Meanwhile, as Carmen exited the cabin, she reflected on her recent encounter with Annie. Although initially startled, it had only been slightly so. Her earlier reaction stemmed from the hostility she sensed in Annie's gaze and how it mirrored her own when looking at Locke. To assert her claim over Locke in front of Annie, Carmen had acted as she did. Of course, Locke remained blissfully unaware of all this. After Carmen departed, he gazed up at the starry night sky, contemplating everything he had experienced in his dreams. Previously, Locke often dreamt of returning to his original world, but his memories of those dreams were seldom clear. This time, likely due to Annie's influence, he recalled every detail. In his past life, his mother had once told him, "Each star in the sky represents a person, and every falling star signifies a person's passing." He wondered if there were stars in this foreign world's night sky that represented his loved ones from his previous life, and whether they were safe and happy in their original world. When the cabin door swung open once more, the Bear brothers trudged in, their spirits visibly deflated. Floating behind them was Annie. "Big Brother, I've brought them all," she exclaimed triumphantly as she hovered in front of Locke. "Excellent, excellent. Annie is truly remarkable," Locke praised, ruffling Annie's hair. Although he felt no tangible sensation, Annie's face lit up with delight. Gratitude, benefactor, the 3 brothers, previously lethargic, suddenly perked up upon seeing Locke and knelt before him, bowing their heads. "What are you doing?" Locke asked, taken aback by their actions. Once they finished bowing, the eldest spoke, "Our lives are indebted to you. Benefactor, whatever command you have, we shall abide without complaint. What my brother said is correct." The third brother added, "We will follow the elder's lead." The fourth chimed in, "Could you please introduce yourselves?" Locke, still bewildered, requested, "I am Bear 1, a blacksmith. This is my younger brother Bear 2, a doctor, and this is our youngest brother Bear Cat, who is currently apprenticing under me in blacksmithing." The eldest, Bear 1, introduced himself and his siblings upon hearing Bear 1's introduction. Locke found little to critique regarding their names, although he was curious as to why they lacked a second brother, pondering if he had been devoured or perhaps harmonized away. "How is it that you were captured by those slave traders?" Locke inquired once more. Alas, upon hearing Locke's inquiry, the three brothers exchanged glances and sighed deeply, after which Bear Big began recounting their tale to Locke. The trio resided in the village of Bear on Beezy Island. Despite being orphaned, they remained united and were never bullied by others. As they grew older, the eldest garnered the attention of a blacksmith in the village and apprenticed under the old craftsman. The youngest brother, Bear 3, saved the village doctor during a trip to gather herbs and was taken on as the doctor's disciple. The youngest, Bear 4, though doted upon by his brothers, unexpectedly fell in with a group of ruffians in the village. Concerned, Bear Big sought guidance from his blacksmith mentor and brought Bear 4 into the trade. Until a month ago, their lives were fairly content. However, a turning point arrived when Bear Big's mentor had a daughter named Ru Hua, the most beautiful girl in the village, who showed particular kindness to Bear Big. As their feelings blossomed, Bear Big planned to propose to Ru Hua. Yet, with little money at home, the brothers found themselves in a quandary. Just then, a villager named Lai Fu claimed to have discovered a treasure map, promising them wealth upon locating it. Alas, when they followed him to the island, they realized it was a ruse. Lai Fu drugged them and left them stranded. When the brothers awoke, it was too late to alter their fate. Each day, they struggled to catch fish to survive, but the surrounding waters were alarmingly barren, yielding only one fish on a good day. 3 days prior, they stumbled upon a tree bearing 3 fruits. Ignorant of their nature, yet desperate for sustenance, they divided the fruits among themselves, only to later discover they had consumed the fabled devil fruits, rendering them unable to swim. Their primary source of food was now cut off. Just when they believed salvation had arrived in the form of a slave ship, they found themselves ensnared once more. Were it not for Locke's timely intervention, they would have been utterly lost. Chapter 32. Education. Listening to the brothers' tale, Locke mused that their story was nothing short of melodramatic. If he managed to bring all 3 aboard his ship, along with Yunji Nan, they would form a quartet, each with a tragic backstory. Would he have to name his pirate crew the melodramatic pirates? Of course, these thoughts were merely Locke's inner musings. He had not abandoned the idea of inviting the brothers aboard, knowing that even if he wished to relinquish the notion, the young girl, Annie, beside him would surely object. "What plans do you 3 have?" Locke inquired after their recounting. The brothers turned their gazes towards Annie, who was floating beside Locke, hesitant to speak and not be afraid. "Speak freely, we shall not coerce you," Locke reassured them. Big brother Annie began, but Locke gestured for her to remain silent and listen to what the brothers had to say. Displeased, Annie pouted and averted her gaze. "Our initial intention was to return home first, but Bear Big trailed off." Glancing at Annie, it appeared the brothers had been traumatized by their ordeal, now exhibiting an unusual fear of the young girl. "Very well, I shall accompany you back to assess the situation. If, at that time, you still wish to remain, I will not force you," Locke declared. "Thank you, benefactor, but enough. I understand. I will persuade Annie not to trouble you," Locke replied with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, the brothers visibly relaxed, bowing in gratitude before departing. "Big brother, why didn't you let me take charge?" Annie queried after the brothers had left. "Although I wish them to join us, loyalty forced is not genuine, that we must win them over with love." "Win them over with love? What does that mean?" Annie asked, puzzled. "Come, let me tell you a story." Once upon a time, Locke began narrating a tale about love and peace. Do you understand now?" He inquired upon concluding the story. "I understand. Big brother's story was delightful, and I will use love to win them over," Annie chirped, bouncing away from the cabin. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days later, Locke's injuries had nearly healed, while Yunji Nan, who had remained close by, had long since regained consciousness. However, Locke found it curious that despite Yunji Nan's more severe injuries, he had recovered more swiftly, being able to walk 3 days prior while Locke had only just begun to move about yesterday. Yet Locke attributed this disparity to individual differences in physique, a notion he had already encountered with Zoro. The day after Locke awoke, he summoned the freed slaves, allowing them to organize themselves and return home, even providing them with a slave ship as a means to navigate the seas. Chapter 33. Departure. At this moment, Locke stood upon his ship, engrossed in a book, with a minuscule puppet perched upon his shoulder, also absorbed in the reading. The puppet was Annie. Unable to walk in sunlight, she could inhabit inanimate objects, thus avoiding her fear of the sun. After Yunji Nan awoke, Locke had crafted this small puppet for her. "Locke, dinner is ready," Carmen called from the kitchen. Upon hearing Carmen's voice, Locke set down the devil fruit map that had been retrieved by the panda after she seized his eyes and sauntered slowly towards the kitchen. Upon entering, he discovered the long dining table filled with guests. On one side sat the Bear brothers, while Carmen and Yunji Nan occupied the other, leaving a space in the middle presumably for Locke. "We shall depart shortly for Beezy Island," Locke announced as he ate. The Bear brothers, previously focused on their meal, lifted their heads, their faces alight with excitement. "Will we not wait a little longer? Your wounds have not fully healed." Carmen expressed her concern. "My injuries have nearly mended. As long as I refrain from strenuous activity, I shall be fine." "Very well," Carmen relented, seeing Locke's determination. "Big brother, are we leaving this island?" After observing Locke and the others finish their meal, Annie quietly asked from his shoulder, "What is wrong, Annie? Are you reluctant to leave?" "No." The small puppet Annie shook her head. "Then what is it? I just feel a bit anxious, and I don't know what the outside world is like." "There's no need to worry. The world outside is full of adventures, just like the amusement park in Big Brother's dreams," Locke replied, but found himself at a loss for words, while Locke pondered how to answer Annie's query. He noticed Yunji Nan approaching. "Jinan, you're here that I have something to discuss," Locke said. "Annie, go play with your sister Carmen for a while. Big brother has something to talk about with your brother Yunji Nan." Locke instructed Annie. "Okay." Obediently, Annie maneuvered her puppet form down from Locke's shoulder. Yunji Nan, now by Locke's side, inquired, "What is it?" Instead of responding, Locke withdrew a book from his belongings and tossed it to Yunji Nan. "What is this?" Yunji Nan caught the book, flipping it open as he queried, "Did I notice your curiosity about hockey while on the island? This book contains the methods to cultivate hockey. Take a look." "So this is the method for hockey cultivation," Yunji Nan said, attentively examining the book. "What do you think?" As Yunzinen completed the book, Locke inquired. Deep down, Locke harbored a flicker of anticipation towards Yunzinen. After all, the customs of this nation bore a striking resemblance to those of his ancient world. Perhaps there existed some form of cultivation akin to Qigong. Moreover, Locke entertained a bold notion. Could this formidable method of training have originated from Yunzinen's homeland? The essence of this power seemed reminiscent of the Jinchi he had practiced since childhood, albeit with numerous divergences. Jinchi. Locke was taken aback, astonished to find that his speculation had not been erroneous. Chapter 34. Bis Island. Before long, Locke and his companions could discern the distant island, observing wisps of smoke rising from its surface. Initially, they presumed the smoke was merely the result of the island's inhabitants igniting fires for cooking. However, as their vessel drew nearer, they began to sense something amiss. Upon approaching the isle, it became evident that this was no ordinary cooking smoke. It was the thick, acrid haze resulting from the complete destruction of an entire village. The illusion slowly came to a halt, and as soon as they docked, the three brothers rushed towards the burning village. Locke, witnessing their fervor, hastily followed suit, accompanied by Carmen and Yunzinen. Yet, as they reached the village's entrance, their pace slowed to a crawl. Most of the structures had collapsed, and the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. As they pressed forward, Locke's heart sank further, for he had yet to glimpse a single survivor. "Master, Ruhwa." Just as Locke prepared to search the village for any remaining souls, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from ahead. What happened? The trio hastily rushed towards the source of the commotion. They found Xiongdan kneeling, flanked by two corpses, one a middle-aged man, the other a young woman. In an instant, Locke understood. The woman was the one he suspected Xiong Da held dear, while the man was his mentor, the very one who had taught him the art of blacksmithing. And also the woman's father. Xiong Mao stood behind, attempting to console Xiong Da, while Xiong Er was conspicuously absent, likely having rushed to the infirmary. Death cannot be undone. Please accept my condolences, Locke said, placing a reassuring hand on Xiong Da's back. It was them, the crew of that naval ship. Xiong Da's voice rose, first subdued, then spiraling into hysteria. Upon hearing this, Locke recalled that as they neared the island, they had spotted a naval vessel departing from the vicinity. At the time, he had wondered why the ship had chosen to circumvent their pirate vessel. This is bad. We must return to the ship, Locke thought, suddenly enlightened. The crew of that naval ship must have disguised themselves as pirates to attack the village, slaughtering its inhabitants to conceal their deeds. In doing so, they could easily shift the blame on any unsuspecting pirate crew. However, upon seeing Locke's ship approach the very village they had just ravaged, they had allowed them to pass unimpeded, only to capture them later, intending to eliminate them and pin the crime on them. Realizing this, Locke rushed towards the illusion. Yet as he neared the dock, he discovered that the naval vessel had indeed arrived on the island and had already taken control of their ship. With no other choice, Locke sought refuge. Eager to observe the actions of the naval forces at this juncture, he could not simply leap out to confront them, as he was reluctant to let them destroy his ship. Annie, return to the ship and check if the naval forces have caused any damage. If so, ensure they are rendered unconscious. Locke instructed the small puppet perched on his shoulder. Annie nodded and took flight toward the illusion. The puppet, crafted by Yunzanin, was remarkably petite, fitting comfortably within Locke's palm to facilitate Annie's control, all its limbs and head removable, a fact that had delighted her upon receiving it. Yet despite this, Locke was puzzled as to why Annie continued to cling to him even after he introduced her to the crew. When he had inquired why she was so fond of him, she had replied simply that it was because he was handsome. The reason Locke sent Annie back to the ship was that the puppet she inhabited was small and inconspicuous, making it less likely to be detected. Furthermore, Annie was the only one among their group who could fly for extended periods and had the strongest self-defense capabilities. Pirates inside, you are surrounded, surrender your weapons, and do not resist foolishly. Upon witnessing Annie's return to the ship, Locke noticed the naval crew disembarking, and a figure resembling a naval officer emerged, brandishing what appeared to be a conch shell and bellowing orders, "Be why the heavens." Locke felt as though they were being underestimated. After Annie's return, Locke, unperturbed by the potential destruction of his ship, stepped forward with his crew. "You bastards destroyed the village. I will see you all dead." Xiong Da, who had been lingering in the village, surged past Locke towards the naval forces. Roar! As he charged, he transformed, revealing a towering black bear over 3 meters tall before the astonished naval personnel. Fire! The officer, witnessing the approaching black bear, immediately commanded his men to shoot, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Before Xiong Da could reach their ranks, he was struck by multiple bullets, collapsing to the ground and reverting to his original form. Although he appeared injured, it seemed that his wounds were not severe. He had merely been hit in the thigh, causing him to fall. Locke, initially stunned by Xiong Da's sudden charge, soon regained his senses. Brother Xiong Mao, who had been following closely behind, sought to rush forward but was restrained by Locke. "Carmen, bring Xiong Da back." Locke directed Carmen, who nodded and extended a hand, summoning an invisible force that dragged the fallen Xiong Da back towards Locke and the others. "Continue firing. What are you waiting for?" The soldiers were momentarily paralyzed by the bizarre spectacle, and it was only at the officer's urging that they resumed shooting. Bang! 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 The gunfire recommenced, but in that very moment, Carmen extended her other hand, halting the bullets mid-air in a mesmerizing display. "Xiong Er, hurry and check on your brother." The sounds of gunfire had drawn Xiong Er, who had been in the village, to the scene. Upon seeing his brother's bloodied state, he quickly became alarmed. Chapter 35. The massacre. Xiong Er hurriedly began tending to Xiong Da's wounds. However, at that moment, Xiong Da grasped Xiong Er's hand tightly. Trembling as he uttered it, "Was them who killed Voa and Master. Avenge. Brother, please don't speak. Let me tend to your wounds first." Vengeance. After delivering his final words, Xiong succumbed to unconsciousness. Brother! Xiong Er cried out, summoning all his speed to address Xiong Da's injuries. How is he? Locke, observing Carmen's efforts to deflect the naval bullets, turned to Xiong Er inquiringly. He's stable. It's just excessive blood loss, Xiong Er replied, wiping the sweat from his brow after quickly staunching Xiong Da's bleeding. Hearing this, Locke let out a sigh of relief. Captain Locke, allow us to handle these men. I will avenge the fallen villagers, Xiong Er declared, rising resolutely after tending to his brother's wounds. Very well, gazing upon the resolute expressions of Xiong Er and the surrounding pandas. Locke nodded in acquiescence that he acknowledged Carmen, who stood steadfastly, shielding against bullets. As the words phantom blade / resonated, the opposing navy erupted in chaos, discarding their firearms. Suddenly, numerous gaping wounds of varying sizes appeared on their bodies, from which blood flowed profusely. At that moment, Carmen, with a swift motion of his hand, sent the discarded guns soaring away. The rest is up to you, Locke declared, halting after accomplishing these tasks and addressing Xiong Er and the others behind him. Roars of Gur, Gur, echoed as an imposing panda and a polar bear charged forth, targeting the startled navy, still clutching their arms in shock. Stop howling. Draw your blades and prepare for close combat, a navy officer commanded, his voice laced with urgency. However, it was too late. Xiong Er and the others had already infiltrated the ranks of the navy, commencing a one-sided massacre. Despite their rigorous training, these sailors were no match for two wielders of devil fruits, even if they once were mere commoners. Realizing their utter lack of resistance, the Navy officer stealthily retreated to the battleship, bellowing to his men below, "Retreat! Quickly, aboard the ship!" Thinking of fleeing, Locke observed the officer, who had returned to the ship unbeknownst to him. With his hands shimmering with violet light, a colossal door materialized between the Navy and their vessel, obstructing their escape route. "Hurry, set sail," the officer urgently instructed the remaining sailors who had not disembarked yet. "Oh, are you calling for them?" At that moment, Yin Jinan appeared behind the officer, effortlessly lifting an unconscious sailor. "Who are you? Spare me. I have money. All the treasure on the ship is yours. Please, don't kill me." The officer, pragmatic in his desperation, knelt and begged for mercy upon realizing Yin Jinan was the leader of the two intimidating figures. "I certainly will not take your life." Hearing Yin Jinan's words, the captain visibly relaxed, but their fate is uncertain. Yin Jinan gestured towards Xiong Er and the panda, who were engaged in battle with the navy below. "You can't do this," the officer crumbled, tears streaming down his face. "Humph, just stay put." Yin Jinan dismissed him, turning away. "I'll fight you." The officer, in a fit of hysteria, lunged at Yin, and it was a futile effort. Without even turning his head, Yin Jinan sidestepped the attack and delivered a swift kick, sending the officer sprawling onto the deck. Soon enough, the navy was dispatched by the panda and Xiong Er, their rage leaving no survivors. At this juncture, Yin Jinan brought the officer before Locke. Xiong Er and the panda, having just concluded their battle, were eager to eliminate the officer, but Locke raised a hand to halt them. "Not so fast. I have questions to pose. Once I'm done, you may deal with him." Upon hearing Locke's words, the two ceased their movements, their eyes still brimming with murderous intent as they glared at the officer, causing him to weaken in terror, collapsing to the ground. "What is your name?" Locke inquired, crouching before the officer. "Please, spare me." The officer, having witnessed Locke preventing the Bear brothers from attacking, recognized him as their leader and pleaded desperately. "I'm asking you a question." Panda, standing nearby, stepped forward and delivered a kick to the officer. "I am Sapphira," the officer stammered, trembling. "Sapphira, is it? What position do you hold in the Navy?" Locke pressed on. "I am a lieutenant commander of the EC's 16th Division." After receiving a kick, Sapphira became compliant, divulging information as Locke questioned him. This provided Locke with insight into the dynamics of the EC, a region notorious in the anime for its perceived weakness, where the highest bounty was merely 20 million, claimed by the notorious Arlong of the Arlong Pirates, the very individual who had taken control of Nami's village. "Now, for the final question, why did you attack this village?" Locke queried, having gleaned the information he sought. It wasn't my doing. My superiors commanded it. I had no choice. Sapphira burst into tears. Just tell me who. Locke insisted. It was Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division. He ordered me to act thus? I swear, it wasn't my fault. Please spare me. Is that so? Locke murmured, satisfied with the answer he desired. All right, he is yours. Locke turned to Xiong and the panda. No, Sapphira cried out, witnessing the two approach him. Please, let me go. Without a second thought, the panda seized him by the collar, dragging him away. You pirates will pay dearly for this. The Navy will not let you escape. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, and you will all perish. Before Sapphira could finish his threat, the panda silenced him. I eagerly await the Navy's attempts to keep us here. Locke scoffed, dismissing Sapphira's words. After resolving matters at the scene, Locke returned to the ship, eager to assess the situation aboard. Despite having ordered Annie to return early, he felt a lingering worry. Upon arriving on the Phantom, Locke found several Navy personnel sprawled haphazardly across the deck, unconscious and occasionally twitching. Remarkably, their uniforms remained intact, yet blood seeped from within. Locke recalled instructing Annie just days prior on how to inflict harm on the physical body while dreaming. He was pleasantly surprised by her apparent aptitude in applying these techniques in actual combat. As Locke stepped aboard, a puppet suddenly soared from below deck, landing gracefully on his shoulder. Big brother, isn't Annie amazing? Annie exclaimed proudly. Indeed, you are truly remarkable, Annie, Locke praised, after inspecting the ship and finding no significant damage. Locke returned to the deck, unceremoniously tossing the fallen Navy into the sea. Having completed this task, Locke and Annie departed the Phantom, seeking out the others who were scouring the village for any survivors. As they searched for the living, they gathered the deceased, preparing to bury them once they had thoroughly combed through the village. The search concluded swiftly among the 108 households and 287 souls in the village. Aside from the three brothers trapped on Grave Island, all others have been slaughtered. With Locke's assistance, the three Bear brothers promptly buried the villagers. Meanwhile, the awakened Xiong and Xiong knelt, weeping for their fellow villagers. Locke approached, placing a comforting hand on Xiong's shoulder. Unexpectedly, Xiong grasped Locke's pant leg, demanding, Why? Why are the Navy like this? Shouldn't they represent justice? Why? Sighing, Locke found himself at a loss for words, simply able to express his condolences. After a prolonged bout of weeping, Xiong gradually quieted, and though Locke was uncertain how to console him, he remained by his side. Captain, I want revenge, Xiong suddenly declared, turning to Locke. That I will assist you. Locke affirmed, noting the despair in Xiong's gaze. He then addressed Carmen and Yunjinan. Enough standing around. Return and raise the sails. We shall seek vengeance. Carmen and Yunjinan nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the dock. Let us go, Locke urged the Bear brothers. Slowly, they rose, casting one last glance at the graves before following Locke towards the Phantom. Upon boarding the ship, Locke summoned everyone. Today, we welcome 3 new comrades aboard, who shall join us in our adventures. That I hereby declare our first collective mission, to avenge our fallen comrades. Revenge, the 3 bears echoed fiercely. Now, Yunjinan, pull up the anchor. We set sail for the East Seas 16th Division. Yunjinan said nothing, simply walking over to begin pulling the ship's anchor. The Phantom set sail, and not long after, it encountered a trio of naval warships approaching from the opposite direction, their hulls emblazoned with the prominent number 16. Upon sighting the warships, Locke uttered not a word but moved to the bow of the ship. In an instant, a flash of purple light erupted, and a colossal figure composed entirely of ice manifested before him. With a thunderous roar, the ice giant charged toward the opposing warships. The naval personnel aboard the ships quickly recognized the imminent danger and began firing upon the ice giant. However, due to its immense stature, the cannonballs merely splintered against its icy form, failing to impede its advance. In no time, the ice giant reached the warships, raising a fist nearly the size of the vessels themselves, and delivered a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, one warship was sent plummeting into the depths of the SET, then swept its arm across, launching the remaining 2 warships into the air. Yet, the carnage was not over. As the ship soared, the ice giant transformed into a colossal sword, cleaving through the two airborne vessels and splitting them in half. Continuing forward, Locke let out a roar, calling out to those who had gathered due to the naval presence. During his battle with Cease, Locke had realized that his combat prowess had reached the level of a pirate with a bounty of around 100 million, though he might only be able to flee from the Marine lieutenants. He believed he still held the strength to contend with rear admiral-level foes. Following the awakening of his fruit's powers on Grave Island, Locke discovered that his illusions also possessed offensive capabilities, significantly altering his fighting style. The flames and ice conjured by his illusions merely required Locke to imbue them with the respective properties. With their potency dependent on the stamina he was willing to expend to enhance those traits. Previously, Locke had relied on his fruit's abilities and could be considered a mere assassin, but after the awakening, he found himself transformed into a warrior, no longer needing to resort to cunning maneuvers for an opportunity to strike. Now, all he needed to do was create illusions and charge forward. Unless his opponent was significantly stronger and could completely negate his assault, Locke was virtually invincible. Moreover, Locke discovered that he could replicate techniques from the television shows, films, or anime he had watched in his previous life, and, astonishingly, their effectiveness was commendable to AS for how Locke remembered so many details from his former life. He glanced at the miniaturized Deathwing puppet he had conjured, which was currently flying toward him with Annie aboard. After a few visits into his dreams, Locke discovered that Annie's abilities could extract long-buried memories from his subconscious, even those he had only glimpsed once. Upon realizing this, Locke had continued to request Annie to retrieve the martial techniques from his previous life that were on the verge of being forgotten, selecting those that seemed plausible to adapt to reality. Initially, on Bis Island, Locke had created a technique resembling the Rasengan from Naruto, using his fruit's abilities to generate a door. During the days following his departure from Grave Island, Locke had not merely devised this one technique. However, the Marines he encountered on the island were so weak that he did not even need to intervene. They were swiftly dealt with. Chapter 37. Bounty the ice giant that had just formed on the sea was merely the most basic application of Locke's awakened fruit abilities. As for why it was an ice giant rather than another element, it was simply because ice has the greatest buoyancy on the surface of the sea, although he could also control illusions to fly. It was unnecessary to waste his stamina. Locke waved at the diminutive Deathwing in the distance, and soon the once fearsome creature, now appearing adorably small, flew toward him with Annie on its back. "Big brother, what is it?" Annie asked curiously as she approached on the Deathwing. "All right, Annie, you've played long enough. It's time to read," Locke instructed her to do. "Fine," she replied reluctantly, dismounting slowly from the small black creature, which Annie had named Little Black, and fluttering toward her room. After leaving Grave Island, when Locke was assigning tasks to the crew aboard the ship, Annie insisted on helping and requested Locke to assign her some responsibilities. Left with no choice, Locke inquired about her abilities. She informed him that she could foresee the weather, prompting Locke to provide her with the navigation books he had brought aboard, advising her to study them well, thus making her the ship's navigator. Initially, Annie was quite diligent, studying during the day and visiting Locke's dreams at night to play. However, as a child, her attention span was limited, and although she still read a little each day, she was no longer as dedicated. If one accounted for her sleeping hours, she would be the oldest among the crew, surpassing even the combined ages of the others, yet in terms of maturity, she was the youngest at around 10 years old. Consequently, whenever Locke saw Annie, he couldn't help but think that had he not traversed into this world, he would also be a child, leading him to treat Annie with the affection of a father toward his own child. This is why, aboard the ship, Annie and Locke shared such a close bond. Watching Annie flutter back to her room, Locke chuckled and shook his head before returning to his quarters to continue practicing the unnamed technique gifted to him by Yunzanin. This technique was indeed formidable. As he trained, not only did his internal energy gradually increase, but his stamina also improved steadily. Though the growth was slow, it was far more rapid than the gains he had achieved through regular training. During his time in Frostmoon Village, while training alongside Zoro, Locke had noticed that despite training at the same intensity, his stamina and strength grew much slower than Zoro's, that by the time he left Frostmoon Village, Zoro's stamina had surpassed his own. It was only due to Locke's greater innate understanding that he had managed to avoid defeat. Furthermore, Locke discovered that awakening was not the endpoint of a fruit's capabilities as depicted in anime. He speculated that there must be another realm of awakening, though he remained unaware of what it entailed. At Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku was attending to his duties as usual when a sudden knock echoed from outside. "Report." "Come in," he said without lifting his head. "Speak. What is it?" Sengoku inquired while feeding documents to a nearby sheep. "Admiral, we have just received a report from the East Blue's 16th branch that a pirate crew has recently emerged, slaughtering the inhabitants of an island. During the capture operation, we lost 4 warships, with all personnel aboard 1 vessel perishing. The branch is requesting a bounty notice. Show me their photographs," Sengoku commanded. The messenger placed a photograph on Sengoku's desk. "What is this?" "I asked for the crew's photos, not their ship," Sengoku bellowed in anger upon examining the image. "Report." According to the branch's report, the warships were sunk before they could approach the pirate ship, hence no photographs were taken. The messenger explained hastily, sensing Sengoku's ire. "Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even obtain a photograph of the captain and still dare to request a bounty?" Sengoku fumed. "Then, I will immediately inform them that the bounty request has been denied." The messenger, seeing Sengoku's fury, grabbed the photograph and made to leave. "Wait. Issue a bounty for all individuals aboard that ship, regardless of their fates. Let them witness the consequences of challenging the Marines. What will the bounty be? For the East Blue, let it be set at 50 million for now. Also, relay a message to Smoker, instructing him to head to Lowtown first and to investigate the situation regarding that pirate crew." "Understood, Admiral." The messenger saluted before exiting the room. These pirates are becoming increasingly arrogant." After the messenger departed, the whispers of the warring states ensued. It had been 3 days since Locke had dealt with those 3 warships, and the Phantom was merely 2 days away from the Navy's 16th Division. During this interval, Locke and his crew had deliberately avoided merchant vessels and pirate ships alike, wishing to keep their destination shrouded in secrecy and to prevent the Navy from being forewarned. Although they were not afraid of the Navy, the potential for unnecessary damage to their ship was a risk they preferred to avoid. "Captain, Captain!" Shionda burst into Locke's cabin, brimming with excitement. "What is it?" Locke slowly gathered his thoughts, opening his eyes to regard Shionda. "Captain, we've been put on a bounty." Shionda presented a bounty notice to Locke. "That a bounty?" Locke inquired, perplexed. It seemed inconceivable that he and his crew, who had not revealed themselves to the public, would be subject to such a reward. Even though the Navy on Biscay Island had seen them, they had dealt with them thoroughly, and it was impossible that anyone had captured images of them. Could it be that the reinforcements from the Navy had encountered them, but Locke had sunk their ships from a distance, rendering them invisible? Upon examining the bounty notice, Locke realized it was indeed a bounty for his pirate crew, albeit accompanied solely by a photograph of their ship. Though a few figures were discernible aboard the vessel, their features remained obscured, likely due to the distance. The only clearly visible aspect on the photograph was the name of the ship. Phantom.T. Oh, his amusement. The bounty was a staggering 50 million berries. Did they not fear that someone might disguise their ship to claim the reward? Chapter 38. Sanji, however, upon seeing that the reverse of the bounty notice included a conjecture of their ship's current location, Locke understood that the Navy was likely aware that someone might attempt to claim the bounty on another ship, which is why they had detailed the ice giant ability that Locke had manifested at the time. "Let us not dwell on this. We shall continue our journey," Locke stated, discarding the notice and addressing Shionda. Although they had only set sail a few days prior, Locke was mindful that Shionda and the other 2 lacked considerable combat prowess and had not possessed their fruit abilities for long. Thus, he had requested Yunji to conduct intensive training for the trio in preparation for their impending confrontation with the Navy. Due to Shionda's injuries, his training regimen was less rigorous than that of the others, which was why Locke had instructed him to remain vigilant for any news regarding the Navy, hence his arrival to report. "There's one more thing, Captain." Shionda did not rush to leave, but continued speaking. "What is it?" "We've just discovered a restaurant on the sea." "A restaurant? Could it be the Bartai?" Upon hearing of a floating restaurant, Locke's mind immediately leapt to the Bartai, the very establishment where Sanji was situated. "Tell Yunjinan to halt training and steer the ship closer," Locke pondered before announcing. Initially, he had no intention of visiting, but recalling that Carmen had pursued culinary skills inspired by Sanji, He thought she would be elated to see him again. With this in mind, Locke followed Xiongda out of the cabin and headed toward the kitchen, since Carmen had consumed the telekinesis fruit. She had longed to apply her newfound powers in cooking, and had been practicing diligently in the kitchen. However, this had resulted in quite the ordeal for the rest of the crew, as they were forced to endure daily meals crafted by Carmen's telekinesis. Leaving only Locke to savor the exquisite dishes she meticulously prepared soon, Locke arrived at the kitchen, and upon opening the door, he beheld the kitchen knife chopping vegetables upon the cutting board, yet there was no one in sight. Carmen was seated nearby, sipping coffee while engrossed in a newspaper. "Carmen, Locke, what brings you here?" "Dinner isn't tea ready yet," Carmen queried, surprised by Locke's arrival. "Today, you needn't tea cook. We're heading out to the restaurant." Locke explained, "The restaurant? I was studying the nautical charts, and there's nothing but sea around here. Where could a restaurant possibly be?" "You'll see." Without further ado, Locke grasped Carmen's hand and led her outside. At that moment, the phantom had gradually approached the void, drawing attention. Locke had already employed his abilities to obscure the ship's markings as they neared the location. "There really is a restaurant," Carmen exclaimed, astonished at the sight before her. "Indeed. When have I ever deceived you?" Locke retorted, bemused by Carmen's tone, as if he often tricked her. "Oh, really? What about that time you put mustard in my chocolate and made me eat it?" And Carmen began to recount Locke's childhood pranks. With each anecdote, Jinan, who stood beside them, regarded Locke with a newfound curiosity, as if to say, "So this is what our captain is like." Locke, taken aback that she remembered such trivial matters, quickly interjected, "All right, let us go take a look." Without waiting for Carmen, he made his way down the gangplank of the recently docked Phantom, striding toward the bar tie. "Hey, wait for me. I'm not done talking." Carmen hurried after him. On board, Jinan and the three brothers of the Xiong family exchanged glances, a subtle smile playing on their lips, and followed suit. While Annie remained on the ship, as ghosts require no sustenance, the group made their grand entrance. They were greeted by a portly man clad in an apron, his face adorned with a bushy beard. "Welcome, honored guests." Before Locke could respond, a figure with yellow hair, curly eyebrows, and dressed in a sleek black suit pushed the man aside and stood before Carmen. "Beautiful lady, how may I serve you?" "Sanji, you scoundrel." The man, who had been shoved aside, exclaimed angrily, but Sanji paid him no mind. Carmen merely turned her head curiously to look at Locke. Locke, with no intention of letting Sanji near Carmen, grasped her hand and stepped in front of her. "You are Sanji, I presume?" "And you are?" Sanji asked, confused as to how this stranger knew his name, as he had never appeared in the papers or any other medium, and he had never seen this group before. "Don't ponder too much. While you may not recognize us, I am well acquainted with you." Locke grinned widely. "Then pray tell, what brings you here?" Sanji's expression darkened, as if preparing for a confrontation. "Calm down, we're not here to cause trouble. I have a crew member who wishes to challenge your culinary skills." Locke explained slowly that a culinary challenge. Sanji asked, intrigued, "Hello, my name is Carmen, we've met before. Though perhaps you've forgotten, but my fervent desire to learn to cook is all thanks to you." Carmen gestured for Locke to step aside. "Such a beautiful lady, all for the sake of my culinary arts." Sanji's demeanor shifted entirely, his eyes turning into hearts upon hearing her words that we merely wish to challenge your culinary skills. "Do not read too much into it," Locke reiterated, his expression darkening. "Haha, look at Locke's face." Carmen laughed heartily at Locke's irritation. "May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" "Fair lady." Sanji, undeterred, turned his full attention to Carmen. "I am Carmen." "Carmen, what a truly lovely name. Are you two going to chat forever? Or can we get on with the cooking competition?" Locke interjected once more. Meanwhile, Jinan and the three brothers of the Xiong family sat at a round table, observing their captain's visibly disgruntled demeanor. "You see, the captain is jealous," Xiongda remarked. The others nodded in agreement, having never witnessed Locke in such a state before. "You lot are enough. Don't think I'm not listening." Locke turned to the group and spoke. Chapter 39. The Contest. Fortunately, Carmen, perhaps considering Locke's feelings, did not engage in lengthy conversation with Sanji and quickly revealed her intention to compete in culinary skills, upon realizing that Locke and his companions were not troublemakers. The originally gathered chefs dispersed. However, upon hearing Sanji's disdainful remarks about Carmen's culinary abilities, they promptly congregated once more. Before long, the patrons dining in the restaurant, upon learning of the impending culinary competition, expressed great anticipation and were eager to serve as judges for the contest. Even those who had finished their meals and were preparing to leave paused. Intrigued by the prospect of the culinary showdown soon, Redfoot Zeph descended from upstairs to personally arrange the competition venue. The setting was established on the fish fin outside the restaurant. With Carmen and Sanji each assigned stove, they were to select their best dishes for preparation. Once completed, their creations would be evaluated by the patrons who had remained. With each person granted a single voting opportunity, the one with the most votes would emerge victorious. The competition commenced under Redfoot Zeph's moderation, with Sanji opting to prepare a common Japanese dish. Salmon sashimi. He retrieved a freshly caught salmon from that morning, skillfully removing the large bones with his adept knife skills, then cutting the fish into pieces and skinning it. After removing the skin, Sanji spun the knife in his hand and tossed the large chunks of fish into the air, performing a dazzling display of knife work. As he set down his knife once more, the airborne pieces of fish gracefully fell onto pre-prepared ice, each slice of salmon perfectly uniform in thickness. Though the exact thinness was indiscernible, one could see through a piece to the faint silhouette beyond. Sanji then began to prepare the accompanying sauce, knowing well that while the quality of the fish was crucial, the seasoning was paramount for delectable sashimi. The scene shifted to Carmen, who chose to prepare a dish based on the method of twice-cooked pork that Locke had conveyed to her from his past life. It was no surprise. This dish was Locke's favorite, and Carmen often made it for him, so it was hardly an exaggeration to claim that she excelled at it. Furthermore, Carmen had invested considerable effort into improving the recipe, rendering her method quite distinct from the original. Whether out of insecurity or another reason, she did not alter the steps this time, but adhered to Locke's initial instructions. She selected a piece of wild boar meat from the Phantom, opting for a slice of streaky pork with an ideal balance of fat and lean, which she boiled until cooked. Once the pork was ready, she removed it and cut it into pieces. Throughout this process, Carmen did not flaunt her knife skills, but rather proceeded with the same calm demeanor she exhibited while cooking for Locke. Observing Carmen's focused expression while cooking felt less like witnessing the preparation of a dish and more like beholding the heartfelt intentions of a lover. The entire process was methodical. After slicing the meat, she poured lard into a preheated frying pan. Once the fat had melted, she added the prepped seasonings one by one. As the ingredients sizzled, she tossed in the previously cut pork for a quick stir-fry. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the pan, captivating the onlookers among the diners, some of whom could not help but drool. Both competitors worked swiftly, ensuring that the audience did not have to wait long. Soon, two distinctly presented dishes were served to the diners. The patrons gravitated towards Carmen's twice-cooked pork, as they had never encountered this dish before, and the irresistible aroma was simply too alluring. Thus, the outcome was evident. After tasting the richly flavored twice-cooked pork, the diners found Sanji's comparatively mild salmon sashimi lacking in flavor. Despite its own commendable preparation, as expected, the results were announced. Carmen triumphed by a significant margin over Sanji. Victory! Cheered Locke and his companions as they gathered around Carmen after the competition's conclusion. Yet, Carmen's expression bore no trace of triumph. Instead, she appeared lost in thought, a demeanor that had lingered ever since tasting Sanji's dish. However, the crew was oblivious to Carmen's expression, caught up in their excitement for her achievement. "Sanji, you truly deserve to be my lifelong rival," Carmen said, unexpectedly standing before him. Sanji, initially pleased to see Carmen approaching, was taken aback by her words. "Hey, what do you mean by lifelong rival? Can't we be something else too? Don't define us so early." He protested that I end this competition. "I lost, but I never expected you could make something so delicious from simple sashimi." Carmen replied, "Miss Carmen, you have won this time. Though I had never seen your dish before, its exquisite flavor is indeed a rarity." Sanji responded seriously. "As for the dish?" Carmen pondered Sanji's comment and handed him her notebook, where she had recorded her recipes. "I look forward to our next contest," she declared before turning away and heading toward the Phantom. Witnessing this exchange, the crew members of the Phantom were utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend Carmen's sudden demeanor. However, Observant Locke, who had been nearby, sampled both Sanji's and Carmen's dishes, setting down his utensils in silence. He promptly pursued Carmen. Locke's actions left the others in a state of confusion, entirely a loss as to what had just transpired. Soon, Locke caught up with Carmen, but he said nothing. Instead, he gently took her hand. "Locke, I won't lose next time," Carmen stated. Looking up at him, "I will always be by your side." They fell into a moment of silence. Suddenly, Carmen leaned in and kissed Locke's cheek, saying, "Thank you for remembering," before swiftly departing to her quarters. "Silly girl, how could I possibly forget what you said?" Locke murmured with a smile, touching the spot where she had kissed him. "What are you all standing around for? Board the ship. We must set sail," Locke called out loudly to the still stunned crew members behind him. Once everyone was aboard, Locke shouted to Sanji, who remained outside. "Sanji, I will await you in the new world. I look forward to our next encounter. By the way, if you come across a fellow with green seaweed-like hair, be sure to tell him I anticipate his challenge." "What?" Locke's final remark left Sanji bewildered, utterly clueless as to its meaning. Chapter 40. The Offensive. But when he looked back at Locke, he found that Locke had already vanished. "All hands, raise the sails and set sail," Locke commanded as he turned to Kuma and the others. With that, everyone returned to their designated places, and the Phantom gradually departed from the Bartai restaurant as the crew united in their efforts. In truth, as Locke and his companions prepared to raid the Navy's 16th Division, they intended to do so quietly. However, they unexpectedly encountered the Bartai, the floating restaurant that had been traversing the East Sea. Locke recalled that this restaurant had made headlines when it first opened, and Carmen had once shown him that article, explaining that a significant reason she pursued culinary skills was due to a person featured therein. At that moment, Locke felt a pang of discomfort, but upon reflection, he remembered the anime scene where Carmen and Sanji had competed in Rogue Town, during which Carmen had mentioned her reason for learning to cook. Thus, when Locke encountered the Bartai restaurant, the memory naturally resurfaced, compelling him to challenge Sanji to a cook-off on Carmen's behalf. This could be seen as a small act of selfishness on Locke's part. Since arriving in this world and meeting Carmen, he had offered her only a few suggestions regarding cooking, without giving her much else. This encounter with the Bartai served as a minor compensation for Carmen. "What is the matter, kid?" Thinking about setting sail, Zeph approached Sanji, who was lost in thought, gazing at the receding Phantom. "Old man, I told you I wouldn't leave until you're gone." Sanji snapped back to reality, responding to Zeph with a shout. "Humph." With merely a cold grunt, Japu turned and departed from the deck. As he watched Japu return to the cabin, Sanji cast another glance towards the Phantom ship. Although he could not quite comprehend the meaning behind the words Rock had spoken upon his departure, he nonetheless etched those words deeply into his memory, just as Sanji was preparing to head to the dining hall. A naval warship slowly approached from another direction across the sea. When the warship anchored alongside the dining area, a naval officer emerged, a cigar clutched between his lips, followed closely by a girl wearing spectacles and wielding a katana. Another day had dawned, and the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, as if foretelling an ominous event. I could see this moment aboard the Phantom ship. Rock had ceased his training and had come up on deck, methodically polishing the blade of his tanto. Annie, for her part, remained quiet, perched on Rock's shoulder, silently observing him. Meanwhile, the crew members of the Phantom ship were diligently preparing for the imminent battle that awaited them. In no more than an hour, Rock and his companions would land at the 16th Naval Branch. Although this was merely a naval outpost in the East Sea, the combat prowess of its forces was far inferior to that of the Navy in the Grand Line. Yet it was still manned by vigilant naval officers. Previously, Rock had instructed his crew that the objective of this operation was to behead the enemy, emphasizing that the common sailors were of little consequence. If possible, they should avoid killing the sailors, for Rock and his crew were not bloodthirsty fiends. The true targets of their vengeance were the naval officers, as ordinary sailors merely followed orders and did not warrant wholesale slaughter. Of course, Rock was not a benevolent soul. Should the Navy choose to charge recklessly into battle, he would merely offer his apologies. "Prepare yourselves. The battle is about to commence." That a distant island appeared on the horizon, and Rock proclaimed loudly, followed by a flash of purple light as the Phantom ship vanished from the surface of the sea. Soon, the Phantom ship reappeared not far from the island, and Rock, accompanied by Yunnan, the three brothers of the Bear family, and Annie, who remained on his shoulder, charged towards the distant 16th Naval Branch. As for Carmen, she stayed behind on the ship to prevent a repeat of their previous encounter on Biss Island, where the Navy had seized control of their vessel, making retreat exceedingly difficult should any unforeseen events arise. As Rock and his companions materialized on the island, a song titled Reverse Battle began to resonate around them. Kill! At Rock's command, they surged forward towards the naval officers, who were bewildered by the sudden onset of music. With a thunderous shout, Rock summoned a purple meteor from the heavens, which plummeted violently towards the 16th branch, causing the entire island to tremble with a deafening explosion. The pirates plunged into the ranks of the Navy, delivering lethal blows to any officer they encountered. The ordinary sailors, in that moment, were not even in a position to defend themselves, paralyzed by fear from the meteoric justice that had descended upon them, scattering in disarray. However, the three brothers of the Bear family soon found themselves beset by several majors, ensnared in a fierce struggle. After all, this was a naval branch, and even in weakness, there were limits. Formidable opponents still existed. Yunnan, meanwhile, had advanced at such a pace that it had already pierced through the naval outpost and caught sight of the other side, where the gate was guarded by naval personnel. A.S. Yunnan prepared to demolish the gate with a kick. He was unexpectedly intercepted by the very officer standing guard, who sent him flying in an instant. "Who are you?" Yunnan exclaimed as he was flung through the air, addressing the officer who had thwarted him. "Tell me, just a humble gatekeeper. You can call me Old Chin," the officer replied slowly, turning around to reveal his already graying hair. As Yunnan gazed at Old Chin, his expression grew increasingly serious. Meanwhile, Rock paid no heed to his comrades embroiled in battle. He continued to wield his powers to unleash widespread destruction upon the naval structures in sight. Indifferent to whether they housed any occupants, the naval officers charging at Rock were all swiftly subdued by Annie, who remained on Rock's shoulder. The officers collapsed to the ground before they could even approach him. Falling victim to Annie's formidable abilities, her powers proved terrifyingly effective against those of weak will, transforming her into a relentless harvesting machine. Anyone who ventured too close to her was ensnared in an endless nightmare. Chapter 41. Naval Major. At the moment Rock and his crew launched their assault, a warship appeared on the horizon, with a man smoking a cigarette standing on the deck. This was Smoker, dispatched to investigate the 16th branch. They had nearly caught up with Rock's crew back at Bartai, but unbeknownst to Smoker, Rock had audaciously chosen to attack the naval outpost directly. During their journey, they encountered a pirate ship and had to engage in a skirmish, delaying their arrival until after Rock's crew had already reached the destination. "Smoker, the 16th branch is under naval assault," an anxious officer reported as he approached Smoker. "What?" Smoker exclaimed, his gaze shifting to the distant island that belonged to the 16th branch, where smoke was beginning to rise ominously. "I must investigate. You all hurry here." Without waiting for further discussion, Smoker transformed into smoke and sped towards the island. Smoker, just as Dasky, who had been standing behind him, began to call out, Smoker had already vanished into the distance. Sometimes he acts recklessly. "Dasky, what should we do now?" "Increase speed and approach the island," Dasky ordered, resigned to the situation. Not long after, as they neared the island, another naval officer appeared before Dasky. "Report. A pirate ship has been sighted ahead. Based on its characteristics, it is likely the target of our mission, the Phantom Pirate Crew, with a bounty of 50 million berries." "The Phantom Pirate Crew?" Dasky gasped in surprise. Could it be that they were the ones attacking the naval outpost? "Open fire and sink them," Dasky quickly commanded, determined to eliminate any threats, regardless of whether the personnel on the island were indeed the Phantom Pirates. Boom! 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 A cacophony of cannon fire erupted as several cannonballs flew towards the distant Phantom ship. Meanwhile, at the 16th Naval Branch, the three brothers of the Bear family found themselves confronted by four naval majors. "You brats have some nerve, attacking a naval branch," one of the majors declared. "What? Since you naval officers dare to recklessly assault innocent civilians, did you not expect to be retaliated against?" Bear Big taunted. "You little brat, you're asking for death." It seemed Bear Big had struck a nerve as one of the naval majors charged forward. Seeing their comrade engage, the remaining three did not hesitate to follow suit. "Come on then, let us show you the fruits of our training." As the four advanced, the Bear brothers met them head-on without hesitation. Under Yunan's guidance over the past few days, the three brothers had not only seen significant improvement in their combat skills, but had also developed a better understanding of their devil fruit abilities. They had mastered the three forms of the Zoan type and no longer charged recklessly like before. Roar, roar, roar. After the resounding roar of the three bears, Xiongda and Xiong transformed directly into a state of bear heads with human bodies, while only the panda retained its complete panda form. The reason for this disparity was not that the panda was incapable of such transformations, but rather that it discovered that its agility and offensive power in panda form far surpassed those of any other forms. Upon realizing this, the panda had sought advice from Locke, who had remarked that only the most suitable form for oneself is the strongest. Consequently, the panda decided to focus solely on this form for combat. In contrast, Xiongda and Xiong experienced a notable decrease in their reflexes after fully transforming into bears, thereby compelling them to develop their bear-human forms in this state. Not only did their defensive capabilities increase, but their offensive strength also saw a significant enhancement. Before long, the three bears engaged in battle with their adversaries. After Xiongda and his companions transformed, the four naval lieutenants across from them appeared somewhat flustered in their attempts to respond. However, with reinforcements frequently arriving from nearby naval soldiers, they managed to cope, albeit barely. Throughout this ongoing skirmish, the bears gradually assimilated the combat techniques imparted to them by Yunjinan over the past few days. Among them, the youngest, the panda, stood out remarkably. In its transformed state, its rotund figure managed to hold its ground against two lieutenants, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Had it not been for the intermittent attacks from the surrounding navy, it might have already triumphed over its foes. Conversely, while Xiongda and Xiong maintained some advantages in their fight, they struggled to secure a decisive victory against their opponents. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted as a meteor conjured by Locke landed nearby, creating a tremendous commotion that caused the opposing naval lieutenant to momentarily halt. Seizing this opportunity, Xiongda lunged forward and swiftly knocked the naval lieutenant to the ground, without allowing the lieutenant a chance to recover. He raised his bare paw and forcefully struck down upon the lieutenant's head, muttering, "Let you savor the taste of a bear's paw." Observing this scene from the sidelines, another naval soldier attempted to intervene, only to be intercepted by Xiong who had also noticed Xiongda's advance. In no time, the lieutenant who had been knocked down found his head crushed like a watermelon, with blood and debris splattering everywhere. Once Xiongda dispatched his opponent, he charged towards Xiong to assist him in swiftly overcoming his adversary and subsequently aiding the panda. However, the lieutenant who had been engaged with Xiong noticed Xiongda approaching, and, taking advantage of a moment when Xiong was distracted, he withdrew from the fight with Xiong and commanded the nearby soldiers to impede Xiongda and Xiong while he himself rushed towards the panda, intending to eliminate it alongside the two lieutenants before returning to deal with the other two bears. Yet he gravely underestimated the panda's combat prowess. Even under the siege of three lieutenants, the panda managed to maintain an undefeated stance. This plump panda proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Despite its size, it exhibited remarkable agility that belied its appearance. The others found it difficult to land a hit, and even when they did, the panda's ample blubber mitigated the impact, significantly reducing the damage it sustained. Before long, the panda was not left to fend for itself for too long. Xiongda and Xiong having fought their way through the naval soldiers, charged to its aid. Observing this development, the three naval lieutenants grew increasingly anxious and unleashed their most formidable attacks upon the panda. However, the panda appeared unfazed, continuing its assault. Soon after Xiongda and Xiong arrived, the three lieutenants were swiftly dispatched. As the defeated lieutenants lay on the ground, the panda suddenly reverted to its original form, collapsing to the ground as well. It seemed that the lieutenants' desperate final retaliations had inflicted significant damage. Xiong hastily caught the fallen panda and began to assess its injuries, while Xiongda positioned himself protectively nearby to fend off any potential ambushes from the surrounding soldiers. Chapter 42. The Doorman. Old Qin at this moment. Yunjinan was locked in a standoff with a naval soldier who referred to himself as Old Qin. They had already exchanged several blows, although the opponent's speed was not superior to his own. For some inexplicable reason, Every time Yunjinan was on the verge of landing a strike, Old Qin managed to evade or block it. Young pirate, if your strength is limited to this, you shall remain here, Old Qin declared after deftly dodging Yunjinan's attack. All right, old man, I can see that you are formidable, but I assure you, I have not stagnated in my growth, Yunjinan replied, halting a short distance from Old Qin. Whirlwind kick. With that utterance, Yunjinan began to spin in place, soon generating a small whirlwind at his previous location. Go. He commanded, and the whirlwind surged forth towards Old Qin, while Yunjinan remained stationary. Before the whirlwind could strike Old Qin, Yunjinan vanished once again. A commendable attack, yet still lacking. Iron block. Old Qin's muscles suddenly swelled, causing his military uniform, which had previously hung loosely, to tear apart, exposing his upper body. Bang! The whirlwind collided with Old Qin just as Yunjinan materialized behind him, landing a solid kick to the lieutenant's back. However, striking Old Qin felt akin to kicking a block of iron. Yielding no discernible reaction, the whirlwind, while not achieving significant damage, managed to graze Old Qin's skin. Indeed commendable, but still lacking. Gun finger. At the moment when Yunjinan's previous strength waned and his new power had yet to manifest, Old Qin jabbed a finger towards him. Although Yunnan reacted swiftly, he was still grazed on the shoulder, leaving a gaping wound. Shave. As Yunjinan vanished once more, this time Old Qin did not remain stationary. Instead, he used the shave technique to pursue him. Upon re-establishing himself, Yunjinan was taken aback by Old Qin's sudden appearance before him. You boy, your speed is impressive, but it is still insufficient. Old Qin lunged at Yunjinan with his gun finger once more. However, this time, Yunjinan managed to deflect the attack with a swift kick. Speed, After fending off this assault, Yunjinan muttered, Old man, be cautious. The next move is not so easily blocked. Triple speed. Wind God kick. Once again, Yunjinan charged at Old Qin with an even swifter attack. Now this is starting to look interesting. Old Qin observed as Yunjinan vanished once more, a smile gracing his lips as he employed the shave technique to meet his adversary head-on. In an instant, the two engaged in aerial combat, the shockwaves from their clash sending nearby naval soldiers flying. Ha! Ha! Today's youth truly astonishes me, managing to fight with an old man for so long. After a brief separation, Old Qin, panting heavily, addressed Yunjinan, who stood steadfast across from him. Old man, you are quite impressive yourself. Even at your age, you still pack quite a punch, but be prepared now. 0.5 times speed. Wind God kick. With that proclamation, Yunjinan launched yet another assault on Old Qin this much faster. Old Qin chuckled, keeping pace with him. However, it soon became evident that Old Qin struggled to keep up with Yunjinan's speed. While he could still manage a semblance of a response, he found himself frequently exploited by Yunjinan's strikes. This old man is indeed formidable. He can withstand my attacks without issue. Ha! Kid, I admit your speed is impressive, but your attacking power still lacks. While fending off Yunjinan's barrage and preparing to counter, Old Qin remarked, Humph. Yunjinan refrained from replying, merely letting out a cold snort. Another flurry of exchanges ensued, during which Old Qin seized an opportunity, delivering a swift kick that sent Yunjinan flying. Lacking the defenses of the iron block, Yunjinan, despite having recently learned to harness hockey, found himself at a disadvantage due to his inexperience. The difference between true energy and hockey was also apparent. Hockey was an energy generated from within, making its application akin to possessing an additional limb. In contrast, true energy was drawn from external natural sources, offering greater efficacy but requiring continuous practice to master. As Yunjinan was propelled through the air, he managed to mitigate some of the impact with true energy, yet blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. What is the matter? Have you reached your limit, boy? Old Qin taunted, observing his opponent's plight. Not even close, old man. Yunzinen gradually rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Oh, quite resilient, aren't you, lad? However, no matter how swift you may be, without sufficient strength, you shall never triumph over me. Strength, you say? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate whether my power can indeed vanquish you. Yunzinen retorted, I am quite eager to witness it. From this moment forth, I can no longer hold back, for this technique is one I can scarcely control myself. Tenfold speed. Wind God kick. In an instant, Yunzanin vanished from his original position, leaving the ground beneath him shattered by the force of his movement. Faster are we, but that shall prove futile. Iron block. Old Sheen once again employed the iron block technique. Bang! The moment Old Sheen activated the iron block, Yunzanin's attack arrived, sending Old Sheen soaring through the air with a single kick. What? The airborne Old Sheen had not anticipated the sudden surge of power from Yunjin and, I could see this moment. Yunzanin's eyes were devoid of any color. Resembling someone who had lost consciousness, he no longer responded to Old Sheen's words and instead pursued him relentlessly through the air, delivering kick after kick that forced Old Sheen to cough up blood. How could this be? After uttering his final words, Old Sheen fainted. In that moment, Yunzanin regained his senses, coughed up a significant amount of blood, and collapsed to the ground. Speed is power. Long gazing at the myriad wounds adorning Smoker's body, now entirely devoid of his elemental form, Locke sheathed his sword. Oh, are you contemplating an escape? He coughed, his voice strained from excessive blood loss, spitting out a couple of droplets of crimson. That I merely wish to refrain from killing you. Locke remarked with a slight grimace. I do not require your pity. Smoker retorted, disregarding his injuries as he charged at Locke once more. Locke deftly sidestepped Smoker's assault and retaliated with a swift strike to the side of Smoker's neck, causing him to collapse without any resistance. Remember my name, Locke. That I look forward to our next encounter, he whispered into Smoker's ear as the latter succumbed to unconsciousness, a fine dust rising as he fell. Observing the defeated Smoker, Locke shook his head with a smile before hastening in the direction where Annie had vanished. Before long, Locke caught up with Annie, who was perched atop the head of Colonel Mouse, who knelt on the ground, eyes tightly shut, his face contorted in terror and his body trembling uncontrollably. Big brother, Annie exclaimed, launching herself towards Locke, her entire puppet form landing on his face, obscuring his view. With a sigh, Locke extended his hand to lift her onto his shoulder, ensuring her comfort. Big brother, this Navy colonel is a wicked man. He has committed many atrocious acts. Annie declared from her perch, if he were not a villain, we would not have come to capture him. Locke explained. Yes, as good people, we must punish the wicked, Annie agreed eagerly. Nodding in affirmation, Big brother, aren't I impressive for capturing the bad guys so quickly? She boasted, her expression unreadable but undoubtedly brimming with pride. Indeed, our Annie is the most remarkable of all, Locke praised, affectionately ruffling her hair. Upon hearing Locke's words, Annie joyfully twirled around him, her laughter ringing out like a melody. All right, settle down. We must prepare to depart, Locke instructed, gently placing her back on his shoulder, after receiving a nod from Annie. He approached where Colonel Mouse was kneeling and, as if discarding refuse, hoisted him up. Let us go, everyone. We are leaving. A purple specter appeared behind Locke, calling out loudly before vanishing entirely. Onward, to the ship, Locke declared as he set off, carrying Annie and Colonel Mouse towards the Phantom. Meanwhile, Bear was left to confront the advancing Navy forces alone, while his companion, Bear 2, had set aside the recently treated panda and was now tending to Yunji Nan's injuries. Suddenly, Locke's retreat command echoed in their ears, accompanied by the familiar purple specter. Exchanging a glance, Bear swiftly repelled the oncoming Navy soldiers before joining Bear 2, hoisting the panda onto his back. Bear 2 quickly finished treating Yunji Nan and carried him as well. With both individuals secured, the pair wasted no time in making their way towards the Phantom. That moment, the Phantom was under heavy bombardment from Smoker-S warship, yet Carmen skillfully deflected the cannon fire with his telekinesis, occasionally redirecting the incoming projectiles back towards the assailants. Initially, Carmen had not detected the Navy's presence, and the Phantom suffered a few strikes, leaving holes in its hull. However, upon realizing the futility of their cannonades, the Navy ceased their fire and began maneuvering their ship closer. It must be noted that the power of the telekinesis fruit was indeed formidable. Its capabilities were simple to wield, yet immensely powerful. Even though Carmen had only possessed the fruit for a few days, he was already unleashing considerable strength. As the Navy vessel drew nearer, the sailors began to leap aboard the pirate ship. only to find themselves crashing into the telekinetic wall Carmen had erected, one after another plunging into the sea in a spectacular display. Amidst the chaos, Carmen's attention was caught by the sight of Dasky leaping from the warship, momentarily forgetting to maintain the telekinetic barrier as he stared at her, resulting in several Navy personnel following her lead. "Guina, is that you? I thought you were dead," Carmen exclaimed, ignoring the other soldiers as he addressed Dasky in astonishment. "Guina, who is that? But pirates must accept justice from the Navy," Dasky retorted, charging towards Carmen with the soldiers in tow. "How tiresome," Carmen muttered, extending his hand to immobilize them, then sweeping his arm to send all the soldiers, save Dasky, flying away. Finally, it's quiet. We can have a proper conversation now. With all his subordinates dispatched, Dasky found herself unable to move, beads of anxious sweat forming on her brow. "Gunna, do you truly not recognize me?" "It is Carmen," he reiterated, as only Dasky remained aboard the ship. Realizing she was no match for the woman before her, Dasky breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that Carmen had no intention of attacking. "Guina, my name is Dasky," she stated firmly. "Dasky, huh. That makes sense. She is dead and cannot possibly be here," Carmen murmured, his earlier excitement gradually subsiding. "What do you mean dead? I'm alive and well," Dasky called out. Unable to hear Carmen clearly due to the distance between them, "That it's nothing, merely that you bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine," Carmen replied calmly. "I don't care if I look like your friend. Just let me go and accept the Navy's judgment. Otherwise, when Colonel Smoker resolves the chaos on the island and arrives, you shall suffer for it," Dasky threatened, confident in Smoker's abilities as a Logia fruit user. An almost invincible force in the East Blue, often deemed the weakest sea. Chapter 45. The Navy's response, "Miss. Are you awaiting Smoker? I advise against it. He is currently lying there. It would be more prudent for you to seek him out." A figure clad in a black trench coat, riding a large purple bird, addressed Dasky as he landed on the pirate ship. "Locke, you're back. Let me check if you're injured." Carmen rushed over to inspect the newcomer. Indeed, it was Locke, alongside Bear and the others, who had rendezvoused at the island's edge before Locke conjured a massive bird for them to ride back to the ship. Upon their return, Locke heard Dasky's exclamation and promptly explained, "What? Impossible! How could you defeat Colonel Smoker?" Dasky exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. "Disbelieve it? I will show you," Locke asserted, summoning the purple bird to seize Dasky's shoulder and lift her towards the distant Navy's 16th Division. Watching Dasky being carried away, Locke placed the unconscious Colonel Mouse down on the deck. "Set sail. We are heading back to Beezy Island." Locke instructed Bear and Carmen, and the two moved to operate the ship. Locke turned to Bear 2, saying, "Take them to the infirmary for treatment." Bear 2 nodded, carrying each of the injured towards his designated medical quarters. "How are they?" Locke finally had the chance to inquire about their conditions after laying the two down. "The panda is fine. Just a few broken ribs and some minor internal injuries. He'll recover in a few days," Bear 2 explained. "And what of you and Jinan?" Locke inquired once more. His situation was gravely serious. It was unclear what sort of adversary he had encountered, as his muscles bore varying degrees of injury, and several wounds of differing sizes marred his body's surface. Xiong Air spoke gravely. "Is there any danger to his life?" Hearing the gravity in Xiong Air's words, Locke felt a sudden surge of anxiety. "Not really, but the recovery will be quite slow. Even with his physical condition, it will take at least a week before he can walk again, and he must refrain from any strenuous activities for a month." Noticing Locke's sudden tension, Xiong Air hurriedly clarified, Upon hearing Xiong Air's reassurances, Locke let out a slight sigh of relief. After instructing Xiong Air to take good care of the two individuals, Locke exited the room and made his way to the deck. The ship had slowly begun to move, and as he gazed at the naval base receding into the distance, Locke felt no tumult within his heart. Although he had known that one day he would confront the Navy head-on, he had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Nevertheless, Locke harbored no regrets. Since Xiongda and the others had boarded his ship, they were his comrades, and avenging his friends surely did not require any lengthy deliberation. Returning to the cabin, Locke sought out a length of rope, binding the unconscious Colonel Mouse to the mast at this moment. Locke and his crew had no intention of executing him right away. Instead, They planned to transport him to BZ Island, allowing Shionda and the others to personally settle the score at their loved ones' graves, to offer solace to the spirits of the departed. At the Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort, in the office of the Admiral, the Supreme Commander of the Navy, Sengoku, was diligently attending to official matters, though there was another individual present in the office. This person wore a comical dog-headed hat. His grizzled beard prominently displayed, he lounged on a nearby sofa, his feet resting on a coffee table, leisurely munching on donuts, entirely disregarding the decorum expected in the Admiral's office. Garp, enough already. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Stop disturbing my work. Sengoku roared at Garp, unable to contain his frustration. I'm merely enjoying some donuts. How is that a disturbance? Garp retorted, popping another donut into his mouth. Why? Sengoku's words were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of the den mushi. Buru, answer the phone, Garp instructed, gesturing towards the den mushi. Who is it? Sengoku inquired as he picked up the device. This is Colonel Smoker reporting, came Smoker's weary voice from the other end. Oh, Smoker, what is it? Sengoku responded. Sir, the 16th Division of the Eastern Sea has just been attacked by the Phantom Pirate crew, suffering severe losses. What? Sengoku's fury ignited upon hearing this news, and he crushed the den mushi in his grip. Soldier, bring me another den mushi. He commanded the guard stationed outside the door. I could see this moment. Garp, sitting nearby, sensed that a significant event had transpired and remained silent, continuing to enjoy his donuts. Soon, the soldier returned with another den mushi, and Sengoku re-established contact with Smoker. Give me the details, Sengoku demanded. Not long ago, the Phantom Pirate crew attacked the 16th Division for reasons unknown, destroying all buildings on the island. That I arrived just in time to engage their captain, but was overpowered and knocked unconscious. Then, for reasons unknown, they retreated, Smoker succinctly reported. What were the casualty figures? Sengoku pressed, his expression darkening. Excluding the personnel on duty, there were 2,000 guards remaining. 400 were killed, and the rest were injured. 1 veteran, known as Old Sheen, suffered multiple fractures, and 15 officers above the rank of captain were killed, leaving only 5 survivors. The division's commander, Colonel Mouse, was captured. The reason remains unclear, Smoker elaborated. Damn it. Sengoku did not crush the den mushi this time. Instead, he smashed the paperwork before him in half. All right, I will handle the remaining matters. You hurry to Lowtown and take command, Sengoku instructed Smoker, not bothering to say anything more before hanging up. Was that Old Sheen you just mentioned? Garp interjected suddenly. Had you not spoken, I might have almost forgotten. That Old Sheen should be one of your men, the elderly fellow who refused to leave the Navy and insisted on guarding the entrance. I had him assigned to the 16th Division, Sengoku replied, his gaze shifting to Garp as if recalling something. Chapter 46. Thoughts to S.O. It truly is him. Although that old codger is merely an ordinary colonel under my command. I remember him being quite skilled in the Marine 6 styles that I never expected him to be in such a state. Garp lamented. What exactly is the Phantom Pirate crew's background? Sengoku mused. By the way, what brings you here? Sengoku seemed to recall something and turned to Garp. I almost forgot. I came to request leave that my grandson is about to turn 17, and I need to bring him to join the Navy. Garp replied, suddenly remembering his purpose for visiting. Humph. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Garp, continuing, There's no need for leave. You should head to the Eastern Sea and capture this Phantom Pirate crew. Sure, it's on my way anyway. Garp replied nonchalantly. All right, you may leave. And while you're at it, have a soldier bring me a new desk, Sengoku instructed, simultaneously grappling with a piece of material that had fallen to the floor and was being chewed on by a sheep. TCH, get it yourself, Garp exclaimed as he exited with his donuts. Old scoundrel, Sengoku muttered, then instructed the guard at the door, Go, bring me that desk. Though Sengoku scolded him, he trusted Garp. Despite his occasional unreliability, his unwavering commitment to justice was undeniable. With Garp stationed in the Eastern Sea, he was confident that the Phantom Pirate crew would have no escape should they appear. At this moment, Locke sat alone at the bow of the ship. Fishing, while a little figure conjured from thin air, played a serene piece of music titled Hometown Scenery. Fishing while enjoying the exquisite melodies, life felt utterly delightful, entirely devoid of the turmoil of a recent battle. 3 days had passed since the assault on the naval base. During this time, as the Phantom had sustained several cannonball holes and Yunji had been gravely injured, Locke found himself compelled to personally repair the vessel. Though he managed to patch the holes, the quality of his handiwork left much to be desired, as he was not particularly skilled in such tasks. The areas with damaged foundations were haphazardly mended with wooden planks, resulting in a rather unsightly appearance. There were no rules to speak of, and at that time, Carmen had even mocked Locke, claiming that his repairs were overly vengeful. However, Locke firmly believed that what he was creating was art, and true art is meant to be incomprehensible. In response to Locke's defense, Carmen merely rolled her eyes and remarked, "You should wait until Yunzanin is up and running again, before leaving him to revel in his self-indulgence." Nevertheless, there were those aboard the ship who appreciated Locke's so-called artistry, with Annie being the one who steadfastly stood by Locke's side. After completing the repairs on the ship, Locke had not been as immersed in his training as he had been in the days prior. Aside from his daily routine of basic physical exercises, he spent most of his time fishing at the bow of the vessel. While fishing and listening to music, Locke continuously reflected upon all the battles he had encountered since setting sail, accumulating invaluable combat experience and contemplating his gains and losses. However, today, Locke found himself reminiscing about his past. In his previous life, Locke was merely an ordinary university graduate, and in a world where graduation equated to unemployment, he was unfortunately a member of the unemployed. Although he had worked after graduation, every company he joined either laid him off or went bankrupt, leaving Locke utterly helpless and questioning whether he was a jinxed soul doomed to misfortune. During his idle moments, Locke's favorite pastime was to sit alone on the rooftop, listening to music, smoking, and gazing at the city he both loathed and could not escape, perhaps by a twist of fate. He found himself transported to this passionate pirate world, where he could alter the course of his destiny with sufficient strength. Yet, after his arrival, he could no longer return home to see his parents and loved ones, which remained his greatest regret. Fortunately, he had a younger brother back home, ensuring that at least one person would be there for them in the future. His desire to change the world in this new realm was perhaps born from the banality of his previous existence. Furthermore, having a grand goal to strive for in this world was an escape from the mediocrity of his past life. "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" An unknown moment, Annie had flown onto Locke's shoulder. "Oh, nothing much, just reflecting on some past events," Locke replied with a smile. That moment, a head suddenly leaned against his other shoulder, and recognizing the familiar scent of her hair, Locke knew it was Carmen. Unbeknownst to him, she had taken a seat beside him, resting her head lightly on his shoulder, fishing rod in hand. This scene reminded Locke of the times on Crisby Island when he would sit alone atop a mountain, watching the sunset sink into the sea, and Carmen would often accompany him in silence, alleviating his solitude in this world that he could hardly recall when Carmen had quietly nestled into his heart, becoming an inseparable part of him. Remarkably, she had only been around 12 years old then. Locke had been utterly perplexed by this, wondering if he had become a so-called lowly dashcon. In this moment, with Locke at the bow of the ship and Carmen resting her head on his shoulder, while the petite Annie sat nearby. The tableau was exquisite, reminiscent of a blissful family. Of course, the scene would have been even more idyllic had Annie not been glaring daggers at Carmen, who was leaning on Locke. "Captain, our bounty notice has been updated." At that moment, Panda rushed over from behind, shattering the serene atmosphere. It turned out that Panda and his companions had anticipated a few days of leisure, but despite Yunzanin's injuries, he insisted on watching them practice their stances from a chair. Only Panda, who was also injured, had escaped unscathed, sitting aside, reading the newspaper that yielded no useful information until he spotted Locke's bounty notice and hurried over to inform him. The music abruptly ceased, and Carmen straightened up, no longer leaning on Locke's shoulder, feigning seriousness as she resumed fishing. "Has it been updated? Bring it over. Let me take a look," Locke said, turning around with a casual demeanor. Panda obediently handed over the bounty notice before standing aside. Locke scrutinized the notice, noting that the first entry was his own. Phantom Locke, captain of the Phantom ship, bounty of 80 million, crimes, slaughter of the entire island of Bice. Assault on the Eastern Navy branch. Yunzanin, crew member of the Phantom pirate crew, bounty of 50 million, crimes, slaughter of the entire island of Bice. Assault on the Eastern Navy branch. Carmen, crew member of the Phantom Pirate crew. Bounty of 40 million, crimes. Slaughter of the entire island of Bice. Assault on the Eastern Navy branch. Bear Big, member of the Phantom Pirate crew. Bounty of 10 million, crimes. Slaughter of the entire island of Bice. Assault on the Eastern Navy branch. Bear 2, member of the Phantom Pirate crew. Bounty of 10 million, crimes. Slaughter of the entire island of Bice. Assault on the Eastern Navy branch. Panda, member of the Phantom Pirate crew. Bounty of 10 million, crimes. Slaughter of the entire island of Bice. Assault on the Eastern Navy branch. Locke perused the document, realizing that aside from Annie, every crew member had been issued a bounty, and the figures were astronomical for pirates in the EC. He pondered how the Navy had learned their names. Although both he and Carmen had revealed their identities to the Navy, Yunzanin and Bear Big had not. Yet, it mattered little. They had no intention of concealing their identities. These photographs are quite well done, capturing my dashing appearance perfectly. After reading through the bounty notices, Locke pulled out his own and began admiring the accompanying image, exclaiming with a sense of pride. Puffed. Carmen rolled her eyes at him, snatching her bounty notice from his hands. Clearly, I am a natural beauty. I look fabulous in any photo. Carmen had caught Locke's enthusiasm. Big brother, what is this? Why, isn't there one for me? Annie, who had been observing the bounty notices, suddenly inquired. This is the Navy's slander against us. Locke explained. Humph. Those Navy scoundrels are truly despicable to defame my big brother. Next time I see them, I will teach them a lesson. Annie declared, shaking her tiny fist. Indeed, Annie is right. The next time we encounter them, we shall give them a proper thrashing. Locke agreed enthusiastically. Those Navy officers are utterly shameless for blaming us for the events on Bice Island. Panda chimed in, visibly agitated that IT is precisely because the world government is decaying that we must endeavor to change it. Locke proclaimed, rising to his feet, we will always stand by you, Captain. Bear Big and Bear 2 approached. Affirming their loyalty, ha ha ha, let us completely transform this world. Locke declared with unbridled enthusiasm. From a distance, Yunzanin observed the scene with a smile, gently caressing the jade pendant in his hand, whispering, Meetsai, it seems our future will be quite extraordinary. Return to your training. Your current strength is insufficient to change the world. Locke called back to Bear Big and Bear 2, initially brimming with ambition. Their spirits deflated at Locke's words, yet they returned to their training nonetheless. Carmen, I'm hungry, Locke said once more, addressing Carmen. What do you expect to eat? The ship's provisions have been depleted. Unless you catch some fish today, you shall go hungry, Carmen retorted, her frustration evident, with no choice left. Locke resigned himself to his spot and continued fishing. The ship's supplies had once seemed ample enough for Locke and his companions to last for a considerable time, but since Bear Big and the others boarded, the provisions had dwindled rapidly, depleting what was meant to last a month within just a few days. And that moment, a pirate ship appeared on the horizon, drawing closer to Locke's vessel. Recognizing the pirate flag, Locke could ascertain that this crew was entirely unfamiliar to him from the anime. Ha! 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 Food is on the way, Locke exclaimed with glee, casting his fishing rod and leaping to his feet. Without waiting for the others to react, Locke conjured a pair of angelic wings behind him and soared into the sky from the phantom ship. Ha! 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 Captain, we just scored at least 10 million berries from that last village. At this moment, aboard the pirate ship of Simba. A crew member was laughing heartily as he addressed Captain Simba. What does 10 million berries matter? As long as you follow me, I guarantee a life of luxury and indulgence ahead. Simba raised a nearby mug of beer and took a hearty swig. Indeed, the captain is a pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries. Who would dare to provoke him in these East Blue waters? One crew member flattered. Ha! Drink up! Simba, pleased by the crew's flattery, raised his goblet, signaling everyone to celebrate. The crew members lifted their cups in a toast. Captain, we've spotted a pirate ship ahead, a lookout reported as he descended from the crow's nest. What's the situation? Have you seen it before? Simba inquired. I haven't seen it. It appears to be a newly emerged pirate crew, the crew member replied. Ah, boys, it seems business is about to pick up. Let's go and seize their treasures. Simba declared with bravado. Seize their treasures. Let's take them. The crew echoed enthusiastically. However, Had they bothered to glance at the recent bounty notices, they might have thought twice, but they had been preoccupied with plundering nearby islands and had paid no heed to such matters. "Oh, you plan to rob me?" At that moment, an incongruous voice echoed among them. All the previously exuberant crew members turned toward the source of the sound. They beheld a striking figure clad in a black trench coat, a long sword hanging from his waist, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. "Who are you, kid?" Simba stood up, wielding a hefty spiked club, his gaze fixed intently on the newcomer. "Locke, I am Locke, the captain of the very pirate ship you intend to rob." Locke replied calmly, "Ha ha. Kid, you certainly possess some self-awareness. Knowing we plan to rob you, why not hand over all the treasures on your ship? Perhaps our captain will show mercy and spare your lives." The surrounding crew members jeered arrogantly. "Spare our lives? Well, thank you," Locke responded politely. Observing Locke among the crew, Simba did not share his crew's arrogance, but instead wore a look of apprehension. This young man had silently infiltrated his ship, and had he not spoken, they might not have noticed him at all. Clearly, this individual possessed some degree of strength. That's right. Our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries. The crew continued to boast 0.8 million. Impressive, Locke remarked, feigning surprise, though his expression betrayed no fear that moment. Simba reassured himself. After all, he was the one with a bounty of 8 million berries, and there was no need to fear this young man. He commanded his crew, "Go, capture this kid." Hearing their captain's order, the crew members wasted no time, drawing their weapons and charging at Locke. TSK, so eager to fight. However, as a token of gratitude for your company, allow me to play you a song, Locke declared, and as he finished speaking, he vanished from sight, evading the pirates' attack, only to reappear at the bow of the ship, miniature figures materializing at his feet. A melody of Xiao Yao Yu emanated from the purple glowing figures. The pirates, not bothering to appreciate the music, charged at Locke once more after missing their initial strike. What a bunch of brutes. Incapable of appreciating such exquisite music, Locke remarked with a smirk as the pirates rushed at him again. "Since you are unwilling to enjoy the music, you shall lie down instead." Locke placed his hand upon the sword at his waist as the pirates surged toward him. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, darting through the gaps in their attacks. And when he halted, he found himself behind them. Slowly sheathing his sword, as Locke sheathed his weapon, the pirates began to collapse one by one. When enjoying music, one should listen in peace without disturbing the experience, Locke said to the fallen pirates. Ever since Locke acquired the phantom fruit and used its powers to recreate the first song from his original world, he had become utterly enamored with music, not merely the melodies themselves, but a longing for the world that birthed them. "You? Who on earth are you?" Simba stammered, drenched in sweat, utterly shaken by Locke's effortless dispatch of his crew. "Sho, listen quietly to the music. It is a melody composed for you." Locke placed a finger to his lips, silencing Simba. The ship fell into silence, with only the music reverberating through the air. Sweat dripped from Simba's brow as he appeared increasingly anxious. "I can't take it anymore. Kid, I am not someone you can toy with," he bellowed, raising his spiked club to strike Locke. Such impatience. "You can't even endure the length of the song," Locke said, easily sidestepping Simba's club. The weapon crashed down onto the deck, creating a gaping hole in the ship. "You coward, don't dodge," Simba shouted, launching another attack at Locke. "Enough, you shall lie down too." Locke swiftly evaded Simba's strike again, unsheathing his sword and swiftly ending Simba's life. After dealing with Simba, Locke casually picked up a barrel of alcohol, relishing the music as he drank. Soon, the Phantom arrived, and as Carmen, accompanied by Bear Big and Bear 2, boarded the pirate ship, they were greeted by the sight of a multitude of fallen pirates and Locke, who was simply enjoying a drink amidst the chaos. Carmen asked no questions. With a wave of her hand, she sent the fallen pirates tumbling into the sea, indifferent to whether they were alive or dead. For she trusted Locke. If he had dealt with them, it was clear they were no good. After disposing of the pirates, she instructed Bear Big and Bear 2 to continue transporting food and drink from the ship. Upon searching the entire vessel, Locke discovered that it was indeed quite affluent. The provisions alone would sustain them for 10 days, and they even uncovered treasures amounting to nearly 30 million berries. Locke and his companions moved all the spoils onto the Phantom, Then Locke tossed a barrel of alcohol overboard, followed by a torch, setting the pirate ship ablaze. "Let us continue our journey," Locke declared to his companions after completing the task. Returning to his quarters aboard the Phantom, reflecting on the past, he recalled how the Pirate King, Roger, had set sail with dreams of changing the world, ushering in the era of great pirates, undeniably altering the course of history. Though perhaps not entirely enough, the early days of piracy resembled the darkness before dawn, as ruthless pirates roamed the seas, seizing everything in sight, while simultaneously challenging the long-established world government, emboldening those willing to defy their authority. Now, these pirates fought amongst themselves. Yet to truly change everything, the seas required a king, and Locke believed that if given the chance, he aspired to become that very entity. The remainder of their voyage passed uneventfully, and Locke and his crew swiftly returned to Biss Island on that day. Whether it was the heavens acknowledging the sentiments of the Phantom Pirates or mere coincidence, as Locke and his crew disembarked, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Carmen and Yun Jinan, who was still bedridden, watched the ship from afar while Locke accompanied Bear Big and the others toward the cemetery. Bear Big led the way, carrying the captured Captain Mouse, followed closely by Bear 2 and Panda, with Locke bringing up the rear, trailing behind them. During the recent voyage, Captain Mouse had regained consciousness a few times, only to be given a sip of water before being knocked out again, as the others showed no interest in hearing what he had to say. Before long, they arrived at the graveyard, where Bear Big and the others knelt solemnly. "Dear friends, today we bring the murderer who took your lives. We shall offer his head as a tribute. Hoping you may rest in peace," Bear Big proclaimed, bowing 3 times before the grave, with Bear 2 and Panda following suit. After their bows, Bear Big positioned Captain Mouse before the grave, forcing him to kneel there while fetching cold water to revive him from his stupor. "Look, these are the people you have harmed. Today, I shall use your blood to honor them." As Colonel Mouse awakened, Bear spoke, "No, please, don't kill me." The mouse weakly pleaded for mercy. Bear seized the colonel by his hair, pressing his entire face against the gravestone, declaring, Look at them. Did you ever hear their pleas when you took their lives, huh? Speak." Chapter 49. The cabin pleas. "I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to die." The mouse's muffled voice echoed in despair. "Spare you? Absolutely not. Today, your life shall serve as atonement for your past deeds." Bear forced Colonel Mouse to kneel once more, then raised the blade in his hand, aiming it at the mouse's head. With a sickening thud, the head rolled away, blood splattering. After dealing with Colonel Mouse, Bear returned to the village, carrying a cauldron of molten iron, which he poured over the corpse. Soon, a kneeling, headless iron statue emerged. After completing this grim task, Bear and Bear Air knelt before the grave in silence, maintaining a straight posture. Locke observed this scene from behind, feeling no sympathy for Colonel Mouse, but rather a profound sadness for the world. In this realm, life seemed to hold little value until change arrived. Unlike the naive aspirations of Luffy from the past pirate tales, Locke aimed not merely to become the Pirate King, but to end this era, ushering the world into a true new age. Just as the events on Biscay Island unfolded, such tragedies transpired across every corner of the world, perpetrated by either the Navy or the pirates, and would continue until Locke intervened. A gust of wind blew, causing cherry blossom petals to drift down, settling upon the graves of the villagers, while the kneeling statue of the Navy served as a poignant satire of this era. At that moment, the sky rumbled with thunder, and raindrops began to fall. The rain fell upon the 3 kneeling figures and Locke standing behind them, yet they seemed oblivious to it, as if time had momentarily frozen. After an indeterminate period, Bear and the others rose, and Locke nodded toward them before leading them back to the ship. Upon their return, Locke commanded the ship to set sail, leaving the sorrowful island behind. This was Locke's decision, one echoed by Bear and the others, for none desired to linger in this place of grief. As the storm approached, it was unwise to venture out to sea. Yet the crew understood the reason and did not attempt to dissuade Locke, gradually setting the ship in motion. No storm could deter Locke's resolve to change the world. Navigating through a storm at sea is perilous, easily leading one astray. That day, Locke and his companions braved the torrential rain, only to find that after the storm subsided, the phantom had become lost amidst the vast ocean, utterly unaware of their whereabouts. "There's an island ahead," Nan, now able to walk, exclaimed from the lookout, holding a telescope as he spotted Locke fishing at the bow of the ship. Hearing this, Locke sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Ha! Ha! Ha!" At last, land in sight. It was no wonder Locke was so exhilarated. They had been adrift at sea for over 10 days, their provisions exhausted, surviving solely on the fish they caught each day. Remarkably, during their journey, they had encountered neither other ships nor birds, an extraordinary occurrence. "Steer the ship closer," Locke instructed Bearda, who was still training nearby. "Understood." Bearda nodded and dashed to the helm. Under his command, the Phantom gradually turned toward the island. Soon, the vessel anchored at the island's edge, and the crew disembarked, leaving Panda and Nan to guard the ship while the others ventured ashore. "Let us meet back here at sunset," each taking a different direction, Locke said, glancing at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. The crew nodded, then proceeded toward the island. "Annie, why aren't you coming?" Locke asked, noticing Annie perched on his shoulder since they disembarked. "If I go alone, I might scare someone." Annie pouted. "All right, then go with Carmen. I don't want her alone either," Locke considered, agreeing. Annie rolled her eyes at Locke, but obediently chased after Carmen, grumbling, "Big brother is so silly," as Locke watched her disappear from view. He chose a less traveled path and ventured into the island. The island appeared modest in size, yet the trees were lush and abundant. The thick trunks were numerous, and stepping inside felt akin to entering a primeval forest. The forest was dim, with only sparse sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating a faint glow as Locke pressed deeper into the woods. He drew his tang sword, hacking away at the vines blocking his path. However, it wasn't long before he felt the ground beneath him give way. A gaping void opened where he stood, and he plummeted downward. In his descent, Locke swiftly utilized his fruit ability, conjuring a parachute-like contraption behind him to slow his fall. Soon, he landed safely at the bottom, retracting the parachute as a swirl of purple flames ignited in his palm, illuminating the surroundings. To his surprise, Locke discovered that the void below was a tunnel, presumably carved out by human hands. The walls were adorned with lanterns that had long been abandoned, covered in cobwebs. Faced with 2 paths, Locke raised his flame and chose the one leading deeper into the island. Meanwhile, Carmen and Annie traversed the damp, decaying jungle. After walking for nearly 2 hours, they reached the island's center. "Carmen, look, there's a cabin atop that hill." Annie pointed excitedly. Throughout their journey, Carmen had been gathering spices from the jungle, keeping her head down to search for ingredients. So Annie's words startled her, prompting her to look up at what Annie indicated. Before them stood a modest hill, devoid of the towering trees that filled the jungle, making it invisible during their approach. Perched atop the hill was a quaint wooden cabin surrounded by farmland, suggesting habitation. Upon sighting the hill, Carmen and Annie quickened their pace, hurrying toward it, soon emerging from the thicket to the foot of the hill. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from the nearby jungle, causing the trees to sway violently. Moments later, Bearda and Bear Air burst onto the scene, rushing towards Carmen, shouting something that was drowned out by the noise from afar. Chapter 50. Ace. In no time, Bearda and Bear Air reached Carmen, but before she could inquire about their escape, a tiger, towering nearly 3 stories high, charged toward them from the direction of Bearda and Bear Air. Unfazed, Bearda and Bear Air continued running, each grabbing Carmen's arm to flee. However, Carmen repelled their grasp using her abilities, extending a hand toward the oncoming tiger. Suddenly, the beast collided with an invisible barrier, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Carmen was astonished that the tiger was so formidable, having shattered the air wall she had erected. As the tiger lay momentarily stunned, it struggled to rise. Unable to bear the sight, Annie rushed forward, and without any visible effort, the tiger collapsed once more, motionless. "Annie, you're amazing," Bearda and Bear Air, relieved by the tiger's defeat, hurriedly praised her. "Humph, we're quite formidable ourselves," Annie replied with pride. Annie proudly lifted her head and cast a sidelong glance at Carmen. The two had always been at odds, a fact that Locke had keenly observed, which is why he arranged for Annie to accompany Carmen in hopes that their relationship might improve. However, it seemed utterly futile. Carmen was inherently reticent, entirely unlike her animated counterpart, while Annie, aside from being somewhat loquacious in Locke's presence, primarily conversed with Yunnan, the creator of her puppet. During their journey, they hardly exchanged words, except when Annie prompted Carmen upon discovering the wooden cabin. "What is going on with you two?" Carmen inquired, observing Annie's triumph over the tiger. At that moment, Bear 2 sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Well, we were just eating fish on the boat, and upon finding this little island, we thought we should hunt for some wild game that we never expected to encounter such a formidable creature. We couldn't fight it off, so we had no choice but to flee." Both Bear I and Bear 2 hung their heads in shame, feeling embarrassed that together they were outmatched by a woman and a young girl. "All right, since we've encountered it, let us go take a look." Carmen, having listened to their account, opted not to dwell on it further and simply pointed towards the small cabin atop the hill. Thus, the group made their way up the mountain. While the tiger, still reeling from Annie's attack, was unlikely to awaken any time soon, they could always return to the ship later and consider a bonus meal. As they ascended, Carmen grew increasingly convinced that someone must reside up there, for the flowers lining the hillside were evidently cultivated by human hands, and the surrounding weeds had been meticulously cleared away. Clearly, the owner of this place lived a leisurely life. Gradually, they approached the summit and soon encountered the cabin's inhabitant. An elderly man seated on a small stool at the entrance, dressed in simple attire with a shock of white hair. The old man seemed entirely oblivious to their arrival, engrossed in his smoking. "Excuse me, sir," Carmen called out, noticing that the old man appeared unaware of their presence. Yet, the elder remained unresponsive. "Sir, could you kindly inform us where we are?" Carmen raised her voice in another attempt. This time, the old man finally reacted, merely lifting his gaze to glance at them before lapsing back into silence. Carmen, taken aback by such indifference, wondered if they were invisible to him, just as she was about to express her frustration. A tremendous commotion erupted from the direction they had just come, accompanied by a cloud of dust that enveloped the flower fields they had recently observed. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Old man, look what I brought back." A voice boomed as the dust approached. When the figure came into view, Carmen and the others could finally discern his appearance. He wore a cowboy-style hat, was shirtless, adorned only with a string of prayer beads around his neck that held a round, smiling face pendant, and donned three-quarter-length jeans. Dragging behind him was none other than the large tiger they had just encountered. If Locke were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him immediately. "Ace! Oh, more visitors?" Ace exclaimed upon noticing Carmen and the others. "Old man, do you think this catch is substantial enough?" he asked, glancing at the tiger. The elder surveyed the creature and nodded in acknowledgement of Ace's statement. "Then can you tell me how to leave the island?" Ace pressed eagerly to, "I will only divulge the way out if you prepare a delectable meal that satisfies me." The old man finally spoke, his voice gravelly to awe. "But I truly cannot cook," Ace replied, his expression one of despair. "That is not my concern. Unless you produce something delicious, you shall not leave here," the old man stated calmly. "How about we negotiate? You tell me how to leave, and I'll find a chef to bring here to cook for you," Ace suggested, plopping down beside the elder in a bargaining posture. "Humph." The old man swatted Ace's hand away from his shoulder and shot him a disdainful look. "Look, aren't there newcomers here? Why not ask them if they're chefs? Perhaps they can help," the elder interrupted, gesturing towards Carmen and her companions, who were observing the unfolding situation. "Ha! Ha! Old man, you're brilliant. Why didn't I think of that?" Ace exclaimed, patting the elder on the back. The old man shot him another disapproving glance. But Ace paid no mind as he approached Carmen and the others. "Hello, I'm Ace. Pleased to meet you." The once boisterous Ace now greeted Carmen with surprising politeness, causing her to momentarily forget the raucous individual she had just witnessed. Chapter 51. The Way Off the Island Alo. "I'm Carmen. We are members of the Phantom Pirate crew. This is Annie, Bear I, and Bear 2, all part of our crew," Carmen replied, finally recalling her manners and introducing her companions. "Ah, you are a pirate crew. What a coincidence. I'm a pirate too," Ace exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, completely forgetting the purpose of his visit. "Which pirate crew do you belong to? Where are your companions?" Carmen inquired, puzzled. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Don't mind the details. My crew has yet to be established. Ace laughed heartily. Carmen gazed incredulously at the jovial man before her, wondering why he even mentioned having a crew if it was non-existent. By the way, do any of you happen to be a chef? Ace finally remembered why he had come. A chef. What do you need a chef for? Carmen asked, bewildered. However, after posing her question, she received no response from Ace. Looking over, she realized he had fallen asleep while standing, a bubble forming by his nose that expanded and contracted with his breaths. Hey, I'm talking to you, Carmen exclaimed, stepping forward to give him a gentle nudge. Yet, the moment she did, Ace toppled backward, startling her. With a thud, Ace's back met the ground. What just happened? He exclaimed, springing back up, a look of innocence on his face. Hey, were you even listening? Carmen asked, exasperated. Huh, what did you just say? Ace replied, still looking bewildered. I asked why you need a chef. Carmen sighed, resigned to repeating herself. Oh, you mean that? Of course to cook. Ace answered factly. You even understand what I'm saying. What I mean is, why must you cook? Carmen clarified with a hint of frustration. Oh, is that what you meant? You should have said so sooner. Ace responded, his expression one of realization. I came here a few days ago and found I couldn't leave. No matter how I tried, I kept circling back to this area. Then I found this old man who claimed to know how to exit but refused to tell me unless I prepared him a delicious meal. But I can't cook, Ace explained, throwing his hands up in exasperation. What? You can't leave this island? Carmen gasped, momentarily stunned, failing to absorb the subsequent details. It dawned on her why they had not seen any ships during their time at sea. They had been trapped in this same body of water. What did you say about how to get out? Carmen asked again, eager to clarify what she had missed regarding the means of escape. Ace, hearing her question, repeated himself without a second thought. What you're saying is that I just need to prepare a good meal for this old man? Carmen, after listening to Ace's words, inquired once more. Ace nodded, expressing his own helplessness. Who could have anticipated that the only person on this island aware of the way out would be a glutton, who wouldn't divulge the exit unless well-fed? If I prepare a splendid meal for you, will you truly tell us how to escape? Carmen reiterated her question, this time directing it towards the old man who had been sitting there since the beginning. The old man nodded and replied, Indeed, but only if I find it satisfactory. That's easy. After all, I am destined to be the premier chef of the future. Preparing a meal to please you is a trivial matter. Carmen, buoyed by the old man's affirmation, declared confidently that, So, you are a chef? Ace exclaimed with surprise upon hearing Carmen's words. Sister Carmen's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Bear One interjected, giving a thumbs up from his side. Then I shall offer you these ingredients. Ace promptly turned around and pulled over the tiger he had recently defeated. What do you mean your ingredients? This is clearly the tiger I just took down. Annie protested, irked that Ace claimed her kill as his own, flying in front of him with an indignant expression. A puppet? The puppet is speaking, Ace exclaimed, startled by Annie's sudden appearance before him. What puppet? My name is Annie, Annie retorted, unable to tolerate Ace's misunderstanding. So, you are Annie. I see now why there are 4 names for what is clearly 3 individuals. Ace seemed to finally make the connection. How can you be this way? I've said it before. She is not a puppet. Her name is Annie, Annie reiterated. All right then, Puppet Annie. Ace said earnestly. It's Annie, not a puppet. Yes, it's Annie the puppet. It's Annie. Annie tirelessly attempted to clarify to Ace. Yet no matter how she explained, he insisted on referring to her with the term puppet. Thus, the two engaged in a seemingly endless cycle of repetition. Eventually, their futile quarrel subsided when Ace, once again, stood and dozed off that I will enter his dreams and inform him that my name is Annie, not a puppet, Annie resolutely stated to Carmen and the others before flying into Ace's dream realm. Forget about them. Bear 2, go to the ship and inform the others of our situation. Then, wait for Rock to return and bring them over. Carmen instructed Bear 2. Upon hearing Carmen's words, Bear 2 nodded and headed towards the Phantom. Bear 1, go into the forest and gather some wild vegetables. I need to prepare a feast. Carmen directed Bear 1. I'll accompany Bear 2 back first, and I can gather some on the way. Bear 1 replied before pursuing the direction where Bear 2 had vanished. Watching Bear 1 disappear, Carmen merely shook her head, oblivious to any perceived error in her previous statement, ignoring Annie, who was currently introducing herself in Ace's dream. Carmen turned her attention to the large tiger, contemplating how best to prepare it. Meanwhile, Rock had been traversing the underground passage for some time, noticing that the further he ventured, the lower the terrain became. After walking a bit further, he finally emerged into a spacious hall instead of a prolonged tunnel. Chapter 52. Sparring. The hall was vast, featuring a steep staircase that ascended straight up to nearly the height of the ceiling, which was astonishingly over 100 meters high, leaving Rock in awe of his surroundings. Without further contemplation, he intensified the flames in his palm and ascended the staircase, eager to discover what lay above. After a brief climb, Rock reached the top of the staircase, revealing a small altar adorned with a red fruit covered in intricate patterns. The flame fruit. How did it end up here? Rock murmured quietly upon seeing the devil fruit before him. Without hesitation, he grabbed the fruit from the altar, disregarding how it had come to be there, prioritizing possession over inquiry. After securing the flame fruit, Rock took a moment to observe his surroundings and noticed another passageway behind the altar, though he had no intention of dwelling on it. Driven by a bold spirit, he proceeded along the corridor. Throughout his journey, Rock encountered nothing else, swiftly exiting the passageway. Upon emerging, he realized he was not far from the sea. Having traversed the island through the secret tunnel, he wondered what the original purpose of this passage was. Considering it contained nothing but an altar, what was the point of constructing such a tunnel? Once outside, Rock manifested a large version of his death wings and prepared to soar above the island. Intending to ascertain whether there were any inhabitants, if not, he planned to return to regroup with Bear 1 and the others. Shortly after ascending, Rock spotted a small wooden cabin in the center of the island, an anomaly amidst the tree-covered terrain, making it highly conspicuous. Upon noticing the cabin, he maneuvered his death wings toward it, and, as he neared, he discerned the tiger he had previously seen, along with Carmen, who was busily preparing the tiger. What is Carmen doing here? Rock wondered aloud, perplexed by her presence. The old man, previously sitting at the entrance smoking, also noticed the massive death wings soaring above a dragon. I wonder if it's tasty, he mumbled, making no significant movements, merely waving his smoking stick at the approaching dragon, unleashing a white slash toward it. Rock, who had been preparing to descend upon seeing Carmen, was suddenly taken aback by the oncoming attack and deftly maneuvered his death wings to evade. There's someone up there. The evasive action revealed Rock's presence, catching the old man's attention. Following the initial attack, Rock entered a state of heightened vigilance, ready for any subsequent assaults. However, after a period of caution, he noticed that the anticipated attacks did not materialize, prompting him to cautiously steer his death wings closer to the cabin to investigate the situation and determine why Carmen was there and the nature of the earlier assault. As Rock approached the cabin, Carmen, who had been busy with the ingredients, spotted him and exclaimed, "Rock, you're here too." She greeted him joyfully, completely unaware of the recent attack. Seeing Carmen, Rock immediately dispelled his illusion and positioned her behind him, surveying the surroundings with caution. What's wrong? Carmen was taken aback by Rock's sudden actions, utterly confused by his demeanor. Silence. There are formidable individuals nearby. I was attacked upon descending, Rock warned, remaining on guard. Cough, cough. The old man, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, cleared his throat to draw Rock's attention. Who are you, old man? Were you the one who attacked me? Rock demanded, now noticing the old man, his demeanor brimming with suspicion. Though the old man appeared unremarkable, Rock's past experiences had taught him that the most unassuming individuals often possess the greatest strength, making his wariness entirely justified that it was merely a wild beast that flew by. I wanted to sample its flavor, the old man replied, nonchalantly. Oh, it was you. Speak. What do you intend to do? Rock unsheathed his Tang Dao, his expression even more wary. Rock, do not be rude to the elder. We need his assistance to leave. Carmen, realizing the gravity of the situation, interjected to clarify for Rock. Leave? What do you mean? Rock asked, bewildered. Carmen succinctly recounted the events that had transpired and the current circumstances on the island. So, we cannot escape? Rock queried after hearing Carmen's explanation. Strictly speaking, It's not that we cannot leave. We simply do not know how to. The only one who possesses this knowledge is the old man. So it would be wise not to offend him. Upon hearing Carmen's words, Locke slowly sheathed his knife. Feeling his previously taut nerves begin to ease somewhat. Senior, could you kindly enlighten us on the way to leave the island? He inquired politely of the old man after retracting his weapon. Not possible, the old man retorted curtly, then resumed puffing on a cigarette. But senior, you are indeed a senior. There is no need to make things difficult for us younger generations. Locke expressed his exasperation. Given your remarkable politeness, I shall indulge you, the old man rasped. In my lifetime, I have cherished but two things. If you can fulfill one of them, I will reveal the way to leave the island. What are those things? Speak freely. As long as it's not asking me to perish, I will procure anything else for you. Locke replied confidently. Let us avoid any talk of death. It's rather ominous. Why seek is quite simple. First, I desire to encounter a formidable opponent who can engage me in a battle of several hundred rounds. You need not search further. I am precisely the person capable of defeating you. Locke asserted with unwavering confidence. Be cautious, old man, he declared, drawing his tang knife and charging towards the elder while conjuring an illusion that formed a circular shield around him. Chapter 53. The flame fruit, and Ace the old man observed Locke's advance. Opting not to waste words, he vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Locke. With no extraneous movements, he simply lifted his smoking pipe and struck Locke on the back of the head. Bang! The old man's pipe connected with Locke's skull, rendering the protective shield he had summoned utterly ineffective. Locke cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, a large bump immediately forming on the back of his head. In truth, Locke had sensed the old man's presence earlier, but the latter's extraordinary speed left him unable to react in time. It seems you are not. Without sparing a glance at the fallen Locke, the old man sighed as he took another puff from his cigarette. Big brother, what has happened to you? Anna, who had been dreamily contesting with Ace, was jolted awake by Locke's anguished scream. She hurried to his side, concern etched on her face, though Locke was not gravely injured. An inexplicable, profound pain coursed through him, rendering him momentarily unable to rise. However, as Anna approached, the sensation gradually subsided. He slowly stood, gesturing to Anna that he was unharmed. Unharmed? Just look at the swelling. Carmen lamented, her heart aching at the sight of Locke's injured head. Gently massaging the affected area. Don't rub it. It hurts. Locke exclaimed, swatting away her hand. What should I do then? Carmen asked, her concern evident upon hearing Locke's cries of pain. It's fine. I can manage, Locke replied as he conjured an ice pack, placing it atop his head to alleviate the swelling. Senior, I admit I am not your match. Please proceed with the second condition. Locke addressed the old man once more to as for the second, beyond my fondness for strong opponents. I am equally passionate about food that if you can present me with a dish that pleases my palate, then we can discuss matters further. The old man exhaled a smoke ring, revealing the remaining condition. That's simple. I have the finest chef in the future aboard my ship, Locke proclaimed, regaining his confidence as he turned to Carmen. This daunting task is entrusted to you. Little puppet, what was that delectable dream food? It filled me up completely. Ace, having awakened without Anna to maintain the dream, rushed to her side, inquiring eagerly. I told you. Call me Anna, she reiterated firmly. All right, little puppet, no problem, Ace responded, seemingly oblivious to her irritation. Anna was on the verge of losing her temper when Locke intervened. All right, Anna, a name is merely a label. Let him call you whatever he wishes, but Anna began, yet Locke smiled and shook his head, lifting her onto his shoulder. Very well, for the sake of my big brother. I shall let you off this time. Humph. Anna huffed, turning her head away, no longer wishing to glance at Ace. However, Ace was not willing to concede so easily, continuing to probe. Little puppet, you haven't told me why that food filled me up so completely. What food? Care to share? Perhaps I might know, Locke chimed in, observing Anna's disdainful expression towards Ace. Oh, it was nothing. She conjured up a multitude of monsters, and I roasted them all, yet I still felt hungry. Ace recounted the earlier incident. I can only say you were merely dreaming. Food consumed in dreams won't satiate you, Locke explained, glancing at Anna on his shoulder before turning back to Ace. Ha ha. So it was a dream. No wonder there were so many monsters, and I still felt hungry, Ace exclaimed, finally grasping the situation, a smile breaking across his face. By the way, who are you? Ace suddenly recalled, having not properly introduced himself to Locke. I am Locke. It's a pleasure to meet you. Locke extended his hand in greeting. I am Ace. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Ace replied, shaking Locke's hand. In truth, Locke had recognized Ace the moment he arrived. Yet he chose not to disclose this information that moment. Locke comprehended why he had encountered the flame fruit on this island. It was clear that Ace had acquired its powers here. Hey, where's my flame fruit? Didn't I leave it right here? Locke recalled, realizing that he had set the fruit aside during his confrontation with the old man, only to discover it was now missing. What are you searching for? Ace asked, having just met Locke, now scouring the vicinity without any idea of what he was looking for. Nothing much, just a devil fruit. I distinctly remember placing it right here. Locke replied as he continued his search. A devil fruit. What does it look like? Describe it, and I'll help you look, Ace said, pulling out some food from seemingly nowhere, munching as he spoke that its red. With many, Locke began to describe the fruit, but as he lifted his gaze to illustrate, he realized that Ace was munching on the very devil fruit he had brought. Yuck! What is this? So unpalatable. By the way, what were you saying it had a lot of? Ace asked, glancing at Locke curiously. Locke remained silent, merely pointing at the fruit in Ace's hand. You mean this? I just picked it up nearby. It looked quite appetizing, but I never expected it to taste so bad, Ace remarked, taking another bite. If it's so bad, why are you still eating it? Locke questioned, bemused. I had no choice. I was hungry. Ace defended himself, continuing to chew. After taking a couple more bites, Ace suddenly realized, you mean the devil fruit you mentioned. Could it be this one? Ugh, I do not wish to consume this. Ugh, I am destined to become the Pirate King, Ace declared, glancing at Locke, then promptly began to gag, attempting to expel the fruit he had just eaten. Futile. A devil fruit grants its powers with just one bite. Your actions now are in vain. Locke sighed, observing Ace's predicament. It seemed that this devil fruit was fated to belong to Ace. Even having been obtained by Locke first, it ultimately ended up in Ace's hands. I'm on fire. I am on fire, Ace exclaimed, suddenly startled as sparks ignited around him, causing him to leap about in shock. Chapter 54. Hot Pot, seeing Ace flailing about in fright from the flames enveloping him. Locke could only shake his head in resignation, pondering whether this incident was mere coincidence or if some unseen force was orchestrating it all. If this were merely a fluke, then perhaps Locke's dreams of changing the world were still within reach. However, if fate truly governed all, what meaning did his current endeavors hold? Yet upon observing Carmen diligently at work, Locke regained his confidence. If Carmen's destiny could be altered, why not others? Perhaps what had transpired was indeed just a coincidence. Enough with the jumping. That's merely the fruit's power. It won't harm you, he reassured Ace. Having come to a realization, Locke addressed Ace with a sigh. Truly, it doesn't hurt at all. Upon hearing Locke's words, Ace finally grasped the situation. Although the flames burned upon his body, he was utterly unharmed. Once Ace mastered the ability to control the flames enveloping him, he approached Locke once more and performed a deep 90-degree bow. Thank you. And then, Locke awaited Ace's next words, only to find him walking away immediately after the bow, completely disregarding Locke's inquiry as he went to explore his newfound fruit abilities. Good luck, lad, muttered the old man. Observing the entire scene from the side, by the way, Senior, I haven't yet had the pleasure of knowing your name, Locke said, having nothing else to occupy his time as he settled beside the old man. Did you not mention that a name is merely a moniker? Why inquire so earnestly? The old man replied, unhurriedly. Very well, I shall call you old man, Locke retorted, clearly displeased after having just been struck by the old man. It was only natural that he couldn't be in high spirits. Since the old man had said he could be called old man if he was unhappy, Locke saw no reason not to oblige. The old man merely cast a sidelong glance at Locke in response. You claim to be quite the eater, Locke boldly inquired. The old man nodded, having made that assertion earlier. He was momentarily puzzled as to what Locke intended with his question, merely returning a nod. What a coincidence! I too have a fondness for food. Let us exchange culinary insights, Locke continued, eyeing the old man, who now appeared quite loquacious when the topic of food arose. However, Locke was not one to shy away, for as a member of a gastronomy-loving culture in his past life, his knowledge of cuisine was formidable. The two conversed about everything edible, from aquatic delicacies to terrestrial fare, and even aerial delights, leaving no culinary stone unturned. Eventually, the old man could only barely keep pace with Locke, relying on the decades of experience he had acquired in this world. Fortunately, just as Locke was expounding on the 108th method of preparing insects, Carmen's dishes were ready. Meanwhile, Xiongda and Xiong'er arrived at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by Yunji Nan and a panda, carrying a selection of wild vegetables they had foraged from the forest. "All right, tonight, we feast on tiger meat hot pot," Carmen declared, glancing at Locke as he spotted Xiongda and company making their way up the mountain. Hot pot. The old man shot Locke a sideways glance. Recalling that this lad had mentioned such a dish, he was surprised that the young girl could prepare it. Indeed, hot pot. "You will surely enjoy it, Elder," Carmen assured him, explaining the preparation of her tiger meat hot pot. First, Carmen took the two large thigh bones from the tiger, then separated the meat from the bones. Using her psychic abilities, she ground the bones into a fine powder and added it to the pot, boiling it with water until the broth and water melded into one. She then tossed in the spices she had gathered from the jungle to enhance the flavor of the broth, thereby completing the hot pot base. All that remained was to slice the freshly separated tiger meat. Ha! 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 Yunjinan, you arrived just in time for tiger meat hot pot, Locke exclaimed upon seeing Yunjinan approach. "Hot pot? Is this another dish of your invention?" Yunjinan asked curiously. Since boarding Locke's vessel, the dishes she had tasted had all been conceived by Locke and executed by Carmen, and they had proven to be quite delectable. As the group settled around the large pot, the bubbling broth filled the air with savory aromas. Locke called out to Ace and the old man, who were a short distance away. "Come over. It's time to eat." "All right, let me see if this hot pot lives up to your claims," the old man replied, sauntering over to sit beside Locke. "Dinner is served." "I'm here." Ace wasted no time, rushing over and immediately began searching for something to eat in the pot with a ladle. "Where's the meat? Am I just supposed to drink the broth?" After fishing around for a while and finding nothing, he prepared to sip the broth directly from the ladle. Wait. Yet Locke's warning came too late. Ace had already gulped down the broth. "It's so spicy," Ace exclaimed, his face turning crimson as flames erupted from his mouth, creating quite the spectacle. "I told you to wait," Locke said exasperatedly. "Hot pot isn't eaten that way. You need to." As Ace finally regained his composure, Locke began explaining the proper way to enjoy hot pot, demonstrating by picking up a piece of tiger meat and swirling in the pot. "So, this is how one consumes hot pot," Ace exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Locke shot Ace an annoyed glance. He had little patience for someone so oblivious to culinary customs that in that case, I shall give it a try as well," the old man said, unperturbed, mimicking Locke's earlier actions. After waiting for the meat to cook, he placed it in his mouth. Quite delightful. The flavors of the tiger's essence meld beautifully with the broth, and one can tailor the cooking time to personal preference. "This is indeed a remarkable method of dining," the old man remarked as he savored each bite. "Hot pot is best enjoyed with this," Locke said, observing the old man relish the dish as he retrieved a jug of wine from behind and handed it to him. Chapter 55. Zhu Shi having learned from his earlier experience with the hot pot broth, Ace became more cautious, carefully picking up a piece of tiger meat and slowly cooking it before tasting it. Indeed, quite good. After sampling a piece, Ace realized it was nothing like the broth he had previously tasted. It was far more enjoyable, surpassing even the roasted meats he had prepared in the past. Locke, having introduced the dish, quickly immersed himself in eating, occasionally offering Carmen more food. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group leisurely enjoyed their hot pot, their meal extending over several hours. Had it not been for the size of the tiger, their considerable appetites would have left them wanting more. This hot pot is delicious, but it does take quite some time to prepare. Cooking each piece individually, Ace remarked between bites, "If you find it slow, perhaps you shouldn't eat so much," Locke replied, incredulous. After all, nearly half of the tiger had vanished into Ace's stomach, and he was now complaining about the pace of the meal. "Yunjinan, is something the matter?" Locke inquired, turning his attention to Yunjinan, who had seemed off during the hot pot feast. Though he had noticed it earlier, he had been too preoccupied with eating to ask. Now, seeing Yunji and still intently observing the old man, Locke felt compelled to inquire. That old man is a master and a practitioner of true qi, Yunji then explained, regarding Locke with a serious expression. True qi? How come I can't sense it emanating from him? Locke asked, puzzled. Once one cultivates true qi, as long as the disparity in cultivation levels isn't too vast, both parties can sense each other's true qi. This is why Locke was surprised to sense true qi from Yunji Nan in relation to the old man. He had assumed the old man wielded haki. Yunji Nan, hearing Locke's words, merely rolled his eyes. How long have you been cultivating? You can't even sense the true qi within me. How could you possibly sense it in someone else? Come, let's go. Sensing Yunji Nan's exasperation, Locke decided to change the subject. Since Yunji Nan could detect the true qi in the old man, it was unlikely that the old man couldn't sense it in return. Instead of quietly speculating, it would be more straightforward to approach and ask directly. Old man, we've savored the meal. Could you kindly inform us how to proceed from here? Locke inquired as he approached the old man, who sat smoking to the side. Locke, do not address him so casually. We must show respect to our elders. Yunji Nan quickly interjected, pulling Locke back. Bowing to the old man, he continued, I apologize, senior. Locke does not mean any disrespect. Rather, what nonsense! It was that old man who said to call him senior when happy and old man when displeased. Locke interrupted, frustrated at Yunji Nan's attempt to soften his words. Young lad, you are quite something. What is your name? The old man ignored Locke and smiled as he addressed Yunji Nan. I am Yunji Nan of the Lingnian family. It is an honor to meet a senior. Yunji Nan once again spoke with utmost respect. The Lingnian family, you say? That name has been forgotten for quite some time. The old man remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Senior, you are acquainted with the Lingnian family? Yunji Nan inquired with curiosity. For it was known that the great Xia kingdom resided in another dimension. It would be quite rare for anyone on the current seas to be aware of it. Indeed, and what of that rascal Yinhai? How is he faring? The old man continued to think that the senior knows the former clan leader. Yunji Nan was genuinely astonished. It seemed this elder hailed from the same origins as his family. The old man nodded, acknowledging the query. The former clan leader has since stepped down and entered secluded meditation 2 years ago. When I last emerged, I was unaware of his circumstances. Yunji Nan succinctly recounted the situation to the elder. Time has taken its toll. I never imagined that rascal would retire as well. The old man sighed. Listening to the elder's words, Yunji Nan felt he must have been quite familiar with his family's elder leader. And thus he asked, May I know your esteemed name? With a cup of wine amidst the spring breeze and 10 years of lamplight through night rain, if one were to ponder the essence of life, it all boils down to a morsel of sustenance. The elder replied cryptically, evading a direct answer to a morsel of sustenance. Yunji Nan pondered this phrase repeatedly, then exclaimed in astonishment, Could it be that you are the legendary food deity, Zhu Shi, who caused a stir in the capital decades ago? What did you say his name was? Locke, who had been quietly observing, was taken aback by the sudden mention of the elder's name. Food deity. You refer to him as a food deity? Ha ha. Locke burst into laughter. Bang. Ouch. Just then, the elder struck Locke on the head with his smoking pipe, silencing his laughter instantly. The old man remarked, What kind of hero ambushes another? Who would have thought that even after all these years, someone in the martial world still remembers me? Ignoring Locke's protests, the elder stood up and gazed contemplatively at the sky at a 45-degree angle. At that moment, he seemed to embody the essence of someone who had long since stepped away from the martial world, yet whose legend endures. Locke rolled his eyes dramatically, while Yunji Nan could not help but twitch his lips at the elder's sudden celestial gaze. Big brother, what did that old man mean by what he just said? Annie, who had been perched on Locke's shoulder, whispered inquisitively, Oh, it means nothing. He's just putting on a show. Ouch. Why do you keep hitting me? Old man, Locke attempted to explain to Annie, only to be interrupted again by the elder's swift action. However, the old man's movements were so quick that by the time Locke turned to face him again, he had resumed his previous stance. Fine. Whether you are a food deity or a divine being, can you at least tell us how to leave this island? Locke, initially wanting to retaliate, resigned himself to the fact that he could not compete with the elder, and thus spoke helplessly. "Let us wait for 5 days," the elder replied. "The currents surrounding this island vanish once every month, and they will dissipate precisely 5 days from now, allowing us to depart." With that, he paid no further heed to Locke and the others. Striding towards his humble cabin, Senior Yunjin disregarded Locke and hurried after the elder, eager to inquire further about various matters, including how to return to the great Xia kingdom. "Did you find out how to leave?" At that moment, Ace, who had been watching from the side, approached. "Yes, the currents will disappear in 5 days, and then we can leave." Locke relayed the information he had gleaned from the elder to Ace. Chapter 56. Discussion. What? We have to wait 5 days? Ace expressed his dissatisfaction. Locke, feeling quite irked, ignored Ace and called over Carmen and Xiongda to tidy up the area, preparing to return to the ship once Yunji Nen emerged. Awaiting their departure in 5 days. "Where are you all headed?" Ace inquired, puzzled by Locke and the others tidying up. "Back to the ship. Where else?" Locke retorted. "What I meant was, can I stay on your ship for a few days?" Ace asked, somewhat shyly that of course, "But you need to bring your ship closer, lest it gets lost later." Locke readily agreed, offering a reminder. No problem. My ship broke down as soon as I arrived on the island." Ace replied. "Then where have you been staying these past few days?" Locke asked, curious. Ace said nothing, merely gesturing toward the spot where they had previously enjoyed hot pot. "You can't be suggesting you slept outside all this time." Locke exclaimed in disbelief. "I wanted to sleep inside too, but I couldn't overpower that old man," Ace admitted, expressing his frustration. Locke nodded in understanding, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Ace over their shared predicament regarding the elder. Before long, Yunji then emerged from the elder's dwelling, bowed as a sign of respect, and closed the door behind him. "Now that everyone is here, let us return to the ship," Locke declared as Yunji Nen approached. He then conjured a magic carpet, inviting everyone to board. "What is this? What will happen once I get on?" Ace asked, curiously poking around the magic carpet after stepping onto it. Locke merely smiled at Ace's inquiry, and once everyone was aboard, he joined them and took control of the magic carpet, soaring into the sky toward the illusionary ship. "Impressive. It can fly," Ace exclaimed in astonishment. "Your ability is quite remarkable as well," Locke replied with a grin. "After all, receiving praise is always a delightful experience. You seem quite familiar with my powers," Ace remarked, intrigued by Locke's comment. However, before Locke could respond, Ace seemed to have pieced it together. "Oh, I remember now. This fruit originally belonged to you, so it's only natural you would know about it." Hearing Ace's deduction, Locke felt speechless. It turned out Ace had never truly regarded his devil fruit as significant. "Here, take a look." Locke tossed Ace the sketch of the devil fruit he had obtained from Grave Island. "What is this? A devil fruit sketch? Impressive," Ace exclaimed as he accepted the sketch, marveling at it. Flying through the air was indeed much faster than walking on the ground. Initially, it had taken Carmen and the others nearly 3 hours to reach the cabin, but with Locke guiding everyone back, they arrived in just over 10 minutes, remarkably swift. "All right, everyone seems tired today. Let's head to our rooms. Ace, you'll share a room with Xiongda and the others. Make do with it," Locke instructed as they returned to the ship. "Ha! Then I shall not trouble you," Ace replied, linking arms with Xiongda and the others as they made their way to their quarters. It was surprising how quickly they had become familiar with each other. Was the bond forged over the dining table truly that swift? "Locke, I need to speak with you." Once everyone had vacated the deck, Yunji then turned to Locke and said, "Oh, what do you wish to discuss?" Locke asked, eyeing Yunji Nan with curiosity. "Locke, I believe our ship's combat strength is still too weak. You mentioned before that there are countless experts in the New World. Our current strength would be utterly insufficient there." Yunji Nen expressed his concerns candidly. "What do you propose?" Locke's playful demeanor gradually faded, replaced by seriousness as he inquired. As Locke ventured into the seas, he began to understand that to live joyfully, one must not appear too clever, for excessive cleverness often robs one of happiness. Those who are blissfully ignorant tend to find greater joy. Look at Luffy and Ace. Aren't they masters of feigning ignorance? They only exhibit seriousness when it truly matters, and look at how carefree their lives are. Although Locke could not reach that level, he could certainly afford to liberate his nature a little. However, at this moment, Yunjin was discussing serious matters, pointing out valid issues regarding the ship, which demanded Locke's full attention. Let us not dwell on our own limitations. While we may not be exceptionally strong, we should be capable of survival in the new world. Yunjin began analyzing the situation for Locke. However, Carmen has only recently acquired her powers. While they are formidable, her experience is still lacking. And then there's Annie. Although her fruit ability is quite peculiar, her inability to endure sunlight poses a significant drawback. If anyone were to shatter her puppet, she would lose all combat strength. There are also Xiongda and the other two. Although they are all fruit users, they originally came from humble beginnings as ordinary citizens, lacking any systematic training. Thus, their combat capabilities are quite limited as, oh what now? Since Yunji has raised this issue, he must have a feasible solution in mind. Therefore, Locke urged him to continue expressing his thoughts. Thus, I believe it is rather premature for us to venture into the Grand Line. We should at least wait until we enhance the combat abilities of Xiongda and his companions, ensuring they possess the capacity for self-defense. Yunji continued, and upon hearing his words, Locke fell into contemplation. Initially, Locke aspired to sail like Luffy from the anime, gradually increasing his strength along the journey. However, Yunjin's reminder made Locke realize that such a plan was impractical. Firstly, he was not Luffy and lacked the protagonist's halo. Recklessly roaming the Grand Line without adequate strength would inevitably lead to misfortune. Furthermore, even if he were the protagonist of this world, the individuals aboard his ship might not share that privilege. Unlike the resilient crew of the Straw Hat Pirates, his companions were not so tough. Hence, possessing the ability to protect themselves was imperative. That if you have something to say, please say it all at once. Locke urged Yunji to continue. That I have considered it. We should seek guidance from a formidable senior. Yunji replied, "You don't mean?" Locke's words trailed off as he pointed towards the island. Yunji nodded affirmatively and said, "I've spoken with Senior Zhu Shi and informed him of our situation aboard the ship. He is willing to assist us out of respect for the old family head." Chapter 57. Ace's Decision. Observing Yunji's assertion, Locke, though harboring dissatisfaction towards the old man, could not deny his formidable prowess. Having his guidance would indeed be a wise choice, since it has already been agreed upon. Let us proceed with this plan. Locke consented upon learning that Yunji had found someone. "Very well, we shall go tomorrow," Yunji continued. "All right, we'll go tomorrow. You should rest now. I will sit outside for a while." "Yes. All right, please rest early yourself," Yunji said, turning and returning to his room. Before long, Yunji had returned to his own quarters, leaving only Locke and Annie on the deck. Locke strolled to the bow, settling into his usual spot, then produced a pipe from his person. Inhaling deeply, the flash of purple light flickered at his feet, and soon melodious music began to resonate softly aboard the tranquil vessel. "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" Annie inquired, perched quietly on Locke's shoulder. "Nothing in particular. I'm merely gazing at the stars," Locke replied softly. "Gazing at the stars? What is so captivating about them?" Annie asked, puzzled. "You see, every star in the sky represents a person, and when a star fades away, it signifies that individual has passed on." Locke recounted a legend he had heard in his previous life. "Yes, there's a star up there that represents me." Annie curiously questioned, "Of course. Each person has their own." Locke smiled in response. "Which one is it?" Annie continued to inquire. "That is for you to discover. But with so many stars in the sky, how can I find it?" Annie pondered, gazing up at the star-studded night sky. Torn with indecision. "That is why you must search slowly. The one that resembles you the most is your own." Locke explained, "Oh, I will definitely find it," Annie declared with determination. "All right, let us search together." Locke smiled at Annie's adorable demeanor. In truth, Locke was quite curious about Annie's soul fruit ability, which allowed her soul to directly enter the dreams of her enemies. Why, then, was it termed the soul fruit rather than the dream fruit in the illustrated guide? Was it solely because this ability could only be utilized after one's physical body had perished? Such questions remained beyond Locke's comprehension, as the guide merely provided superficial descriptions of these fruits and their basic effects. With little else elaborated upon, the night passed swiftly, and before long, the following day arrived. Locke, groggy, was jolted awake by Carmen. "Stop pulling. You go out first. I'm not dressed." Unfortunately, Locke's protest came too late, as Carmen had already yanked him from his bed. How could you do this? At that moment, Locke was completely unclothed, only the quilt he grasped with one hand shielding him from Carmen's gaze. What else there to cover? It's not like I haven't seen before. Carmen feigned indifference, though the blush on her face was unmistakable. What? You've seen? When? Locke was taken aback by Carmen's words. Wasn't it that time you were bathing? Carmen began to elaborate, but suddenly realized, covering her face and fleeing the room. Hey, clarify what you meant. What happened when I was bathing? Locke shouted, but no matter how loudly he called, Carmen did not reappear. I wonder when that little girl Carmen saw me naked. I must find a chance to turn the tables. I cannot let this slide, Locke mused while dressing. Typically, Locke would rise before Carmen, so she was unaware of his habit of sleeping in the nude. He had not anticipated that after stargazing and listening to music on the deck the previous night, he would indulge in some drinks, leading to oversleeping the next morning. Once Locke was ready and made his way to the kitchen, the rest of the crew had already gathered, yet Carmen, who had awakened him, was nowhere to be found. Where is Carmen? Locke inquired of Xiongda and the others. Sister Carmen just said we were out of seasonings. She left with Annie without even having breakfast, Xiongda replied. Is it really necessary to be this shy? Locke thought to himself, bemused by Carmen's behavior. He glanced at himself. He had nothing to be embarrassed about. At most, he would demand to reclaim his dignity. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken, as Locke dared not voice them to Carmen, uncertain of how she might react. Once Locke understood Carmen's intentions, he refrained from discussing the matter further and simply sat down for breakfast. During the meal, he shared his decision made with Yunji and in the previous night with Xiongda and the others. What? You're not planning to leave? Ace, seated nearby, exclaimed in surprise. Correct, since that old man has agreed to help us train. I have decided to stay on this island for a while. Locke affirmed, we will follow the captain. Xiongda and the others had no objections, fully aware of their insufficient strength. Thus, they welcomed the opportunity to enhance their abilities. What about me? I wanted to go with you and have you take me to an inhabited island. Ace said, conflicted. There are two options. Locke raised two fingers and addressed Ace. First, you can wait for us. Once we finish training, we will set sail again. In a way, I finally turned 17 and got the chance to go to sea. I can't waste time here. Ace promptly dismissed the first option. The second option is that we can help you build a small boat. With a bit of luck, it should hold up until you reach the next island. Locke stated succinctly, presenting the alternative. Really? You can help me get a boat? Ace exclaimed, filled with excitement at the prospect before even hearing the rest. That is certainly feasible, but are you truly unwilling to wait for us? After all, sailing on a small boat is quite risky, Locke cautioned. No worries. I can't wait any longer to set sail, Ace declared nonchalantly. Considering Ace's eagerness was understandable. After all, he had set out to sea less than a month ago, only to be cast ashore by a storm, and now that he finally grasped a way to escape, how could he possibly remain patient? Since you insist on this, we will construct a suitable small boat for you. Locke decided not to dissuade him any further. Thank you so much. You are my best friends, Ace said, patting Locke on the back exuberantly. Chapter 58. Little J.I.E. this moment. Carmen was walking along the beach of the small island with Annie, not at all as she had claimed, to gather seasonings in the forest. Carmen, why did you bring me here? Didn't you say you were going to the forest to look for seasonings? At that moment, Annie, who had just been pulled out by Carmen, expressed her dissatisfaction, completely devoid of the charming demeanor she had displayed before Locke. Oh, I accidentally pulled you. Carmen, seemingly distracted, kicked at the splashing waves while lost in her own thoughts, responding to Annie's inquiry with casual indifference. What do you mean by accidentally pulling me? Annie retorted angrily. I just thought you might be upset if I didn't notice you and got your sleeve caught. Carmen attempted to clarify. Hearing her words, Annie's demeanor darkened as she lunged at Carmen with an air of ferocity. Let go of me. I'm going to fight you. Annie struggled against Carmen's grasp. All right, I apologize. Isn't that enough? Carmen reassured her. Humph. Annie huffed disdainfully, clearly displeased with Carmen, if it weren't for her older brother's warning that her fruit abilities couldn't be used on those aboard the ship. She wouldn't have been so easily caught by Carmen. All right, let's not be angry anymore. I'll take you shell collecting. Carmen gently patted Annie's head. I don't like that childish stuff. Annie declared with a haughty attitude. However, Carmen paid no heed to Annie's protest, releasing her and running towards the shells ahead. "Wait for me." Spotting Carmen running away, Annie quickly abandoned her anger and chased after her. After all, being a child. Her mood shifted swiftly, and soon she was immersed in the joy of collecting shells. "Look, isn't this shell beautiful?" Carmen held up a vividly colored shell to show Annie. "Here, take it. I just saw an even prettier one over there," Carmen said, handing the shell to Annie as she dashed off. "I don't like this," though Annie protested. Her fingers played with the shell, captivated by its charm. Meanwhile, Nanny also began searching the beach for more beautiful finds. Laughter and joy echoed across the sandy shore as the two girls played together, strengthening their bond. While they were engrossed in their fun, a peculiar creature suddenly appeared in the sea, watching them from a distance with envious eyes. Quietly approaching that moment, the two girls remained blissfully unaware. "Carmen, look at that!" Annie finally spotted the strange creature. It resembled a seal, but bore a shell akin to that of a turtle on its back. Stealthily nearing the two, Carmen turned to Annie, noticing the creature and preparing to approach for a closer look, only to find that the creature, realizing it had been seen, quickly submerged itself beneath the waves. Too timid to surface. When the creature resurfaced, it found that only one person and a puppet remained, waving at it high. "Hello!" A voice suddenly rang out from above. Its astonishment, the puppet was floating right above it, causing the creature to dive back into the water in fright. However, it did not sink far, merely submerging its head, watching quietly through the water's surface as Annie hovered above. "What is your name?" "We want to harm you," Annie said. Looking at the creature, it seemed to understand her words, slowly lifting its head above the water, calling out to Annie. "Are you saying your name is Xiao Jie?" Annie interpreted the creature's intent and inquired again. Xiao Jie nodded in affirmation. "Why are you here spying on us?" Annie pressed further. Xiao Jie, while calling out, pointed towards the beach. "Are you saying we've taken over your practice area?" Annie translated once more. Xiao Jie nodded again. "Annie, what are you talking about with it?" Carmen, curious, used her telekinesis to float over, watching Annie intently. "Its name is Xiao Jie, and it says we're in its practice area." Annie relayed Xiao Jie's message to Carmen. "Annie, can you really understand what it says?" Carmen asked in astonishment. "Of course. I can communicate with anything that has a soul," Annie declared proudly. "Wow, you're amazing, Annie," Carmen praised. Xiao Jie, observing the two floating above the sea, felt ignored and made a sound to remind them of its presence. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's call, Carmen turned to Annie. It's asking if we can move aside so it can start practicing its punches. Annie translated for Carmen. "Then ask it if we can watch it practice nearby," Carmen instructed Annie. However, this time, Xiao Jie called out without needing Annie's translation, gesturing for Carmen and Annie to follow it as it swam towards the shore. It agreed. Annie dutifully translated. Together, Carmen and Annie chased after Xiao Jie, and when they returned to the beach, Xiao Jie had already assumed a stance, ready to begin its practice. First, Carmen remained nonchalant, but as Xiao Jie continued, its aura transformed. The once adorable creature now exhibited a martial prowess that seemed to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. What astonished Carmen even more was that she sensed an incredible energy radiating from Xiao Jie, far surpassing her own. This realization struck Carmen as a profound revelation. After learning about energy from Locke, she had diligently practiced, even managing to sense it within herself in just one day with Locke's guidance, while her companions had taken 5 days to achieve the same. Yet now, sensing an energy from a creature clearly not of the human race and realizing the vast gulf in their abilities was undeniably disheartening. After approximately an hour of practice, Xiao Jie concluded its training, placing its hands on its chest and slowly withdrawing its energy. "Can we play together now?" Xiao Jie called out to Carmen and Annie. "Of course, that's no problem," Carmen quickly responded. Chapter 59. Watching a play at this moment, Locke and the others, having finished their meal, were making their way towards the small wooden cabin, hesitant to use their abilities to fly. They decided to explore the forest in hopes of encountering Carmen and clarifying the events of the morning. However, upon reaching the old man's door, they found no sign of Carmen. "Elder," Weevee arrived. Yunjinan greeted the old man, who was already at the door. "Since you're here, let us get started. First, show me your horse stance," the elder said directly to the trio, without any preamble. The three, taken aback by the elder's straightforwardness, looked at Locke, who was standing to the side, already with sunflower seeds in hand, ready to snack. "What are you staring at? For the time being, just listen to this, elder," Locke said, munching on the seeds. "This is quite tasty," Ace exclaimed, joining Locke with a handful of seeds and of course, "These are all specially prepared for me by Carmen." Locke said proudly, "ITS decided, in the future, my pirate ship will definitely have an excellent chef," Ace declared grandly. Understanding that they would have to comply with the elder's instructions, the trio obediently assumed their stances. "This stance is acceptable. Hold it for 2 hours, and I'll assess your foundational skills." With that, the elder ignored the trio and approached Locke, grabbing a handful of seeds to munch on. "Hey, those are mine," Locke protested, displeased at the elder's pilfering of his snacks. "What? You unwilling." The elder shot Locke a sidelong glance, then slowly reached for the smoking pipe at his waist. "No. How could I be? We're all friends, right? A few seeds are nothing." Locke chuckled, trying to diffuse the tension. "Oomph." The elder snorted, dismissing Locke, finding a spot to sit and continue snacking, grabbing more seeds from Locke without a hint of reservation. "Forget it. I won't bother with you," observing his old friend in such a state. Locke felt a mix of indignation and restraint. There was nothing to be done but to disregard him for the moment. Sitting idly was rather dull. Just moments ago, Yunjinan had taken Ace into the forest, intending to craft a ship for him. Now, only Locke and the old man remained, watching as Xiongda and his companions engaged in their martial stance, which was becoming somewhat tiresome. Thus, Locke decided to employ his abilities to recreate Tianlong Babu for a nostalgic viewing. Immersed in his own thoughts, he conjured a 3D rendition of the television series before him. This technique was misapplied. Unbeknownst to him, the old man had once again sidled up to Locke's side, joining him in the viewing and offering critiques on the fight scenes. How is it incorrect? Locke wondered, realizing that most of his techniques were derived from these very shows. If the old man claimed it was wrong, did that not imply that the techniques he employed were flawed as well? It should be executed like this, and this to strike effectively. The old man elucidated the previous moves, gesturing with his hands as he explained. Initially, Locke did not perceive any discrepancies, but after the old man's commentary, it seemed his previous execution was indeed lacking. Was it really so? Following the old man's reasoning, Locke replayed the clips, adjusting the moves to align with the old man's suggestions. The old man scrutinized Locke's alterations with a serious gaze before nodding in approval. Thus, the two continued to watch the drama, while Xiongda and his companions held their stances nearby. This dragon's subduing palm is commendable. Yet it could be improved with a few adjustments. Poor Duanyu, why is his sister always around? The martial arts of the Tianshan sect are quite intriguing, as the old man critiqued the martial techniques on screen. He shared his own experiences, prompting Locke to modify the techniques accordingly. Throughout this process, Locke gained considerable insights, refining his techniques and making significant strides in their application, just as they were engrossed in the drama. A distant call broke the air. Locke glanced up to see Carmen and Annie returning, accompanied by a seal adorned with a shell. "What are you gazing at, lad? Hurry and play the next scene behind Zhu Xianzhuang," Carmen urged as Locke hesitated, the images before him frozen in place. The old man, displeased, prompted him again. Locke waved at Carmen, reluctantly continuing the playback for the old man, unable to suppress the smile on his face. It was unclear whether his joy stemmed from seeing Carmen or the prospect of sharing newfound knowledge with the old man. Carmen, disregarding Locke, turned to Xiao Jie and inquired, "Is that old man your master?" Xiao Jie nodded eagerly, calling out to Annie that he says his master is quite formidable. Annie translated. Carmen nodded and led Xiao Jie and Annie over to Locke. As they approached, Annie spotted Xiongda and his companions, who had been maintaining their stances for nearly 4 hours, drenched in sweat, with the ground beneath them soaked from their exertion. However, they dared not move, despite the old man's apparent focus on the drama. Any slight motion would result in a flying snack from his hand, which, while not injurious, would leave an annoying ache in its wake. Under such pressure, the three remained immobile, merely blinking at Carmen as a form of greeting. Upon seeing the old man, Xiao Jie rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the old man's neck and exclaiming, "Master, I'm back. Go play for a while." "Don't disturb my viewing," the old man replied, effortlessly lifting Xiao Jie off and placing him aside, not even glancing his way. Unperturbed, Xiao Jie called out to the old man before heading towards the small wooden cabin, saying, "Master, you continue. I'll prepare a meal." Annie translated. "What did you say?" "Xiao Jie can cook." Carmen exclaimed, astonished it wasn't me. "It was Xiao Jie," Annie clarified. Just as Carmen was processing this revelation, Xiao Jie had already procured a pot and was preparing to start a fire. "Xiao Jie, what are you doing?" Carmen questioned, puzzled by the apparent lack of ingredients. Was he planning to cook himself? Xiao Jie called out a couple of times before reaching into his shell and pulling out 2 fish. Placing them into the pot, "Dado. So he is making fish," Carmen sighed in relief. Grateful it wasn't a self-cooking endeavor, I could see that moment. Yunji Nan returned with Ace, carrying a wild game in hand. Carmen, finally recovering from his astonishment at Xiao Jie's culinary skills, quickly took the food from Yunji Nan to assist in the meal preparation. "What are you watching?" Ace asked, curiously approaching Locke to see what was happening. "Watching a show. Come join us," Locke replied without lifting his gaze. Shifting aside to offer Ace a better view. "Wow, this dragon-subduing palm is so cool. I want to have a move like that," Ace exclaimed, watching as Qiao Feng defeated everyone in Zhu Xianzhuang with ease. Locke merely rolled his eyes, remaining silent as he continued to watch. Thus, while Locke and his companions enjoyed the show, Xiongda and his friends remained in their stances. The passage of time, having stretched over 2 hours, seemed inconsequential as the old man lost track of it entirely. The most exasperating part was that he did not allow the 3 to rest. Any movement would result in a flying snack aimed directly at them, leaving them in an uncomfortable predicament. Meanwhile, the drama was lively as the old man pointed out errors in techniques, and Ace exclaimed about the impressive feats, creating a bustling atmosphere. Fortunately, Carmen and Xiao Jie worked swiftly in the kitchen, soon calling everyone to the table for a meal. "You all come over too." The old man finally remembered the trio enduring their stances. Upon hearing the invitation, Xiongda and his friends felt their bodies give way, their legs weak from exertion, collapsing to the ground and slowly crawling towards the dining table. "Humph, pathetic," the old man remarked, eyeing them with disdain. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Locke conjured 3 apparitions to assist them, guiding them to the table. "Carmen, aren't you going to introduce this new friend?" Locke inquired, gesturing toward Xiao Jie. "This is Xiao Jie. He claims to be the disciple of this esteemed gentleman." Carmen quickly introduced Xiao Jie to everyone. Upon hearing Carmen introduce him, Xiao Jie stood and clasped his hands together in a bow to everyone. His demeanor was quite endearing. In truth, upon Xiao Jie's arrival, Locke had wished to greet him, having recognized him immediately as the sea cow from the anime who became Luffy's disciple, known for mastering haki and possessing remarkable intelligence. While this was not the same character from the anime, it was evident from Xiao Jie's ability to cook that his intellect was likely quite high. "Hello, Xiao Jie," Locke responded warmly, noting the bow. "Xiao Jie says it's pleased to meet you," Annie translated as she perched on Locke's shoulder. Locke was not particularly surprised by Annie's ability to comprehend animal speech, as he had previously inquired about her fruit abilities while aboard the ship, and she had shared them openly. "I wonder if it's tasty." At that moment, Ace noticed Xiao Jie, the cooking sea cow, drooling at his fish and muttered quietly. However, his words were loud enough for Xiao Jie to hear, causing him to tense up. "All right, don't frighten him. The fish you're eating was prepared by him," Locke remarked, pointing at the fish in front of Ace. "Did he make this?" "That's impressive," Ace exclaimed, taking a bite of the fish and giving Xiao Jie a thumbs up. Yet, Xiao Jie did not seem appreciative, still recalling that Ace had just wanted to eat him moments ago, after finishing their meal. Locke pulled Xiao Jie in front of him, smiling broadly as he asked, "Xiao Jie, would you like to sail the seas with me?" However, before Xiao Jie could respond, Locke's head made an intimate encounter with the old man's smoking pipe. "Kid, do not harbor intentions against my disciple. You old coot, if you hit me again, be wary that I might refuse to show you the play," Locke threatened, rubbing the spot where he had just been struck. "If you don't want to watch, then don't," Let your 3 crew members take care of themselves. I shall no longer teach them, the old man retorted, unfazed by Locke's threats. At that moment, Shionda and his companions, who had just been assigned by the old man to chop wood, turned their gazes towards them. Very well. You are relentless. Faced with the innocent expressions of the trio, Locke could only concede with resignation. What are you staring at? If we don't finish chopping the remaining wood today, don't even think about having dinner. The old man, witnessing Locke's concession, smirked slightly before bellowing at Shionda and his companions, who were laboriously chopping wood with their bare hands. The trio, observing the old man's demeanor, dared not resist and could only continue their task with a sense of grievance. Locke, hurry up. I want to see the next part. At this moment, Ace urged from the side, that I'm coming. Why the rush? Aren't you supposed to be focused on your ship? Locke replied, exasperated, no need. I trust Yunji-Nan's craftsmanship. Just hurry and unveil the next part. Ace declared confidently about Yunji-Nan's skills. Trust? Trust in what, exactly? This is Yunji-Nan's first attempt at shipbuilding. If you don't supervise him, who knows what he might end up creating? Don't come crying to me later if something bizarre emerges. Locke thought maliciously. However, he kept these thoughts to himself. Not wanting to spoil the mood soon, the group gathered once more, and Locke utilized his abilities to resume the previous narrative, conscientiously pulling out snacks such as sunflower seeds and jerky. This time, the audience included an additional member, Xiao Jie, who had been forcibly brought along by Locke to foster a closer relationship, with the ulterior motive of persuading him to join the ship later. The reasons behind Locke's desire to have Xiao Jie aboard were twofold. First, Xiao Jie was indeed quite adorable, and moreover, the old man had acknowledged him as part of the land, implying that his strength would not be lacking. Secondly, it was evident from the original anime that having a pet on board brought considerable achievements. Just look at Luffy's ship with Chopper and Buggy's ship with the Lion Ricky. Both of their subsequent accomplishments were impressive, not to mention the protagonist's halo surrounding them. Hence, Locke felt it was only fitting for his ship to also have a companion, and with Xiao Jie conveniently appearing, he could not let the opportunity slip by. As for Carmen, she had just finished her meal and had run off into the forest alone, completely denying Locke the chance to discuss the morning's events with her. Chapter 61. Captured in the early morning. Warm sunlight spilled over the shimmering sea that I'm off. Looking forward to encountering you all on the Grand Line. At that moment, Ace stood upon the small boat crafted by Yunji-Nan, waving goodbye to Locke and the others. Following his declaration, Ace ignited his flames to propel the boat forward across the water's surface. This propulsion mechanism had been devised by Locke, based on the appearance of Ace's small boat in the anime, allowing it to speed away with just a flicker of Ace's ability. The boat bore no sails, only a pirate flag that Ace had fashioned himself, fluttering in the breeze as Ace's small vessel grew increasingly distant. Eventually vanishing from sight, Locke called to the others. All right, let's head back. They prepared to return to the cabin for their upcoming training. Over the past few days, Shionda and his companions had noticeably improved under the old man's training. Meanwhile, Locke and Yunji-Nan had also become familiar with the old man, receiving varying degrees of guidance from him. Do you think we'll see him again? Carmen inquired as she walked alongside Locke on their way back. Of course, Locke replied confidently. Ha! I'm coming to Road Town. It had been 15 days since Ace had parted ways with Locke and the others. After leaving the small island, Ace had managed to locate a tiny island within just 3 days at sea, where he had unexpectedly obtained a bounty. He also fortuitously encountered a merchant ship heading for Rogue Town, and after a vigorous persuasion, the ship's captain agreed to take Ace along as he gazed at Rogue Town, drawing ever nearer. Ace burst into joyous laughter. Thank you for your hospitality during this journey, Captain. Ace bowed to the captain of the ship before leaping onto the surface of the sea, taking hold of the small boat crafted by Yunji-Nan, and swiftly propelling himself towards Road Town with his flames. That menace gone. After Ace jumped off the ship, the cautious captain of the merchant vessel inquired a nearby sailor. He's gone, Captain. Huh? Finally, he's left. If he had stayed any longer, I would have been bankrupted by him. The captain laughed heartily. Steer the ship quickly. We are no longer heading to Road Town. Let's change our destination. After laughing for a while, the captain seemed to remember something and promptly instructed the sailors nearby. Secure the small boat to the shore and ensure it is fastened so it won't be swept away by the waves. Ace departed from the shoreline, making his way towards Road Town. Upon reaching the town, he did not head to the site where the Pirate King was executed years ago, but instead sought out a nearby restaurant and walked inside. "Boss, bring me 100 servings of your signature dish." Upon entering the restaurant, Ace, oblivious to his surroundings, shouted loudly. Coming right up, the restaurant owner quickly complied with Ace's request and prepared 100 servings. As Ace gazed at the food before him, he dove into it voraciously. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly collapsed and fell asleep. I could see that moment. The restaurant door swung open once more, and a Navy officer draped in a cloak of justice entered. Taking a seat right next to Ace, "Boss, 100 servings of your signature mixed rice, please," the Navy officer commanded. However, the owner seemed to have not heard, staring blankly at Ace slumped beside him, mistakenly thinking that Ace had poisoned himself with his food. The Navy officer followed the owner's gaze and turned to look at Ace. Ace! Upon seeing Ace, the officer slapped him on the back. Startled awake, Ace groggily continued to eat a couple more bites of the food in front of him, only to suddenly realize the peculiar atmosphere around him. Why was everyone staring at him? "Huh, this time you can't escape, can you?" The Navy officer laughed heartily as he saw Ace awaken. "Old man." Hearing the voice beside him, Ace turned to see that the Navy officer was none other than Carp, and he immediately jumped up in surprise. "Thank you for the meal," Ace exclaimed, bowing to the still-dazed restaurant owner before bolting for the door. "Where do you think you're going?" "You're coming back with me to join the Navy." Carp swiftly grabbed Ace, preventing his escape. Ace, realizing he was caught, attempted to use his elemental powers to flee. But as soon as a small flame flickered from his hand, Carp extinguished it. "Let go of me." Ace struggled fiercely, trying to escape Carp's grasp. "Still trying to run, are you? Witness my loving iron fist." As Carp watched Ace attempt to flee despite being captured, he raised his enormous fist and gave Ace a few light taps on the head. After receiving a few bumps, Ace ceased his struggles and complied. "Ha ha! What luck! I was originally heading to Windmill Village to find you, but I didn't expect to run into you here. This saves me a trip," Carp declared, dragging Ace out of the restaurant and heading straight for the Navy base. "Hey, you haven't paid for your meal yet." At this moment, the restaurant owner finally snapped back to reality and rushed out, shouting. The Navy officer stationed outside quickly pulled the owner aside, then covered Ace's dining bill. "Old man, can we make a deal?" As Ace was led step by step towards the Navy base, he had abandoned all hope of resistance. "What do you want to say?" Carp asked with a smile. "If you let me go, I am destined to become the Pirate King." Carp did not respond to Ace's declaration, merely waving his fist in front of Ace's face. "Fine, forget I said anything." Ace could only relent. Upon returning to the Navy base, Carp located a pair of C-prism stone handcuffs in the storage room and secured Ace with them. "Old man, what is this stone for?" Ace asked in disbelief as he leaned against the handcuffs. "I didn't want it to be like this, but I didn't know when you had eaten a devil fruit that to prevent you from escaping, I had to temporarily restrain you," Carp explained with a smile. Ace was left completely speechless. Once the handcuffs were secured around his wrists, he felt utterly powerless, capable only of barely walking, let alone escaping. That a sense of despair enveloped Ace, leaving him to wonder if he was destined to become a Navy officer after all. However, when faced with the utterly unreasonable Carp, the thought of persuading him with words to release his wishes felt futile even before he could utter a syllable. As for the notion of quietly escaping when Carp was distracted. Glancing at the handcuffs on his wrists, all plans ultimately dissolved into a sigh of resignation. "Very well, old man. What exactly do you intend to accomplish with your return to the East Sea?" Ace asked despondently while seated on the ground, directing his query towards Carp, who was leisurely perched on a sofa, indulging in donuts. "Recruit you into the Navy." Carp replied nonchalantly, still munching away. "Was it truly necessary for me to return for this?" Ace inquired skeptically. "Of course it was necessary," Carp asserted confidently, tossing another donut into his mouth. That moment, Ace could only lament to the heavens about his misfortunes. Hadn't been long since he set sail, only to find himself ensnared on a small island. He had scarcely escaped that predicament, with the future Pirate King yet to locate his companions, and now he was being dragged off to join the Navy. "In truth, it's not solely for you," Carp added, noting Ace's despondent expression. "You are indeed the primary reason. My return is to carry out a mission to apprehend a few pirates who attacked the 16th branch of the East Sea. Naturally, that is just a side objective. Karp elaborated further. Who are they, so audacious as to assault a Navy branch? Ace queried, his interest piqued, having quickly emerged from his gloom at a kid named Rock, that I truly wonder what has possessed these youngsters to aspire to become pirates. Karp said, pulling several bounty notices from his attire and tossing them to Ace. Rock, you say? I suspected they were formidable, given their bounty of 50 million, Ace exclaimed, gazing at the photograph on the bounty notice with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Oh, do you recognize them? Karp asked, intrigued. Not at all, Ace responded firmly, shaking his head. You must be joking, Karp exclaimed, giving Ace's head a playful thump. Regardless, you won't be able to find them now. They're training on an island and likely won't emerge for several months. Ace remarked, rubbing the spot where Karp had hit him that, yes, that's so. Karp pondered briefly before producing a transponder snail. BRRR. Hello. Karp, you old rascal. Have you captured anyone? Upon connecting, the face of Sengoku appeared on the transponder snail. Hearing Sengoku's roar, Karp promptly ended the call, only to reconnect and ask, what are you about to say? Karp, you scoundrel, how dare you hang up on me? Sengoku fumed. Karp merely adjusted his ear and hung up once more. What was it you wanted to say? He asked upon reconnecting. Well, I wanted to ask if you've captured anyone yet. Sengoku's tone had calmed considerably. That. Not yet, Karp replied nonchalantly. Then why did you call? Sengoku's agitation was palpable through the line. I wanted to inform you that I received some intel. That pirate named Rock has gone into hiding and won't be appearing on the seas for the time being. Karp finally conveyed the reason for his call. Where did you get this information? If you have it, why not apprehend them? Sengoku pressed further. You needn't concern yourself with where I obtained it. I simply cannot locate the members of that pirate crew right now. Karp retorted playfully. Enough, let's not discuss this further. We can address it when I return. Karp interrupted Sengoku, hanging up the phone once more. Observing this exchange, Ace felt utterly exasperated by Karp's demeanor. This how the Navy operates. Perhaps joining the Navy isn't such a terrible idea after all. Ace shook his head, dismissing the fleeting thought. After concluding the call, Karp headed to the door, instructing his subordinate to prepare for departure back to Navy headquarters. Then turned and hoisted Ace along with him. And no matter how much Ace protested during the journey, it proved futile. He was unceremoniously brought aboard Karp's warship. Once Ace was unceremoniously tossed onto the deck, Karp commanded everyone to set sail for Navy headquarters. Old man, my ship is over there, Ace, abandoned on the deck, resignedly pointed out to Karp. Where? Karp inquired. Ace indicated the direction of his vessel, and Karp promptly ordered several sailors to retrieve Ace's small boat and bring it aboard the warship. Is there anything else you need? Karp asked Ace again. Ace shook his head in dismay. Very well. Set sail. The warship began to move steadily, and Karp led Ace into a room before departing, leaving Ace uncertain of Karp's destination. Once on the deck, Karp's previously carefree demeanor faded, and his gaze turned contemplative. Roger, I will not allow Ace to follow in your footsteps. I shall make him the strongest Navy officer, which is the least I can do for you as an old friend. The Navy's warships were specially designed to navigate the windless zones effortlessly, allowing for a swift return to Navy headquarters. Within a month, Karp arrived back at the base. Old man, can you release me now? Ace inquired, admiring the scenery of Navy headquarters as he followed Karp off the ship. Without a word, Karp signaled to his aide, who promptly understood, retrieving a key to unlock the handcuffs binding Ace's wrists. At that moment, Ace had no thoughts of escape. He was already within the confines of Navy headquarters, surrounded by naval personnel, making any attempt to flee impossible. Old man, where are we headed now? Ace asked as he followed Karp deeper into the Navy headquarters. I plan to throw you into the new recruit training camp for a month. Once I finish my tasks, I will personally train you, ensuring you become an exceptional Navy officer, Karp stated with earnestness. Am I really so formidable that I need to attend the recruit camp? Ace retorted, a small flame flickering in his palm. Devil fruits are not invincible. There are myriad ways to counter them. Karp replied indifferently. Navigating through a series of Navy buildings, Karp soon brought Ace to the recruit camp, where a spacious plaza was filled with Navy soldiers running laps, supervised by a commanding figure. Karp summoned the instructor over and, after giving a few instructions, departed, leaving Ace behind at this juncture. Despite Ace's reluctance, he had no choice but to comply with the instructor's demands, as he was still too inexperienced to best even the nearby trainer. As the instructor, a member of the headquarters staff, utilized hockey as a basic requirement, he swiftly disciplined Ace, who had initially resisted. Ace ultimately had no choice but to submit, as the saying goes, if you cannot change your situation, then bear it in silence. Chapter 63. Departure on a nameless isle. At this moment, the air around Locke was filled with illusions of peach blossom trees, their petals dancing gracefully in the gentle breeze. Locke, wielding a tang knife, pointed it forward. The petals that had been swirling in the air seemed to have received an unspoken command and swiftly surged ahead. The massive boulder that stood in their path was struck by the petals, which disintegrated it into mere dust in the blink of an eye. Having executed this feat, Locke slowly sheathed his tang knife, nodding in satisfaction at the results of his strike. At this juncture, Locke and his Phantom Pirate crew had resided on the island for over 6 months. During this time, the old man, apart from training Bear Big and the other two, occasionally offered Locke some guidance, enabling him to merge his fruit abilities with his swordsmanship, thus creating a unique style of his own. Locke named this technique Phantom Blade Technique, and the move he had just executed was a part of it. Moreover, throughout these 6 months, Locke's internal energy had visibly increased. If 6 months prior it resembled a trickling stream, it now could be likened to a burgeoning lake. Additionally, Locke had successfully infused his internal energy into his fruit abilities, rendering every strike and movement imbued with this energy. Among the trio, Bear Big had made the most significant progress. Each had mastered a martial art tailored to their respective fruit abilities. Bear Big had learned the Mighty Bear Demon Fist, an evolution of the Mighty Bull Demon Fist. Bear 2 practiced the Ice Blade Technique, a fusion of the Mandarin Duck Blade Technique and the Ice Palm Technique, chosen due to the slight chill embedded in his internal energy as a result of his devil fruit. Panda had acquired the Seeking Defeat Staff Technique, which the old man had taught him without modifications. Curiously, Panda could not utilize even 50% of this technique in human form. Only upon transforming into a panda could he unleash its full potential. As for Yin Jinan, he had spent the last 6 months diligently enhancing his physical strength to withstand the bodily toll of increased speed. 1 glance at his formerly frail physique, now brimming with muscles, would suffice to illustrate his transformation. Carmen and Annie had been focused on developing their fruit abilities, eagerly anticipating their awakening, while their other time was spent frolicking with Xiao Jie. Speaking of Xiao Jie, it must be noted that this kung fu manatee differed significantly from those depicted in animation. Although he shared a passion for martial arts, he did not engage in challenges like his animated counterparts, but rather enjoyed playing with Carmen and the others. Initially, Locke found this odd, but after Annie discreetly informed him of Xiao Jie's gender, he understood that it was quite normal for girls to play together. Furthermore, Xiao Jie's prowess was impressive. Even after training, Bear Big and the others could barely manage to hold their ground against him. "Locke, it's lunchtime. Let us head back." Carmen's voice rang out from behind. Locke turned, smiled at Carmen as she approached, and naturally took her hand in his. Their relationship had finally solidified over the past 6 months. "Carmen, I believe it's time for us to leave this place," Locke said as he walked towards the small cabin, hand in hand with Carmen. "Are we really leaving?" Carmen asked, surprised at "What's the matter? Are you reluctant?" Locke inquired. "Well, a little, mainly because I'll miss Xiao Jie," Carmen admitted with a nod. "If you're reluctant, why not take him with us?" Locke suggested with a smile. "Are you serious?" Carmen asked, her eyes wide out. "Of course. Ever since I met Xiao Jie, I've had this idea. Since we're all devil fruit users, if anything were to happen and we fell into the sea, there would be no one to save him. Xiao Jie could fill that gap," Locke explained earnestly. "But what about Senior Zhu? He probably won to agree." Carmen expressed her concern. "Don't worry. I have a way to persuade him," Locke assured her with a reassuring expression. Thus, the two continued their conversation and soon returned to the small cabin, where the old man and Xiao Jie were already seated around the dining table, awaiting Locke and Carmen's arrival. "Old man, I have something I wish to discuss with you," Locke said, calling the old man aside after dinner. "Speak, what is it?" the old man asked, Eyeing Locke critically, "I'm here to bid you farewell." Locke stated directly, "I thought you would have said that last month. I'm surprised you've waited until now." "Do you want me to leave that badly?" Locke retorted, somewhat exasperated. "You lot come to my little isle, making noise day after day, completely disrupting my peaceful seclusion." The old man grumbled, casting a disdainful glance at Locke. "Don't say that. We've prepared so many delicious meals for you on the island." Locke defended, "If it weren't for the food, I would have kicked you all out long ago." "Come on, you're being unreasonable," Locke exclaimed. The old man snorted in response, turning away to gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "Fine. I won't argue with you about this anymore. I have something important to discuss," Locke said, observing the old man's skyward gaze with frustration. "What is it? I must warn you, I won't let Xiao Jie go with you," the old man said, eyeing Locke suspiciously. "Don't dismiss me so quickly. Let me explain my plan to you." After Locke had laid out his plan, the old man hesitated. "Are you serious?" he asked uncertainly. "Absolutely. I, Locke, am a man of my word," Locke affirmed confidently, after pondering for a moment. The old man looked at Locke intently and said, "Very well, I can agree to let Xiao Jie accompany you on your voyage, but you must keep your promise. Rest assured, during this time you have guided me. Although I may not say it, I have already come to regard you as my master. How could I deceive you?" Locke replied sincerely. "Humph, I can't say I have a disciple like you," the old man said, turning and slowly departing. Chapter 64. Arrival at Rog Town. An afternoon swiftly passed, and during dinner, Locke announced to everyone that they would be departing the following day, along with the news of Xiao Jie officially joining the Phantom Pirate crew. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie initially rejoiced, but then his gaze shifted to the old man, who nodded affirmatively, prompting Xiao Jie to fully celebrate. That evening, Locke had Carmen prepare a small banquet, and everyone had a splendid time. When Locke woke the next morning, he found that the previous night's revelry had led everyone to drink too much, and they were sprawled on the floor. The crew remained asleep, but Locke noticed that the old man was absent, leaving only a note secure beneath a stone. Picking it up, he read the old man's words, urging Locke to take good care of Xiao Jie and to remember his promise, stating that he detested farewells and would not be present when they departed. Locke tucked the letter away, then roused the others, sharing the old man's message. Together, they boarded the Death's Wing, setting sail towards the Phantom ship. Standing aboard the vessel, Locke cast a final glance at the small island before instructing Bear Big and the others to hoist the anchor and set sail towards the Grand Line. As the ship began to move, everyone on board collectively bowed towards the island, with Xiao Jie among them, who broke into tears afterward. Carmen rushed forward to comfort him. Meanwhile, atop a tall tree on the island, the old man stood at the treetop, watching the Phantom ship gradually drift away. "That I hope you don't disappoint me, kid. Big brother, ahead lies Rog Town," Annie declared, having shifted from the large puppet at the helm to a smaller one on his shoulder. Flying towards Locke this moment. It had been 15 days since they left the small island, and they were nearing Rog Town, the town renowned as the beginning and the end. "Thank you for your hard work, Annie," Locke said, affectionately patting her head. "I'll go tell Sister Carmen and Xiao Jie." Receiving praise from Locke, Annie soared contentedly towards the cabin. "Locke, a naval warship has been sighted ahead." At that moment, Yunzanin suddenly leapt down from the lookout. "Lower the pirate flag. There's no need for unnecessary trouble." Locke contemplated for a moment before addressing Yunzanin. Nodding in agreement, Yunzanin prepared to take down the flag. "Wait," Locke called out to Yunzanin, who was turning back. "The ship is approaching us." It seemed the opposing naval vessel had spotted them and was heading straight for their direction. As it drew near, the enemy ship opened fire. Locke, witnessing the incoming cannonball, swiftly unsheathed his saber and leapt into the air, aiming to slice the projectile in half. The cannonball was cleaved effortlessly by Locke. "You lie, defend against the cannonballs. I will deal with the enemy's ship," Locke instructed Yunzanin after landing. Yunzanin nodded and stood firm, watching the cannonballs approach once again. Wind godleg. Wind rising. With a powerful kick, Yunzanin summoned a fierce gust of wind, redirecting the cannonballs into the sea. Observing Yunzanin's actions, Locke nodded in reassurance, gripping the hilt of his saber and slowly drawing it out. Phantom sword technique. Shadow cloned at a gigantic shadow, resembling Locke, materialized behind him, towering at least 20 meters high. Following Locke's lead, the shadow duplicated his movements, raising its sword to strike at the distant naval vessel. In an instant, the combined attacks from the large and small figures sliced through the ship, reducing it to 3 segments. You should lower the pirate flag. We're almost at Roadtown. After dealing with the naval threat, Locke again addressed Yunzanin. Soon after, Yunzanin lowered the pirate flag, and Roadtown finally came into view. As for the recently encountered naval ship, Locke paid it no mind. Though they wished to avoid conflict, it did not imply fear. The flag's lowering was primarily for the convenience of procuring food and fresh water. Considering this was the last island before entering the Grand Line, beyond which lay Reverse Mountain. Who wishes to accompany me to the site of the Pirate King's execution? Locke inquired of the others once the ship docked. Annie, Xiao Jie, and I are heading to shop? Carmen exclaimed, pulling Xiao Jie and Annie along. That I wish to take a stroll with Mitsai alone, Yunzanin said, gazing affectionately at the jade pendant in his hand. My brother and I will go shopping. We have no time for that. Panda chimed in. Don't look at me. I'm guarding the ship. Panda quickly added upon noticing Locke's gaze. Tisich, if you won't go, I'll go alone. Locke replied, displeased at the collective refusal. All right, I'm off. With that, he disembarked the ship. Watching Locke disappear into the street, Carmen turned to Annie and Xiao Jie, saying, let's go too. The pair hopped off the ship, following Carmen with enthusiasm. Brother, we're heading out too. Panda called to his companion. Go ahead. The earlier you leave, the sooner you return, Panda advised. Locke strolled alone through the bustling streets, taking in the myriad of people around him, particularly the vendors calling out from the roadside. Evoking a sense of nostalgia that in his previous world, Locke's parents had been merchants just like them. He recalled fondly the days spent with his parents at their stall, even being chased by city officials, a truly unforgettable memory. As he walked and observed, he soon arrived at the grand square situated in the town's center. To the heart of the square stood a fountain, directly opposite which loomed a high execution platform. With a pirate king, Roger had ushered in the era of piracy. My treasure. If you desire it, you can have it all. Go find it. Everything the world has to offer is there. Standing before the platform, Locke felt as if he could still hear those words echoing through the ages, resonating in his ears. I do not seek your treasure. However, I shall carry forth your will. Locke murmured softly, young man. You have quite the ambition. A middle-aged man beside Locke remarked, overhearing his whispered words that it is not ambition. It is the very essence of my existence in this world. Locke replied, a charming smile gracing his lips. What are you doing? The middle-aged man inquired, scrutinizing Locke with interest. Locke met his gaze without flinching. Haha, young man, I admire you greatly. Come, let me treat you to a drink. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. That would be most welcome. Locke agreed with enthusiasm. Chapter 65. The Tavern Report. At the Roadtown Naval Base, Smoker was reclining in a chair, smoking a cigarette, when suddenly a soldier's voice rang out from outside. Come in. Smoker straightened up and called towards the door. Report, Colonel Smoker, one of our patrolling warships has just been sunk. Soldiers filed in, reporting loudly. What? Provide the details. Smoker stood up abruptly. Just now, one of our patrol ships was sunk by pirates. The soldiers aboard reported that the pirate ship was flying the flag of the Phantom Pirate Crew. Phantom Pirate Crew? How could that be? There have been a dozen false sightings of the Phantom Pirate Crew this month alone. Smoker sighed in exasperation, recalling how many counterfeit pirate crews had claimed to be the Phantom Pirates, only for him to find them to be mere imposters. This time, it may be genuine, a soldier expressed doubtfully. How so? Smoker inquired, resuming his seat. The soldiers from the sunken naval vessel claimed that the enemy used only one attack to sink the ship. The soldier replied, only one attack. Smoker asked, incredulous. The soldier nodded affirmatively. Gather the soldiers. We're heading out. Smoker commanded after a moment's thought. Colonel Smoker, where are you going? Dasky, who had just entered, asked as she noticed Smoker preparing to leave. I just received a report that a patrol ship was sunk by the Phantom Pirate Crew. I believe this time it could be true, so I'm going to check it out, Smoker explained as he exited the office. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Dasky hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, Locke and the middle-aged man had found themselves in a quaint tavern. Perhaps due to the time being past mealtime, the establishment had few patrons as for the middle-aged man. Locke was familiar with him, though the man did not recognize Locke. This man had made a brief appearance in the anime, having sold swords in Road Town. Speculation on the internet suggested that he possessed considerable strength, owning the famed swords Chio Shuei and Sandai Kitetsu, and having operated a shop in Road Town for over a decade without being robbed, a testament to his formidable prowess, seizing the chance to verify the theories from his previous life. Locke was intrigued. "Shall see, bring me 2 bottles of rum." The middle-aged man called out to the young bartender as they settled down. "Mowley, you're here again. Does your wife know?" The young bartender, seemingly familiar with the man, teased while retrieving the drinks. "Get out of here. You think you know everything. I run the household, and my wife has to listen to me." The middle-aged man quickly defended himself. "Dear, you're here," the young bartender suddenly called to the entrance. "Wife, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden my savings. The moment the bartender finished, the middle-aged man instinctively knelt, displaying a practiced ease in his motion. "Kid, is it appropriate to deceive your uncle like that? No respect." The middle-aged man, now realizing that no one had entered the tavern, stood up, grumbling at the young bartender. "Huh." The few patrons in the tavern erupted in laughter at the scene. Locke, observing the spectacle. "Join in the mirth. That what's so funny, kid? You'll understand when you find a wife in the future," the middle-aged man remarked, glancing at Locke, who was still chuckling. "All right, I won't laugh anymore," Locke conceded with a grin. Locke waved his hands dismissively, yet the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. "Humph." The old man let out a cold snort at Locke, then returned to his original position. "All right, Uncle Maoli, don't be angry. It was my fault just now. Today, the drinks are on me." That moment, the bartender, Shao Si, approached with 2 bottles of liquor. "Now that is more like it. Come on, kid, you should drink too," the uncle said, handing a bottle to Locke. "Well, I shall not refuse such an offer." Locke took the bottle and took a swig. Seeing Locke's action, the uncle also lifted his drink and joined in, after satisfying their appetites. The uncle began to chat with Locke. "Kid, let me tell you, I know that Roger." "You know," the uncle said, taking a sip of his drink. "You know Roger?" Locke asked, puzzled. "Of course. Roger was quite the notorious little ruffian on the island when he was young. I ran with him," the uncle, now with a flushed face from drinking, said proudly. "So, you're quite impressive, uncle?" Locke inquired. "Absolutely. My swordsmanship was personally taught by Brother Roger. I'm the best in Log Town," the uncle boasted, letting out a belch. "You truly are impressive," Locke exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Huh. Indeed," the uncle laughed heartily. "Could you tell me more about Roger?" Locke eagerly pressed on. "Huh. All right, let me tell you about Roger." He was fueled by the liquor. The uncle began to regale Locke with tales of Roger's youth. The patrons in the tavern, who had been drinking, were drawn in by the uncle's stories about Roger. "Of course, I'm only never tell lies." Having drunk too much, the uncle suddenly heard someone question him and stood up, shouting, "Is that so? How come I never knew about your greatness?" Just then, a plump woman entered the small tavern and approached the uncle. "Of course, I'm the one who wielded a knife and fought through 18 streets," the uncle, not even glancing at her, continued to boast. "Oh, really? You must tell me more," the woman said, grabbing the uncle's ear. The familiar posture and voice made the uncle instantly realize, "Dear, I was wrong. I won't brag anymore," he quickly pleaded. "What? You're hoping for next time?" The woman tightened her grip. "There will be no next time. Absolutely no next time." "Humph. I doubt you would dare. Come, let us go home." The woman pulled the uncle by the ear and began to lead him out. "Take it easy. I'll go," the uncle said as they walked. "Kid, next time we'll drink again," he shouted back at Locke just before leaving. Chapter 66. Disturbance. Watching the uncle being led further away by his wife, Locke smiled faintly, shook his head, and raised his drink. Indulging in solitude. Through his conversation with the uncle, Locke gained some insight into the young pirate king Roger. This reinforced his determination to change the world. If Roger had already brought about a transformative opportunity, what meaning would it hold for him to traverse this world without striving to change it completely? As Locke pondered his thoughts while sipping his rum, a few more individuals entered the tavern. "Boss, bring me 2 barrels of liquor," the newcomer shouted at the tavern owner. "Coming right up, gentlemen. Are you planning to drink here or take it away?" Shao Si approached and inquired. "Tiogo, hurry up with the drinks. The leader of the group said arrogantly. All right. Coming right away. Xiao Si quickly turned to fetch the drinks. Gentlemen, your drinks are here. Not long after, Xiao Si emerged with the liquor. Huh, excellent. Let us go. The newcomers grabbed the drinks and headed for the exit. Wait, gentlemen, have you forgotten something? Seeing them about to leave, Xiao Si rushed to block their path. What are you trying to do by blocking us? The leader asked. You haven't paid yet. Xiao Si replied respectfully. Pay? Upon hearing Xiao Si's words, the group erupted in laughter, as if he had said something utterly ridiculous. What is so funny? Xiao Si asked, bewildered by their laughter. Do you even know who I am? How dare you ask us for money? The leader retorted that I don't care who you are. If you dine here, you must pay. Xiao Si, now emboldened by their refusal, stood firm. I am the notorious pirate. Phantom Locke with a bounty of 50 million. You dare ask me for money? The burly man boasted. Puffed. Locke, who had been quietly observing, spat out his drink upon hearing the man's declaration. What, kid? Do you look down on me? Phantom Locke? The burly man said, noticing Locke's reaction. Cough. I wouldn't dare. Locke, choking on the liquor, waved his hands dismissively, repeatedly asserting his respect. Humph, I doubt you would. The man sneered. Once Locke had composed himself, he began to scrutinize the group before him. The leader bore a resemblance to him, though if it weren't for the excessive facial hair, they might have looked even more alike. I don't care who you are. If you take something, you must pay. Xiao Si insisted. And what if I refuse? The burly man asked, placing his hand on the knife at his waist as he spoke. I've already called the Navy. If you don't pay, you can expect them to come for you. Xiao Si threatened. You little brat, do you think I fear the Navy? I've attacked their base before, the man declared, drawing his long knife and swinging it toward Xiao Si's head. Just as the blade was about to strike, it was blocked by a sheathed sword. Who dares? Following the blade, they saw that it was none other than Locke, the very one who had just spat his drink. At that moment, Xiao Si collapsed onto the ground. Although Locke had blocked the knife, the overwhelming sense of impending death was too terrifying. Kid, who are you to meddle in my affairs? The burly man glared at Locke. Threateningly, I may not dare to interfere with Phantom Locke's matters, but your affairs, well, I certainly do. Locke slowly retracted his sword, standing tall and responding earnestly. What? Kid, you dare question that my brother is not Phantom Locke? The burly man's underlings, sensing Locke's implication, voiced their displeasure. Could he have seen through it? The burly man, now sweating profusely, thought to himself as he regarded Locke. Brother Locke, what are you waiting for? Let us take care of this brat together. He is not serious, is he? How could that be? My brother is not Phantom Locke. Could that kid be? The underlings murmured amongst themselves that, go, boys, cut him down, seemingly provoked by their words. The burly man made a decisive charge at Locke, wielding his knife. Easily defeated, Locke scoffed as he watched the approaching group. Without any visible movement, he simply snapped his fingers, and a purple hand appeared before the group, grasping their throats and lifting them off the ground. With another wave of his hand, the group was lifted out of the tavern and deposited outside. Witnessing Locke effortlessly handle the group, Xiao Si hurried over to express his gratitude. You truly are Phantom Locke. While thanking him, Xiao Si scrutinized Locke closely, finally realizing he matched the photograph on the wanted poster exactly. I'm just here to drink. Don't disturb the other patrons. Locke firmly grasped Xiao Si, quietly advising him that we all saw it. You are Phantom Locke. The other patrons, initially drawn to the commotion, now voiced their opinions loudly, having overheard Xiao Si's words. You should leave quickly. The Navy will be here soon. Xiao Si warned Locke. Daha. You really didn't notify the Navy? Locke replied incredulously, having initially thought Xiao Si was merely using the Navy to intimidate the others, only to discover it was true. Where are the troublemakers? As Xiao Si was preparing to respond to Locke, a melodious female voice echoed at the entrance of the tavern. Locke glanced towards the door, and, indeed, the Navy had arrived. Led by Dasky, Dasky was feeling quite frustrated. She had just left the base, intending to accompany Smoker in capturing members of the Phantom Pirate crew. However, not long after setting out, she received word that Locke was causing a commotion in the tavern over 2 barrels of wine. Initially, Dasky was reluctant to come, as such incidents had occurred numerous times over the past month, and this was likely another case of impersonation. Nevertheless, with Smoker's insistence on checking it out, she brought a team along. The troublemakers had already been chased away. Apologies for the unnecessary trip, everyone. At that moment, Xiao Si stood protectively in front of Locke, addressing Dasky. However, Dasky paid no heed to Xiao Si and instead looked past her at the helpless Locke seated in the back. Chapter 67. Farewell, Smoker. Indeed, it is you. Phantom Locke. Ah, what a coincidence, Miss Dasky. It seems we meet again. Realizing he had been discovered, Locke stepped out from behind Xiao Si and addressed Dasky. Phantom Locke, this time I shall not allow you to escape. Dasky unsheathed her sword, Shiyu, and confronted Locke. Behold my blade. Without waiting for Locke to respond, Dasky launched her attack. You are no match for me now. Locke effortlessly caught Shiyu between two fingers, responding to Dasky. Dasky remained silent, fervently attempting to withdraw her sword, but after several fruitless efforts, she abandoned the attempt and kicked at Locke instead. Locke easily blocked her kick and, releasing his grip on Shiyu, remarked, Miss Dasky, your temper is quite fiery. If you desire the sword, simply express your wish. How can I know your intentions if you do not speak? I assure you, I shall grant your request, Locke prattled on. Dasky ignored Locke's words and, once he relinquished Shiyu, continued her assault. In response to Dasky's attacks, Locke did not even draw his blade, effortlessly deflecting her strikes with the sword's sheath. Enough of this play. Since Miss Dasky does not welcome me, I shall take my leave. Once more blocking Dasky's onslaught, Locke sighed in resignation. With that, his figure began to shimmer and fade until he vanished from the tavern. Dasky, what shall we do now? After Locke disappeared, a naval officer standing behind her inquired, We shall return and inform Captain Smoker. The Phantom Pirate crew has indeed arrived in Logue Town, Dasky declared, casting a fierce glance at the spot where Locke had just vanished. At this moment, aboard the Phantom ship, Xionda was left alone to guard the vessel. Big brother, we have returned. Just as Xionda was feeling bored, he suddenly heard Panda's voice from outside. Xionda turned to see Panda and Xiong Air approaching the dock with a group of individuals burdened with various goods. Big brother, quickly lower the gangplank. Upon seeing Xionda, Panda shouted again. Coming. Xionda promptly lowered the gangplank to allow the group to unload their cargo. The crew worked swiftly, and soon all the items were aboard the ship. After Panda settled the payment, the group disembarked. Everything is ready. Once the captain and Miss Carmen return, we shall set sail for the Grand Line, Xionda said with anticipation, in the past, when Xionda was merely an ordinary blacksmith. He had heard tales of the Grand Line, but lacked the strength and opportunity to venture there. This time, following the captain, he would embark on a vibrant journey, filled with excitement. The Grand Line. I doubt you all will reach it. Just as Xionda finished his thought, a large contingent of the Navy appeared on the shore, led by Smoker. The Navy. I can't believe you arrived so swiftly. Xionda and the others observed the naval forces on the coast, their demeanor defensive. Just in time, we can finally test the results of our training over the past 6 months. Panda, holding a 2-meter-long iron staff, looked eagerly at the Navy. Big brother, naval ships are also appearing on the sea. Xiong Air pointed at the Navy vessels emerging on the horizon. Fire! With the Navy ships in sight, the order was given to bombard the Phantom. Boom! 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 At that moment, Xiong Air swiftly dodged the incoming cannonballs. Little brother, you stay on the ship and ensure the cannonballs do not hit it at and Little Four will confront the approaching Navy. I trust the captain will return shortly. Xionda instructed Xiong Air as he observed the Navy charging towards the ship. Big brother, go ahead, leave this to me, Xiong Air declared, intercepting another cannonball. Big brother. I'm going in. At that moment, Panda jumped off the ship, brandishing the iron staff as he plunged into the midst of the Navy, transforming mid-charge, and began spinning the staff to deflect the bullets aimed at him. Panda charged through the ranks of the Navy, creating chaos among their formation. Just a bunch of weaklings. Navy, charge forward and seize that ship. Smoker dismissed the commotion caused by Panda, his tone dripping with disdain. With that, Smoker transformed into smoke and flew towards Panda, intercepting him. Looks like someone underestimated me. Xionda, seeing Smoker approach Panda, did not concern himself with that and instead leaped off the ship, blocking the path the Navy was taking to board. The advancing navy was halted by his presence, and Xiongda exuded an aura as if he could single-handedly hold back an army. That on the ship, Xiong'er wielded two blades, deftly knocking down the incoming cannonballs. Moving like a white butterfly, evading every shot aimed at the vessel. Meanwhile, Panda, embroiled in battle with the navy, was intercepted mid-charge by Smoker and was sent flying. As Panda gradually rose from the ground, he looked at Smoker and remarked, "Captain, you are indeed formidable." Smoker offered no further words, transforming his legs into smoke and swirling around Panda in an attempt to trap him. "But I am not lacking either." The chaotic dance of the wind surged forth, dispersing the smoke that had encircled him. Realizing his smoke was ineffective, Smoker ascended into the air and dove down, thrusting his fist towards Panda's chest. Panda quickly raised his iron staff to block the strike. Though the attack was deflected, Panda was still sent flying a considerable distance. Thank goodness, Smog transformed entirely into smoke, enveloping himself in a swirling mist. As the smoke surged toward him, Locke shook his head, then a burst of purple light soared into the sky, conjuring dark clouds that shrouded a 1-kilometer radius centered around him that moment. However, the smoke form of Smog had already reached Locke, engulfing him entirely. Prepare to face the righteous judgment. Just then, from the smoke behind Locke, Smog's figure materialized, raising his hands to unleash a flurry of strikes. "Your speed is abysmal. It seems you have made no progress at all," Locke retorted, swiftly turning to parry the fierce assault with the sheath of his sword. Seeing his attack thwarted, Smog chose not to linger. Vanishing into smoke once more, you think that will be effective?" Locke scoffed disdainfully. As Locke's words faded, the clouds that had just ascended began to release a torrential downpour. Raindrops fell one by one, initially unnoticed by Smog, who was concealed within the smoke. However, as the rain intensified, he realized something was amiss. Within this downpour, there existed a force that restrained his elemental transformation, while it did not significantly impede him. The smoke he had generated was only unaffected close to him. Everywhere else, the rain dispersed the smoke, leaving Smog with a mere 2-meter radius of smoke, which was still glaringly apparent. "This your new tactic?" he remarked, feigning indifference as he observed the thinning smoke around him. "But it's hardly impressive. Do you think this is the end?" Locke, unfazed by Smog's disdain, wore a mocking smile as he regarded the now semi-human form of the smoke. "Patience, we have only just begun." Without waiting for Locke's next move, Smog reformed the smoke and charged once more. However, due to the rain, his efforts were severely hampered, despite his attempts to conjure more smoke. "It would dissipate beyond a certain range. I can see you. What use is that move now?" Locke shook his head, exasperated, as he watched the smoke rush toward him. "Behold my straight punch." This time, Locke did not draw his sword. Instead, he threw a straightforward punch. As he did so, a purple fist, perfectly sized to match the smoke cloud, surged toward Smog. With a resounding impact, Smog was sent flying backward, unable to maintain his elemental form. "Cough, cough," he gasped as he slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "This power you call true energy is truly remarkable. It can seamlessly integrate with devil fruit abilities." Locke, hearing Smog's words, smiled non-committally, tacitly acknowledging their truth. "Locke, we've arrived. Hurry aboard. We're ready to set sail." At that moment, Carmen returned to the ship with Xiao, Jia, and Annie, calling out to Locke that, "I'll be right there." Locke replied loudly, "Well, it's time for me to go. I'm thrilled to see so many of you here to send me off." After addressing Carmen, Locke turned to Smog. "Don't think you can escape." As Locke prepared to leave, Smog, without holding back, transformed into a colossal smoke giant, raising his fist to strike down upon Locke. "I will depart. No one in this world can stop me," Locke declared, observing the approaching massive fists. Phantom blade technique, rain of stabs. The moment Locke laid his hand upon his sword, the torrential rain that had been pouring suddenly ceased. The raindrops hung suspended in the air, creating an illusion of time standing still. If not for the swiftly advancing smoke giant. Then, just as the giant's fists were about to crash down on Locke, his sword finally emerged, swiftly thrusting toward the giant. The previously motionless raindrops transformed into countless fine needles, piercing toward the smoke giant. What appeared to be an imposing figure crumbled under the relentless barrage of rain, dissipating into nothingness, leaving Smog battered and sprawled on the ground. Everyone, set sail. Our destination is the Grand Line. Ignoring the fallen Smog, Locke leaped onto the ship, standing at the bow with fervent zeal. Locke proclaimed this. The iconic melody of He's a Pirate, the theme from Pirates of the Caribbean, resonated through the air. The ship, Phantom, began to glide forward, the distant cannon fire from warships adding to the exhilarating atmosphere. "Hey, wait for me." Amidst the stirring music, an incongruous voice echoed from ashore. It was Yunji Nan, chasing after the ship while calling out. Locke, noticing Yunji Nan in pursuit, wasted no breath. He extended his arms, and two purple wings manifested from Yunji Nan's back, lifting him onto the ship. "When did you disembark?" Locke asked incredulously. "I got off the ship with you." Yunji Nan responded, perplexed by Locke's question. "I thought you were with Bear 2 and me on the ship, but now I see you here." Locke remarked in bewilderment. "After I got off, I strolled around the town, then went to the seaside to enjoy the view. Before long, I saw you setting sail." Yunji Nan explained, looking equally bemused. "Carmen, what is for dinner?" Locke awkwardly shifted the topic. Chapter 69. Ace S condition BR. The transponder snail rang. "Hello. This is the Navy headquarters. I am Smog. I have urgent news to report." A weak voice came from the other end. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the office of Admiral Sengoku at Navy headquarters was rapped upon. "Enter." Sengoku's voice resounded from within. "What is it?" he inquired, looking at the messenger who had just walked in. "Admiral, we have just received news from Logtown in the East Blue. Phantom Locke has reemerged and is now heading toward the Grand Line." "Phantom Locke, the one who attacked the Navy base 6 months ago?" Sengoku asked. "Indeed, that is him. You previously instructed that upon receiving any news of this individual, it should be reported to you immediately." The messenger confirmed. "You mentioned he appeared in Logtown, correct?" "Yes, Admiral. What about Smog? Wasn't he the highest-ranking officer in Logtown? Why didn't he apprehend him?" Sengoku questioned again, his tone revealing dissatisfaction with Smog. "According to Colonel Smog, Phantom Locke's strength has increased since their last encounter. He specifically mentioned a power called True Energy." The messenger continued. "True Energy?" Sengoku pondered upon hearing the term, then gestured for the messenger to continue. "Colonel Smog claims that this so-called True Energy can rival Haki, easily countering devil fruit abilities, and that it integrates perfectly with such powers, enhancing their effectiveness. It seems he seeks to evade responsibility for his failure." Sengoku scoffed. "Go. Order Smog to pursue Locke with all his might. He must capture or eliminate him before he enters the Grand Line." Sengoku commanded decisively. "Why are you still standing there?" Sengoku asked, noticing the messenger remained before him. "Admiral, Colonel Smog was already engaged with Phantom Locke prior to this report and was severely injured. He has since lost consciousness. He must return to Navy headquarters. A naval officer cannot suffer defeat at the hands of the same individual twice. He needs to train diligently in the new recruit camp." The indignation of Sengoku is entirely understandable. Originally, Smoker had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, which had already drawn the attention of the Navy's upper echelons, who intended to cultivate him as the next generation of admiral. However, to their dismay, this young man, emboldened by his devil fruit powers, displayed a lackadaisical approach to Haki training, showing no ambition whatsoever. Consequently, he was dispatched to the East Blue to hone his mental fortitude. Yet, to their astonishment, in merely 6 months, he was soundly defeated twice by a mere boy, a disgraceful turn of events. This provided a perfect opportunity to summon him back, as it was believed that the lessons from these defeats would instill a sense of diligence in him moving forward. After hearing Sengoku's orders, the messenger bowed and prepared to leave, but was abruptly called back as he reached the door. "Wait, go fetch that old scoundrel Garp and his grandson as well," Sengoku commanded, seemingly struck by a sudden thought. "Yes, Admiral." The messenger promptly bowed again and slowly exited the office. Before long, the previously closed door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. "What do you need, Sengoku?" "I was busy teaching my grandson." Upon entering, Garp, clad in military attire, was seen dragging an Ace, who was dressed in training attire, yet still wore his original pair of jeans. Ace's once handsome visage was marred, with dark circles around his eyes. perfectly matching the size of Garp's fist. "Could you please knock next time you come in?" Sengoku remarked helplessly, gazing at the door that lay on the floor. "Dado." Garp tossed Ace onto the ground and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a donut, leisurely munching away while half-heartedly acknowledging Sengoku's remarks. One glance at Garp's distracted demeanor made it evident that Sengoku's words were falling on deaf ears. With a resigned sigh, Sengoku lamented, "Old man, could you refrain from slapping him next time?" As Ace slowly got back on his feet, he grumbled, "I didn't slap him. I merely struck his head. You see, look at my eyes. Look at how my once handsome face has turned out." Ace accused, pointing at his eyes, "That I mentioned only hitting the head. Is not the eye part of the head?" Garp defended himself. The two began to bicker, completely oblivious to Sengoku's increasingly dark expression, which was nearly as ominous as the clouds outside. "Enough, you two. Do you take this place for a marketplace?" Sengoku finally erupted in frustration. "Tisich." Ace rolled his eyes at Garp and turned his face away. "It seems the education of love is still insufficient." Garp mused, observing Ace's demeanor. "All right, you two, take a look at this." Sengoku, exasperated with the pair, handed them 2 copies of a report from Roadtown that he had just requested be duplicated. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Rox and his crew truly are remarkable." Ace laughed heartily, completely oblivious to Sengoku's stormy countenance. "Now, tell me how much you know about them." Sengoku interjected, cutting Ace off. "Why do you ask this?" "I assure you, I will not betray my friends," Ace replied, his expression wary. "What do you mean by that?" "As a Navy officer, how can you consider yourself friends with pirates?" Sengoku thundered, though his gaze drifted toward Garp. "That I never wanted to be a Navy officer. It was that old man who dragged me into this," Ace retorted, clearly still harboring resentment over Garp's actions. "You get out of here and run 10 laps around the island," Sengoku commanded, utterly exasperated. "I'll run if I must, but I will not betray my friends." With that declaration, Ace bolted out of the Admiral's office. "Garp, what do you think?" Sengoku shook his head at Ace's departure and turned to Garp. "Ace is certainly suited for the Navy. I will educate him well." Garp replied earnestly that I wasn't referring to that. "I meant the document regarding the true energy." Sengoku corrected him. "What document?" Garp asked, utterly perplexed. "That I am not angry. Not angry." Sengoku reassured himself internally. And once he regained his composure, he reiterated, "The document in your hand. Take a look." "Oh, you meant this." Garp finally grasped what Sengoku was referring to. After Garp finished reading, Sengoku inquired, "What are your thoughts on the true energy mentioned in the document?" "I never imagined such power truly existed," Garp remarked, a newfound seriousness replacing his usual nonchalance. "Indeed, according to the report, the characteristics of that power align perfectly with what we discovered in an ancient text on a certain island," Sengoku stated earnestly. "However, since we have not witnessed it firsthand, we cannot be entirely certain," Garp analyzed. "That is precisely why I summoned you. I want you to investigate once more if that Phantom Rox is indeed wielding such power. I hope you can apprehend him," Sengoku concluded, resuming his seat. "That is not a problem, but may I bring Ace along?" Garp asked. "Absolutely not. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of his lineage." Sengoku flatly refused. "You know?" Garp exclaimed in astonishment. "Humph. Did you really think your little schemes could elude me?" Sengoku scoffed. "Then, you wish to ask why I still allow him to remain in the Navy?" "Correct?" Garp began, but was interrupted by Sengoku. "If I can keep his son within the Navy, even if I cannot publicly disclose his identity, at least his presence will diminish the threat posed to us." "No, absolutely not. No one can learn of his identity," Garp shouted vehemently at the suggestion of divulging any information. "That will depend on his conduct. If he genuinely wishes to join the Navy, I will certainly keep this information confidential. However, if he persists in his current behavior, I shall not hesitate to is he not performing well. He trains diligently in the recruit camp." Garp defended. "20 escape attempts in a month. And you dare call that diligent?" Sengoku retorted, looking incredulously at Garp. "He's young. It's only natural for him to be a bit restless." Garp insisted. Sengoku, now ignoring Garp, continued to address the unfinished paperwork. "If you do not allow him to accompany me, then I shan't go." Garp began to pout, plopping down on the office sofa, indulging in his donuts. The sound of crunching echoed in the office, and with each bite, Sengoku's frown deepened. Enough? Enough! Just stop distracting me. I will allow you to take Ace with you. Sengoku finally relented, exasperated. You truly agree? Garp asked, momentarily halting his feast, eyes wide with surprise. Yes, I agree, but... Sengoku paused dramatically. But what? Garp pressed eagerly. Sengoku glanced at Garp and continued. You must also bring along Rear Admiral Itachi. What for? Garp inquired, puzzled to keep an eye on Ace. I have my doubts regarding your reliability. Sengoku stated seriously. Why should there be any doubt about my capabilities? Garp protested. Humph. Do not forget how Ace came into existence. Sengoku's words left Garp speechless. Then just send that little weasel Itachi instead. I refuse to go. Garp threw a tantrum, attempting to withdraw from the task. No, you are required to go. And you must take Ace with you. The Marine Admiral Sengoku outright dismissed Garp's suggestion. In fact, deep down, Sengoku was reluctant to allow Ace to leave the Marine headquarters, especially considering he was the son of the Pirate King. Roger, if the news of his status as a pirate were to leak, who knows how many pirates, inspired by Roger's words from years past, might abandon their pursuits. While it was uncertain, it would undoubtedly lessen the chances of many youths choosing to venture forth into piracy in the future. However, Sengoku later reflected that during Ace's 6 months at the Marine base, despite his frequent attempts to escape, it was evident that he did not harbor a strong dislike for the Marines. Moreover, as a user of the Mera Marinomi, he was a formidable presence among the younger generation of the Marines, who lacked any truly powerful adversaries. Therefore, allowing Garp to take Ace along was essentially a test to gauge Ace's perspective on the Marines. As for bringing along Vice Admiral Yao Shu, it was merely a precautionary measure in case Garp lost his way, ensuring there was someone to bring Ace back. Very well, prepare yourself, Sengoku instructed Garp. Oomph! Garp snorted, turning on his heel and departing the office. Watching Garp leave, Sengoku could only shake his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Locke and his crew were making their way towards Reverse Mountain in the distance. They beheld the peaks formed of crimson rock, with a narrow river winding through, its waters cascading upward towards the summit. Nearby, several pirate ships were preparing to embark on their journey to the Grand Line. On one of these vessels, a man wearing a captain's hat glanced at the approaching phantom pirate ship and turned to his crew, commanding, "Prepare yourselves. We are about to set sail for the Grand Line." At the captain's orders, jubilant cheers erupted from the ships, and amidst the uproar, the pirate vessels began to navigate towards the river that flowed towards the mountain's peak. "Captain, look! Over there!" exclaimed Shionda aboard the lock. Pointing at the pirate ship ahead, "We've encountered fellow seafarers. Ignore them. Let's prepare to head to the Grand Line." Locke replied to the large puppet at the helm. "Annie, steer us well. We're ascending the mountain." "Okay, big brother," came Annie's youthful voice from the large puppet. "Set the sails, angle the rudder 30 degrees, and prepare to enter," Locke commanded, observing the ever-approaching Reverse Mountain. "Sails set, rudder adjusted. Hold on tight. We're heading up," after Locke's declaration. The Phantom surged into the upward current, propelling itself towards the summit. The crew clung to their surroundings as the ship raced towards the peak. Secured at the bow of the ship, Locke gazed at the nearing summit and shouted, "Grand Line, here we come." Chapter 71. The 13-colored rainbow in no time. They swiftly reached the mountain's apex. Upon arrival, Locke and his crew were greeted by a vast lake, its surface shimmering like a mirror. The Phantom glided smoothly across the water, gently rippling its surface. Surrounding the lake were 5 waterways, for ascended from the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, respectively. All vessels, aside from the Marines, wishing to venture into the Grand Line, could only ascend from these points before following the singular waterway leading to the Grand Line. To exit the Grand Line, one must also pass through here, but only during the full moon each month, when the waters would reverse, returning to their respective seas, and the entrance to the Grand Line would transform into an exit. "Locke, look ahead. That's the pirate ship we just encountered below," Kamen exclaimed, joining Locke at his side and pointing at the pirate ship in the distance. "As long as they don't provoke us. We'll ignore them," Locke replied, his attention fully captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the lake above the clouds. "Look over there. A rainbow. I can't believe there are 13 colors," Locke exclaimed, pointing at the extraordinary rainbow in the distance. "How beautiful! If only I could touch it," Cayman remarked, gazing at the rainbow, following Locke's finger point 13 colors in a rainbow. "How stunning!" Others, drawn in by Cayman and Locke's conversation, chimed in with admiration. "Shikai, look how beautiful the scenery is. After we travel the world, shall we come here to live in seclusion?" Yunzinan said, gently stroking the jade pendant in her hand, seeing the group enchanted by the splendid rainbow. Locke was struck with a bold idea. "What do you think about flying up to take a closer look at why the rainbow appears this way?" Locke proposed, noting that the rainbow was positioned directly above the waterway leading into the Grand Line, making an ideal suggestion. "Fly up?" Shionda queried, puzzled. "Yes, let's fly up. Big brother, I want to touch the rainbow and see what it's made of," Annie exclaimed, now perched on Locke's shoulder, filled with excitement. "Make the call," Nan said nonchalantly, still holding her jade pendant. Mumu Shao Jia also eagerly chimed in, though Annie was too absorbed in her excitement to translate its words, leaving everyone oblivious to what it said. "Ha ha! Since everyone wants to see it, let's set sail," Locke declared, noticing that none of the crew opposed the idea. "Zinan, create some wind," Locke instructed Yun Zinan. Nodding, Yun Zinan approached the ship's stern and kicked the sail, summoning a sudden gust of wind that propelled the now slowing vessel. At that moment, two massive purple wings suddenly sprouted from either side of the Phantom, lifting it off the water and into the sky. "We're flying! We're flying!" The captain of the pirate ship ahead had been keeping an eye on the Phantom, though he had never seen its flag before. Yet he knew that few dared to challenge the Grand Line without being formidable. However, witnessing the Phantom sprout wings and take flight left him utterly speechless. "Captain, wake up! We're about to crash into the wall ahead," a crew member shouted, snapping the captain back to reality, who quickly turned the helm to avoid the impending collision. Meanwhile, Locke and his crew aboard the soaring Phantom sped towards the rainbow. To their surprise, the rainbow was not far from the lake's surface. Within a minute, the Phantom reached the vicinity of the rainbow. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was not a rainbow at all, but rather 13 threads interwoven in the air, forming a large lock shape in the center, resembling a seal. "Let us crash through," Locke declared, feeling no sense of imminent danger. Since achieving a minor mastery of his true energy, he developed an ability akin to observation hockey, allowing him to sense whether his actions would pose a threat. With a resounding crash, the Phantom barreled through the vibrant luminescence, shattering it into fragments that cascaded downward. "Look, the pirate crew we saw below has vanished," Xiongda suddenly pointed downward. Everyone glanced below, realizing that the pirate crew had completely disappeared. Along with the massive red continent that had once been visible, it's a spatial phenomenon. "We just passed through something akin to a spatial barrier," Nan suddenly remarked, among the group. Only she had encountered similar spatial phenomena before, while Locke, despite being a traveler from another world, had fainted during his transition and had no insight to offer that a spatial phenomenon. "Are you suggesting we've entered a subspace similar to that of the Xia?" Locke inquired. "Yes, though this space is significantly weaker. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enter so easily," Yun Zinan affirmed. "Regardless of whether we've entered another space, we should first find a place to land," Panda said nonchalantly. "Fourth brother, stop fussing. Just follow the captain's orders," Xiongda admonished Panda. "Xiongda is right. We do need to find a place to land," Locke concurred. Locke stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the fleeting white clouds around him, and said, "Everyone, hold on tight. We are about to descend rapidly." He turned back to remind the others. Upon seeing everyone grasping onto something securely, the purple wings that had been flanking the Phantom ship suddenly retracted, converging towards the top of the vessel, slowly forming a massive parachute. Throughout this process, the ship continued to tremble. Had Locke not provided prior warning, several individuals might have been thrown overboard. As the ship gradually stabilized, no longer shaking as before, the crew noticed that the parachute that had just appeared overhead was now fully expanded, and the Phantom ship was gently drifting downwards. Chapter 72. The Redskin Beauty Before Long. The Phantom ship slowly traversed the cloud layer, unveiling a vast expanse of ocean before Locke and his companions. However, The water here was peculiar. While the external sea was a brilliant blue, this one was an unsettling shade of red. The area was not particularly large. Looking down from the sky, one could easily discern the edge of the crimson sea, where a black veil enveloped it. The dark curtain shimmered with twinkling starlight. Forming a circle that completely encased the SEAT, the very center of this red ocean, lay an island shrouded in crimson mist, which would have gone unnoticed had the phantom ship not descended slowly. After all, the island's hue was nearly indistinguishable from that of the water, merely a deeper shade. "This place is rather strange," Carmen remarked, standing beside Locke. "Indeed," Locke replied, his expression serious as he scrutinized the placid surface of the sea. He was uncertain whether his senses were mistaken, but he felt an incessant aura of sword intent emanating from the entire ocean, particularly potent from the island itself. "Regardless, we shall descend and see for ourselves." Locke shook his head, dispelling the unsettling feeling, and continued, confident in the abilities of himself and his companions. While they may not have been extraordinarily powerful, they were certainly capable. Just then, an unusual gust of wind swept through the air, abruptly jostling the descending phantom ship towards the direction of the island. The crew, caught off guard, staggered and nearly stumbled on the deck. In that moment, Locke felt the presence of sword intent within the wind. Although it was not overwhelmingly strong, it stung his face painfully, and curiously, there was a hint of red swirling within it. "Is everyone all right?" Locke steadied himself and inquired with concern that we're fine. Before anyone could finish their sentence. A sudden and excruciating pain pierced through their heads, Locke included, rendering him unable to maintain his footing at that moment. The unexpected agony caused Locke's fruitability to falter, and the purple parachute that had been slowing their descent vanished, sending the phantom ship plummeting towards the island with alarming speed. The closer they got to the island, the more intense the pain in everyone's heads became, by the time the phantom ship soared over the island center. Where the crimson glow was most concentrated, the crew could no longer endure and collapsed onto the deck, even Annie succumbing to slumber. With a resounding crash, the phantom ship struck the sea not far from the shore of the island. In an instant, splinters flew, and the force of the impact hurled Locke and the others out of the vessel, landing them on the sandy beach. "Who am I? Where am I? What is this place?" Locke groggily awoke, dazed and confused, sitting up and surveying the interior of the room, muttering in bewilderment. He found himself in a small wooden hut, furnished with various everyday items, the most peculiar aspect being that both the furniture and the wooden structure were a vivid red, emanating a faint aura of sword intent that made Locke feel uneasy. "Wait a moment. I distinctly remember being aboard the phantom ship, fainting alongside Carmen and the others. How did I end up here?" At that realization, Locke recalled the events leading up to his fainting spell. In a daze, he attempted to sit up, only to discover that he was swathed in layers of bandages, resembling a mummy. Moreover, as he moved, he felt sharp pains coursing through multiple fractures in his bones, preventing him from hastily tearing off the unsightly wrappings. It seemed he had been rescued, though he wondered about the fate of his companions. Based on his injuries, he surmised they were likely not faring much worse than he was, given that they all practiced true chi, which could protect their bodies. Yet, until he saw them, he could not be certain of their well-being. And concern gnawed at him as he lay there. Boredom set in. Although his true chi aided in his recovery, someone had tended to his wounds and realigned his broken bones, allowing for a quicker recuperation. Peering through the window of the hut, Locke noticed that everything outside, be it flora or fauna, bore the same peculiar red hue. He mused how conspicuous he would appear among them, being so fair-skinned. Creak! Just as Locke was lost in thought, the door to the hut swung open, and a young woman with crimson skin stepped inside. Ignoring her strikingly red complexion, she appeared to be around Locke's age. Likely in her late teens, though her figure was undeniably captivating, particularly her ample bosom that swayed enticingly with her movements, exuding an undeniable allure. Although Locke was not particularly inclined towards such things, he appreciated beauty, and a glance would not cost him anything to, a visitor from the outside world, you've awakened, the red-skinned woman exclaimed, noticing Locke's wide-eyed gaze. Did you save me? Locke inquired directly as she approached him. Checking his temperature. Not I. It was Xiaoyu who discovered you by the sea and alerted the villagers. Together, we brought you here. The woman gently placed her hand on Locke's forehead and covered him with a blanket. You mean to say the others were rescued as well? Where are they? Locke asked, filled with excitement, eager to sit up and see his companions. Stay still. They are fine. They are recovering in the next room. You were the first to awaken. That's a relief. Locke's anxious heart finally settled. May I ask for your name, miss? My name is Xue Xiaoyan, the healer of this village, she replied. Thank you for tending to my injuries. Miss Xiaoyan, Locke expressed his gratitude. Healing the sick and saving lives is my duty, Xue Xiaoyan said as she finished examining Locke's wounds. You've been unconscious for a day. You must be hungry. I shall fetch you something to eat. Without waiting for Locke's response, she got up and left the hut. Chapter 73. The shy young boy Locke did not have to wait long before Xue Xiaoyan returned, carrying a bowl of porridge. Following closely behind her was a young boy, around 10 years old, peeking out from behind her, curiously observing Locke. Here, let me help you sit up to drink your porridge, Xue Xiaoyan said as she entered. Placing the bowl on a small wooden table nearby, she gently assisted Locke into an upright position, her touch tender and caring. As she drew near, Locke caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance wafting from her fiery red hair. Once he was settled, Xue Xiaoyan moved to the bedside, picked up the bowl of porridge, and prepared to feed Locke. I can manage it myself. Locke swiftly halted her movements, although his body was covered in wounds. He found it manageable to move his arms for eating. It would merely cause some discomfort, but such trivial matters were inconsequential. To be honest, Locke was rather looking forward to being fed by this beautiful young lady. However, he was acutely aware that if Carmen were to discover this, his future days would be far from pleasant. While he wouldn't be at risk of suffocation, he could certainly forget about indulging in delectable dishes. Merely avoiding poisons in his meals would be a cause for gratitude. The mere thought of the consequences if Carmen were to find out sent a shiver down Locke's spine. Without waiting for Blood Dawn to say anything, he reached out and swiftly snatched the porridge from her hands, rapidly consuming it. Observing Locke's voracious appetite, Blood Dawn covered her lips and stifled a giggle. Meanwhile, the little boy who had been hiding behind Blood Dawn watched Locke devour the porridge with confusion. Was it truly that delicious? He ate it every day and never found it particularly appealing. Thank you for the hospitality, Locke exclaimed politely after finishing the porridge in less than half a minute. Extending the bowl back to Blood Dawn, "Is there more?" she asked with a smile, shaking her head, "If possible, please, just a bit more." Locke replied, embarrassed as he patted his stomach. For Locke, although his energy now primarily derived from the air after cultivating true energy, he could still obtain it from food. Given his severe injuries, consuming more would expedite his energy recovery and hasten his healing process. Thus, when Blood Dawn inquired, Locke did not decline, and oh worries, you are esteemed guests on this island. Please indulge yourselves. Blood Dawn smiled, and then turned to the little boy who had accompanied her, saying, Xiaoyu, you stay here and play. I'll step out to fetch more porridge for our guest. With that, she turned and exited the room to tea that moment. Locke finally noticed the little boy who had entered with her. The child had skin identical to Blood Dawn's. Both were red, and their features were quite similar, leading to the conclusion that they were either siblings or mother and son. Based on Blood Dawn's earlier words, it appeared that the little boy was indeed her younger brother. Now alone in the room, the boy seemed shy, standing at a distance from Locke, nearly pressed against the door. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Locke, observing his every move. Little one, you must be Xiaoyu, right? Locke broke the silence in a gentle tone, offering a warm smile. However, Locke might have forgotten that he was currently wrapped in bandages, his face no exception, leaving only his eyes, nostrils, and mouth exposed. This smile, rather than appearing amiable, conveyed a hint of terror. The little boy, seeing Locke's grin, froze in fear, unable to move. Noticing the boy's reaction, Locke instinctively touched his own face, wondering if he truly appeared so frightening. Upon feeling the bandages, it dawned on him that he resembled a living mummy. A sudden grin would indeed be quite alarming. Do not be afraid, little one. I am not a bad person, Locke said awkwardly. He had intended to smile again out of habit, but quickly realized his appearance and retracted his smile. After Locke spoke, the little boy, now somewhat recovered from his initial fright, darted to the farthest corner of the room, clearly not listening to Locke's reassurances. I assure you, I am a good person, Locke remarked. Feeling quite helpless, he was a charming youth, adored by many, a man exuding maximum appeal. When had he ever been treated in such a manner? After a while, the little boy noticed that Locke remained seated on the bed, not approaching. His nervousness began to subside, and he cautiously stood up from the corner, still watching Locke, who was sighing in contemplation. That moment, Blood Dawn returned with the porridge, breaking the awkward silence in the room. Upon her entrance, the little boy immediately darted behind her. Xiaoyu, how did you fare with our guest? Blood Dawn gently patted the little boy's head. He remained silent, merely casting a nervous glance at Locke before shaking his head. But you wanted to come see our guest, didn't you? Why not engage in conversation? Blood Dawn asked, handing Locke a large bowl of porridge and squatting down to speak with the boy. The little boy continued to shake his head, refusing to speak. Blood Dawn sighed, observing the boy's demeanor. Since you do not wish to converse with our guest, why not go outside to play? Upon hearing these words, the little boy nodded and walked toward the exit, casting a lingering glance back at Locke. Locke watched the boy leave, shaking his head in bemusement. Was it just his imagination, or had he seen a glimmer of warning in the boy's eyes? Who is that child? Despite the boy's reticence and apparent shyness, his final glance had piqued Locke's curiosity. Thus, while sipping his porridge, he inquired of Blood Dawn. Upon hearing Locke's question about the little boy, a hint of concern crossed Blood Dawn's face. Perhaps in times of sorrow, one truly needed someone to confide in. Without much thought, she began to recount the boy's story to Locke. Chapter 74. The Inquiry. Listening to Blood Dawn's narrative, Locke gradually gained insight into the child. The story was not particularly complex. The boy's name was Blood Xiaoyu, and he was indeed the younger brother of the red-skinned beauty, Blood Dawn. Unfortunately, their parents had passed away shortly after Xiaoyu's birth, leading Blood Dawn to raise him alone. In his early years, without parents, the other children in the village largely avoided him, resulting in his exceedingly introverted nature and reluctance to engage with others. However, during that time, Xiaoyu would still speak in the presence of his sister. It was only a year ago that Xiaoyu had consumed a devil fruit in the forest, due to his inability to control its powers. He accidentally caused the death of a dog that had kept him company. Since then, he had not spoken a single word. Locke found this puzzling. How could the inability to control the fruit's power relate to his silence? Do you know what the fruit looked like? Locke asked, perplexed. That he ate half and gave the other half to me. That it was exceptionally unpalatable. You know what it was? Blood Dawn replied, intrigued by Locke's inquiry. Perhaps I can assist you, but first, I need to know what that fruit was and what abilities it possessed. Locke responded uncertainly. You can help me? Blood Dawn was taken aback by Locke's assertion. Based on what you just said, the fruit your brother consumed must be one known as a devil fruit. If he can learn to control its power, he should be able to avoid inadvertently harming others. Locke explained to Blood Dawn that is it truly that simple? She questioned, still skeptical. Of course. Just watch, Locke declared, conjuring a ball of purple light that flew to the bedside, transforming into an illusion based on his original form. What is this? Blood Dawn exclaimed in astonishment at the figure created from the purple light. Ensure her understanding. Locke deliberately made the illusion less realistic, maintaining a layer of purple light over it. Nevertheless, this still left Blood Dawn awestruck, covering her mouth in surprise. See, this is also a manifestation of fruit abilities. Once you discover the means to control it, accidents won't happen. Locke patiently explained to the astonished Blood Dawn. Please tell me how Xiaoyu can learn to control his powers. Blood Dawn suddenly exclaimed, gripping Locke's arm tightly in excitement. Ouch, that hurts! Locke cried out, his face contorting in pain from her grip. His bones had only recently healed. Such pressure was unbearable. I apologize for my earlier excitement. I momentarily lost focus. Are you all right? Upon hearing Locke's cry of pain, Shui Xiaoyan quickly realized the situation, hastily releasing her grip and offering her apologies. It's nothing, Locke replied, gingerly touching the area where he had been pinched, realigning his slightly dislocated finger before continuing. I sincerely apologize. Could you please tell me how to help Xiaoyu gain control over his abilities? Shui Xiaoyan inquired softly, her face laden with remorse. Of course. It's no trouble at all. You're my savior. Locke affirmed with a nod, pausing briefly before adding, in truth, mastering one's abilities is not overly complicated. One merely needs to discover the right method and practice diligently. However, Before we proceed, we must ascertain what fruit your brother consumed. Could you first recount how he managed to harm that little dog? Locke finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind during the story. I'm not entirely sure, Shui Xiaoyan reminisced. That day, after he ate the fruit, he took the dog out to play. Not long after, he returned in tears, claiming he had killed the dog, and since then, he hasn't uttered a single kind word. Then we must consult the fruit compendium. Did you not mention having seen the fruit before? Locke said, rummaging through his belongings. However, after searching, he awkwardly realized that he had nothing on him, likely taken during the bandaging earlier. Why did he not search for it? Where is the compendium? Shui Xiaoyan queried. Puzzled by Locke's sudden halt in his search. Did you assist me with the bandaging? Do you know where my belongings ended up? Locke asked. I'm so sorry. I was just so elated that I completely forgot I had placed your things in the adjacent room. Intending to return them once your injury had healed, Shui Xiaoyan confessed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That I'll go retrieve them immediately, she exclaimed, darting out of the room. Once outside, Shui Xiaoyan felt a surge of joy. Initially seeking someone to confide in about her troubles, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Locke had a potential solution. Meanwhile, Locke, lying on the bed, shook his head in mild disbelief at how this astute young woman had suddenly become so flustered. Shui Xiaoyan returned swiftly, cradling a bundle of items in her arms. Locke immediately recognized them as his own. 2 books, several articles of clothing, and a saber. It dawned on him that Shui Xiaoyan had treated his injuries, leaving him feeling quite exposed. The thought made him momentarily wish to rise and demand accountability, for despite the red hue of her skin, he found her quite lovely, especially her face. Yet, thoughts of Carmen swiftly extinguished such notions. Indeed, in my eyes, Carmen remains the most beautiful, gentle, and an exceptional cook. I adore her. Locke reminded himself to quell any wandering thoughts that I have gathered your belongings. Please see if these are indeed yours, Shui Xiaoyan said, placing the items beside the bed. Yes, these are correct, Locke nodded, picking up the fruit compendium from the pile and handing it to her. This is the devil fruit compendium. Search within it to see if you can identify the fruit your brother encountered. All right, I will take a look, Shui Xiaoyan replied, flipping through the pages in that moment. The room was filled only with the sound of pages turning, while Locke closed his eyes, focusing his internal energy to heal his own wounds. I found it. Shui Xiaoyan's voice broke the silence before Locke opened his eyes. Have you found it? Show me, Locke urged, extending his hand toward her. Shui Xiaoyan promptly handed him the book. The devil fruit depicted within was unlike any ordinary fruit. Its appearance did not readily reveal its origin. The fruit was spherical, adorned with swirling black patterns, and most intriguingly, it sported 2 protruding horns that curved slightly upward on either side, from a distance. It resembled a demon's head. Truth be told, the fruit appeared quite grotesque, and Locke pondered how Shui Xiaoyu had dared to consume it. Shaking his head, he continued perusing the description of the fruit's capabilities. Shui Xiaoyan anxiously observed Locke, hoping he might find a way to assist her brother. Although she had glanced at the description earlier, its meaning eluded her. When Locke abruptly shook his head, Shui Xiaoyan's heart sank, fearing he might declare that he could not help her. Fortunately, this was not the case. After shaking his head, he resumed reading. However, a look of shock soon spread across his features. What is it? Shui Xiaoyan asked, her anxiety palpable. It's nothing. I was merely taken aback to discover such a fruit exists in this world. Locke reassured her, noticing her heightened tension. That's a relief. What should we do next? She inquired, visibly relieved by his explanation. Not fret. This fruit is indeed peculiar. I need to contemplate the best course of action. For now, you should rest. I will inform you once I have devised a plan. Locke consoled her. Hearing Locke's need for contemplation heightened Shui Xiaoyan's anxiety. After all, her brother had not communicated with her for a year. Despite her numerous attempts to reach him, despair loomed. Unexpectedly, during a day at the beach, he had rescued a few individuals, one of whom awoke claiming to have a solution for her brother's predicament. Shui Xiaoyan saw Locke as her last lifeline. If he too declared himself powerless, she would be at a loss for what to do next. Since their parents' passing, only she and her brother remained, and she could not fathom how he would survive in such a state. Very well, I shall return after preparing lunch, Shui Xiaoyan said, acquiescing to Locke's request for time to think. As she slowly exited the room, Locke let out a resigned sigh, turning his attention back to the description of the devil fruit. Fruit name: cursed fruit. Taste: exceedingly unpleasant. Fruit ability: the user can impose a curse upon others through their words. While these details were not insurmountable for Locke, as practice could remedy these issues, the subsequent annotations regarding the fruit's capabilities delivered a significant blow. IT indicated that the curse manifested randomly within the user's speech and was not subject to their control. Locke found this revelation utterly disheartening. How could one practice a power that was inherently unpredictable? Yet, he refused to surrender. Even if a solution eluded him now, he believed that with time, answers would reveal themselves, for all problems are ultimately solvable. Thus, Locke remained alone, pondering the intricacies of the cursed fruit until noon arrived. When Shui Xiaoyan re-entered the room, he still had no solutions this time. She was not alone. Carmen followed closely behind. However, Carmen was not in much better shape. Her hands and feet wrapped in bandages, though her head was only lightly bound. Rather than walking, she floated into the room using her psychic powers. "Have you thought of a solution?" Shui Xiaoyan asked eagerly as she entered. Not yet," Locke replied awkwardly. Yet upon seeing the disappointment on Shui Xiaoyan's face, he added, "However, I believe I am close to a breakthrough. I have a few ideas forming." Upon hearing Locke's words, Shui Xiaoyan's disappointment visibly diminished. "I brought you lunch, and this friend of yours insisted on seeing you as soon as she woke up, despite my assurances that it was unnecessary," Shui Xiaoyan stated, placing the meal before Locke while glancing at Carmen. "Don't worry. She is merely concerned for my well-being," Locke replied. Upon hearing the words of Shui Xiaoyan, Locke felt a profound warmth enveloping his heart as he cast a gentle gaze towards Carmen. "I shall not intrude any longer. I will check on the other patients." Observing the deep emotional exchange between Locke and Carmen, Shui Xiaoyan discreetly sought an excuse to exit, despite her desire to inquire about her brother from Locke. Clearly, this was not the appropriate moment, and she did not wish to act as a third wheel. "How are you? Is your injury all right?" Locke reached out, grasping Carmen's hand, his voice imbued with concern. "Humph. You actually care about me? I thought you only remember to flirt with your doctor's sister." Carmen turned her head away, refusing to meet Locke's gaze, her tone laced with playful defiance, yet she made no effort to shake off his hand. "All right, no more sulking. It's not as you perceive," Locke replied with a hint of exasperation. Carmen possessed many admirable qualities. She was an excellent cook, kind, gentle, and undeniably beautiful. Her greatest flaw, however, was her propensity for jealousy. "I'm not sulking." "I am not yours," Carmen pouted, her words contradictory to her emotions. Seeing Carmen's adorable yet obstinate demeanor, Locke refrained from further comments. He merely held her hand tighter, prompting Carmen to clutch his hand even more firmly. "Don't you think that a mere smile will earn my forgiveness? Just look at all your bandages. What an eyesore," Carmen retorted, ungratefully continuing her critique. "You see, you know very well how I currently am. How could any girl possibly like me?" Locke explained. "What? You dare imply that I am not a girl?" Carmen exclaimed, her displeasure evident. Chapter 76. The Missing Annie After Much Coaxing Akin to Soothing Child. Carmen's mood finally stabilized. "Now, tell me, what were you discussing with that young doctor just now?" Carmen used her telekinetic abilities to levitate the meal Shui Xiaoyan had brought, feeding Locke while simultaneously inquiring. "Well, the matter is quite involved." Locke wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth and recounted the events concerning Shui Xiaoyu in detail. "This fruit is truly peculiar," Carmen remarked after hearing Locke's explanation. "Indeed, I have never encountered a fruit that one cannot control." Locke nodded in agreement with Carmen. "So, have you thought of a solution?" Carmen asked with curiosity. "Actually, there's a method, but I find it somewhat unethical." "Which gives me pause," Locke confessed, his expression conflicted. "What method?" Carmen prodded, her interest piqued by Locke's statement. Locke briefly outlined his thoughts. "That's quite a devious tactic." Carmen responded with an expression of disapproval after hearing Locke's suggestion. Locke sighed, feeling helpless. He had already warned her about the unethical nature of his method, yet she insisted on asking, only to scold him again. Truly exasperating. "If you had thought of this method, why didn't you tell her earlier?" Carmen questioned, her tone a mix of reproach and confusion. "You yourself acknowledge that the method is rather unscrupulous. I thought it prudent to consider other options first, Locke explained. Let us not dwell on that any longer. Locke redirected the conversation. How long have you been awake? Have you checked on the others? No, I came straight to find you as soon as I woke up. Have you eaten? Come, let us share a meal. Upon hearing Carmen's words, Locke seized the spoon that had almost reached his mouth and prepared to feed it to her. Carmen opened her mouth and accepted the food Locke offered, a faint blush appearing on her previously pale face due to her injury. Thus, they took turns feeding each other, filling the room with a delightful atmosphere. Let us visit the others, Locke suggested after finishing their meal, taking Carmen's hand. Absolutely not. You are injured and cannot move around recklessly. Carmen firmly rejected Locke's proposal. Seeing the resolute expression on Carmen's face, Locke chose not to insist further, opting instead to remain in the room to recuperate. Time passed swiftly during Locke's recovery. 5 days had elapsed since he had awakened, and during this period, his injuries had healed remarkably well. His bones had nearly returned to their original state under the nurturing of his inner energy. With only minor cracks remaining in these days, the crew members on board had gradually regained consciousness, and as they awakened, Carmen employed her abilities to levitate each of them before Locke to ease his worries. However, this caused some distress to the newly awakened individuals, who fainted from the sudden commotion. All the crew members, aside from Annie, had recovered, including the martial artist, Xiao Jie, who had not been rescued by the villagers, but had come to find Locke and the others on his own accord. Locke was particularly concerned about Annie, and he sought Shui Xiaoyan's assistance, asking if she had seen a puppet during their rescue. However, the answer revealed that by the time they were saved, their ship had already been destroyed, and the villagers had merely carried them from the wreckage, paying no heed to any puppets or toys. Locke even requested Shui Xiaoyan to help search for them at the site of the rescue. But regrettably, the outcome was as disheartening as he had feared. No trace of Annie was found. Unable to remain idle, on the 5th day since awakening, today, after Shui Xiaoyan had removed his bandages, Locke implored her to take him to the site of their fall. Once he had gathered his belongings, he followed Shui Xiaoyan towards the location of their descent. The others, due to their severe injuries, were left behind in the village. Locke accompanied Shui Xiaoyan outside the village. He finally had the opportunity to behold the entirety of the settlement. This village was established on a blood-red island, with everything on the island bearing a crimson hue. The villagers' skin, like that of Shui Xiaoyan and her brother, was also red. The buildings within the village were similarly crimson, blending seamlessly with the island, making it nearly indistinguishable from a distance. Moreover, nearly every villager was armed with a sword, which reminded Locke of the land of Wayno in the New World, where a similar atmosphere prevailed, but it was evident that this could not be Wayno. After all, Locke and his companions had flown in from the upside-down mountain, heading towards the Grand Line, not the New World. Yet, Locke had no time to ponder these thoughts. His mind was solely occupied with concern for Annie. Annie was not a typical human being with flesh and blood. She was a specter, and one would assume that falling from such a height would cause no harm. However, Locke and his companions had been recuperating in the village for 5 days, and even Xiao Jie, who had been thrown into the sea, had managed to find them on his own, as a ghost. Annie should have been aware of their whereabouts. Yet her prolonged absence filled Locke with dread. Here we are, just ahead. Shui Xiaoyan suddenly halted, pointing towards a large pit. Locke reacted swiftly, dashing to the edge of the pit as Shui Xiaoyan gestured. Peering into the pit, he discovered a heap of shattered wood. Yet from the relatively intact pieces, it was evident that these fragments belonged to the Phantom, reflecting on how the ship that had carried them since their departure had ended up in such a state. Locke felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life were unpredictable. However, there was little time for lamentation. Standing at the edge of the pit, Locke watched as several violet beams of light emerged from his body, transforming into figures that began to clear the debris. Meanwhile, Locke scrutinized the scattered wood, hoping to catch a glimpse of Annie's wooden form. Yet, as the fragments were removed one by one, Locke found no sign of Annie. After thoroughly searching through all the wood, he still failed to find her. "Annie!" Locke called out, hoping against hope that she might hear him and respond. Alas, receiving no reply, Locke let out a disappointed sigh. Chapter 77. The Red Monkey. What's the matter? Is that puppet very important to you? Shui Xiaoyan inquired, observing Locke's distress. Annie is not just a puppet. She's my companion, Locke exclaimed, his emotions running high. A companion? Are you suggesting that this puppet named Annie is alive? Shui Xiaoyan was taken aback, that of course. Annie is our navigator aboard the ship. How could she possibly be dead? Locke continued to search the surroundings while speaking. But didn't you say she was a wooden puppet? Shui Xiaoyan was stunned by Locke's response, her originally red face turning a shade paler, almost pink, and she began to stammer as she spoke. When Locke had initially asked her to search, he had mentioned that Annie was merely a puppet, but he never clarified that the puppet was alive. Indeed, Annie is a user of the soul fruit ability. She doesn't have a physical body and merely resides within the puppet. Haven T, I mentioned this before. Locke, hearing Shui Xiaoyan's halting voice, looked at her with curiosity. You've never said that, Shui Xiaoyan stammered softly. However, as she uttered these words, her voice was so faint that Locke did not hear her. He had already turned around, continuing to call out Annie's name while searching. You don't need to call her. She wants to respond to you. After a while, Shui Xiaoyan finally emerged from her earlier emotions and remarked to Locke, who was still shouting. What? What do you mean by that? Locke turned back, looking at her with a puzzled expression. I mean, calling her like that is pointless. Why? There is a mysterious force that has always enveloped this island. All living beings with a soul will fall into a deep slumber unless they possess the sword dust pearl. Shui Xiaoyan explained, sword dust pearl. What is that? Locke was hearing about this peculiar concept for the first time. The pearl around your neck, Shui Xiaoyan pointed to the pearl on Locke's neck. Huh. When did I get a pearl on my neck? Locke then noticed, not knowing when it had appeared, a small transparent red pearl hanging from his neck, about the size of a glass marble from his previous world. This is something we put on you when we rescued you. I thought you had discovered it long ago, Shui Xiaoyan said, exasperated. So that is how it is. Locke sheepishly scratched his head up. By the way, you mentioned that all living beings with souls need to wear this to avoid falling unconscious. What is the reason behind that? Locke inquired as he fiddled with the sword dust pearl strung around his neck. I don't really know. It has always been like this since the day I was born. Shui Xiaoyan admitted, unable to provide an answer to Locke's question. However, if you truly wish to know, you might consider asking the village elder, Shui Xiaoyan added. Just then, as Locke was about to say something further, a faint red slash suddenly appeared behind Shui Xiaoyan. Watch out. Locke reacted swiftly, pulling Shui Xiaoyan behind him and swiftly drawing his Tang Dao to block the incoming strike. Chatter, 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 after Locke intercepted the attack. A peculiar chattering sound emanated from the direction of the slash. Locke warily turned his gaze toward that direction. There, he saw a monkey, its fur a fiery red. Strangely, the monkey was wearing a pair of trousers and had a small sheathed katana at its waist. Brandishing the weapon in a show of bravado, while chattering at Locke, that on its back was a small puppet dressed in clothes. The very Annie they had been searching for. You wretched monkey. Put Annie down. Upon seeing Annie on the monkey's back, Locke charged towards it. The monkey, noticing Locke rushing at it, appeared quite excited, raising its small katana to meet him. Initially, Locke thought little of this monkey. However, as their weapons clashed, he realized that the monkey's swordsmanship was not inferior to his own. Without utilizing his abilities, he found himself unable to subdue it, that a burst of purple light erupted from Locke's body, manifesting long swords in the air that shot toward the monkey. At that moment, the monkey seemed startled by Locke's attack, swiftly leaping onto a nearby tree and fleeing toward the island center. The long swords that Locke conjured struggled to keep pace with the monkey's speed and were deftly evaded, disappearing into the forest in mere flashes. You cowardly monkey, don't run. Put Annie down. Seeing the monkey escape, Locke sprouted a pair of wings and flew in pursuit of its fleeing form. As he departed, he called back to Shui Xiaoyan. Stay here. I'll be right back. Shui Xiaoyan shouted. Locke, wait. Don't go that way. It's dangerous. The battle had unfolded too quickly for Shui Xiaoyan to react, and by the time she did, Locke had already dashed away. With no other option, Shui Xiaoyan stomped her foot in frustration, gritted her teeth, and followed Locke towards the island's center. The monkey, while running ahead, would occasionally glance back at Locke, emitting taunting chirps. You wretched monkey, just wait until I catch you. I'll roast you and eat you. Locke, fully channeling his abilities, glared at the monkey that continued to mock him. That it was a peculiar situation. Upon awakening, Locke realized that this island exerted a slight suppressive effect on his powers, which was quite evident while he was in the village. However, after following Shueishuyan out of the village, the oppressive force intensified, particularly during the chase after the monkey. Locke found it increasingly arduous to utilize his abilities, and due to his still healing injuries, he was reluctant to rely solely on physical prowess. As he neared the island's center, Locke's abilities became completely inaccessible. Although it wasn't as if he were submerged in water, feeling utterly weakened. He still could not use his powers. If it weren't for my injury,